Plato. The Socratic Dialogues. Middle Period. Volume 1. Symposium. Theaetetus. Phaedo. Translated by Benjamin Jowett. Read by David Rintoul as Socrates and cast. Symposium. Read by Hugh Ross. Symposium, one of the most important and most engaging of the Socratic dialogues, is principally concerned with the theme of love. Apollodorus repeats to his companion the dialogue which had been told to him by Aristodemus. It concerns an all-night banquet at the house of Agathon, a poet whose tragedies have just won a prize. 7 of the participants, including Phaedrus, the playwright Aristophanes, who tries to unify the Dionysian and Apollonian principles, and Alcibiades, present their differing views on love, and Agathon, for whom Narcissism holds sway. For Socrates, love is mostly a desire for the perfection of the soul. Persons of the dialogue: Apollodorus, who repeats to his companion the dialogue which he had heard from Aristodemus; Phaedrus, Pausanias, Eryximachus, Aristophanes, Agathon, Socrates, Alcibiades, a troop of revellers. Scene: the house of Agathon.
Concerning the things about which you asked to be informed, I believe that I'm not ill-prepared with an answer. For the day before yesterday, I was coming from my own home at Phalerum to the city, and one of my acquaintance, who had caught a sight of me from behind, calling out playfully in the distance, said, "Polydorus, O thou Phalerian man, halt!" So I did as I was bid, and then he said, "I was looking for you, Apollodorus, only just now, that I might ask you about the speeches in praise of love, which were delivered by Socrates, Alcibiades, and others at Agathon's supper. Phoenix, the son of Philip, told another person, who told me, of them. His narrative was very indistinct, but he said that you knew, and I wished that you would give me an account of them. Who, if not you, should be the reporter of the words of your friend? And first tell me," he said, "were you present at this meeting?" "Your informant, Glaucon," I said, "must have been very indistinct indeed, if you imagine that the occasion was recent, or that I could have been of the party." "Why, yes," he replied, "I thought so." "Impossible," I said. "Are you ignorant that for many years Agathon has not resided at Athens? And not 3 have elapsed since I became acquainted with Socrates, and have made it my daily business to know all that he says and does. There was a time when I was running about the world, fancying myself to be well employed, but I was really a most wretched being, no better than you are now. I thought that I ought to do anything rather than be a philosopher." "Well," he said, jesting apart, "tell me when the meeting occurred." "In our boyhood," I replied, "when Agathon won the prize with his first tragedy, on the day after that on which he and his chorus offered the sacrifice of victory." "Oh, then it must have been a long while ago," he said. "And who told you? Did Socrates?" "No, indeed," I replied, "but the same person who told Phoenix. He was a little fellow who never wore any shoes, Aristodemus of the deme of Cydatheneum. He had been at Agathon's feast, and I think that in those days there was no one who was a more devoted admirer of Socrates. Moreover, I've asked Socrates about the truth of some parts of his narrative, and he confirmed them." "Then," said Glaucon, "let us have the tale over again. Is not the road to Athens just made for conversation?" And so we walked and talked of the discourses on love. "And therefore, as I said at first, I'm not ill-prepared to comply with your request, and will have another rehearsal of them, if you like. For to speak or to hear others speak of philosophy always gives me the greatest pleasure, to say nothing of the profit. But when I hear another strain, especially that of you rich men and traders, such conversation displeases me, And I pity you, who are my companions, because you think that you are doing something when in reality you are doing nothing. And I dare say that you pity me in return, whom you regard as an unhappy creature. And very probably you are right. But I certainly know of you what you only think of me. There is the difference.
I see, Apollodorus, that you are just the same, always speaking evil of yourself and of others. And I do believe that you pity all mankind, with the exception of Socrates. Yourself first of all, true in this to your old name, which, however deserved, I know not how you acquired, of Apollodorus the madman. For you are always raging against yourself and everybody but Socrates.
Yes, friend, and the reason why I am said to be mad and out of my wits is just because I have these notions of myself and you. No other evidence is required.
No more of that, Apollodorus. But let me renew my request that you would repeat the conversation.
Well, the tale of love was on this wise. But perhaps I'd better begin at the beginning and endeavor to give you the exact words of Aristodemus. He said that he met Socrates fresh from the bath and sandaled. And as the sight of the sandals was unusual, he asked him whither he was going that he'd been converted into such a beau. To a banquet at Agathon's, he replied, whose invitation to his sacrifice of victory I refused yesterday, fearing a crowd, but promising that I would come today instead. So I put on my finery, because he's such a fine man. What say you to going with me unasked? I will do as you bid me, I replied. Follow then, he said, and let us demolish the proverb. To the feasts of inferior men the good unbidden go. Instead of which our proverb will run, to the feasts of the good unbidden go. And this alteration may be supported by the authority of Homer himself, who not only demolishes, but literally outrages the proverb. For, after picturing Agamemnon as the most valiant of men, he makes Menelaus, who is but a faint-hearted warrior, come unbidden to the banquet of Agamemnon, who is feasting and offering sacrifices, not the better to the worse, but the worse to the better. I rather fear, Socrates, said Aristodemus, lest this may still be my case, and that, like Menelaus and Homer, I shall be the inferior person who, to the feast of the wise unbidden goes. But I shall say that I was bidden of you, and then you will have to make an excuse. Two going together, he replied, in Homeric fashion. One or other of them may invent an excuse by the way. This was the style of their conversation as they went along. Socrates dropped behind in a fit of abstraction, and desired Aristodemus, who was waiting, to go on before him. When he reached the house of Agathon, he found the doors wide open, and a comical thing happened. A servant coming out met him, and led him at once into the banqueting hall, in which the guests were reclining, for the banquet was about to begin. "Welcome, Aristodemus," said Agathon, as soon as he appeared. "You are just in time to sup with us. If you come on any other matter, put it off, and make one of us, as I was looking for you yesterday, and meant to have asked you if I could have found you. But what have you done with Socrates?" I turned round, but Socrates was nowhere to be seen, and I had to explain that he'd been with me a moment before, and that I came by his invitation to the supper. "Oh, you were quite right in coming," said Agathon. "But where is he?" "He was behind me just now, as I entered," he said, "and I cannot think what has become of him." "Go and look for him, boy," said Agathon, "and bring him in. And do you, Aristodemus, meanwhile take the place by Eryximachus." The servant then assisted him to wash, and he lay down, and presently another servant came in and reported that our friend Socrates had retired into the portico of the neighbouring house. "There he is fixed," said he, "and when I call to him, he will not stir." "How strange," said Agathon. Then you must call him again, and keep calling him. Let him alone, said my informant. He has a way of stopping anywhere and losing himself without any reason. I believe that he will soon appear. Do not, therefore, disturb him. Well, if you think so, I will leave him, said Agathon, and then turning to the servants, he added, Let us have supper without waiting for him. Serve up whatever you please, for there is no one to give you orders. Hitherto I've never left you to yourselves, but on this occasion imagine that you are our hosts, and that I and the company are your guests. Treat us well, and then we shall commend you. After this supper was served, but still no Socrates. And during the meal Agathon several times expressed a wish to send for him, but Aristodemus objected. And at last, when the feast was about half over, for the fit, as usual, was not of long duration, Socrates entered. Agathon, who was reclining alone at the end of the table, begged that he would take the place next to him. That I may touch you, he said, and have the benefit of that wise thought which came into your mind in the portico, and is now in your possession, for I am certain that you would have not come away until you had found what you sought. Oh, how I wish, said Socrates, taking his place, as was desired, that wisdom could be infused by touch, out of the fuller into the emptier man, as water runs through wool, out of a fuller cup into an emptier one. If that were so, how greatly should I value the privilege of reclining at your side, for you would have filled me full with a stream of wisdom, plenteous and fair, whereas my own is of a very mean and questionable sort, no better than a dream, but yours is bright and full of promise, and was manifested forth in all the splendour of youth the day before yesterday, in the presence of more than 30,000 Hellenes. You are mocking, Socrates, said Agathon, and ere long you and I will have to determine who bears off the palm of wisdom. Of this Dionysus shall be the judge, but at present you are better occupied with supper. Socrates took his place on the couch and supped with the rest. Then libations were offered, and after a hymn had been sung to the god, and there had been the usual ceremonies, they were about to commence drinking, when Pausanias said, And now, my friends, how can we drink with least injury to ourselves? I can assure you that I feel severely the effect of yesterday's potations, and must have time to recover, and I suspect that most of you are in the same predicament, for you were of the party yesterday. Consider them. How can the drinking be made easiest? I entirely agree, said Aristophanes, that we should by all means avoid hard drinking, for I was myself one of those who were yesterday drowned in drink. I think you are right, said Eryximachus, the son of Acumenus, but I should still like to hear one other person speak. Is Agathon able to drink hard? I am not equal to it, said Agathon. Then, said Eryximachus, the weak heads like myself, Aristodemus, Phaedrus, and others, who never can drink, are fortunate in finding that the stronger ones are not in a drinking mood. I do not include Socrates, who is able either to drink or to abstain, and will not mind whichever we do. Well, as none of the company seemed disposed to drink much, I may be forgiven for saying as a physician that drinking deep is a bad practice, which I never follow if I can help, and certainly do not recommend to another, least of all to anyone who still feels the effects of yesterday's carouse. I always do what you advise, and especially what you prescribe as a physician, rejoined Phaedrus the Myroniusian, and the rest of the company, if they are wise, will do the same. It was agreed that drinking was not to be the order of the day, but that they were all to drink only so much as they pleased. Then, said Eryximachus, as you're all agreed that drinking is to be voluntary, and that there is to be no compulsion, I move in the next place that the flute girl, who's just made her appearance, be told to go away and play to herself, or if she likes, to the women who are within. Today, let us have conversation instead, and if you will allow me, I will tell you what sort of conversation. This proposal having been accepted, Eryximachus proceeded as follows. I will begin, he said, after the manner of Melanippe in Euripides. Not mine the word, which I am about to speak, but that of Phaedrus. For often he says to me, in an indignant tone, what a strange thing it is, Eryximachus, that whereas other gods have poems and hymns made in their honour, the great and glorious god, Love, has no encomiast among all the poets, who are so many. There are the worthy sophists, too, the excellent Prodicus, for example, who have descanted in prose on the virtues of Heracles and other heroes. And what is still more extraordinary, I have met with a philosophical work in which the utility of salt has been made the theme of an eloquent discourse, and many other like things have had a like honour bestowed upon them, and only to think that there should have been an eager interest created about them, and yet that to this day no one has ever dared worthily to hymn Love's praises. So entirely has this great deity been neglected. Now, in this Phaedrus seems to me to be quite right, and therefore I want to offer him a contribution. Also, I think that at the present moment we who are here assembled cannot do better than honour the god Love. If you agree with me, there will be no lack of conversation, for I mean to propose that each of us in turn, going from left to right, shall make a speech in honour of Love. Let him give us the best which he can, and Phaedrus, because he is sitting first on the left hand, and because he is the father of the thought, shall begin. No one will vote against you, Eryximachus, said Socrates. How can I oppose your motion, who profess to understand nothing but matters of love? Nor, I presume, will Agathon and Pausanias, and there can be no doubt of Aristophanes, whose whole concern is with Dionysus and Aphrodite, nor will anyone disagree of those whom I see around me. The proposal, as I'm aware, may seem rather hard upon us whose place is last, but we shall be contented if we hear some good speeches first. Let Phaedrus begin the praise of Love, and good luck to him. All the company expressed their assent, and desired him to do as Socrates bade him. Astrademus did not recollect all was said, nor do I recollect all that he related to me, but I will tell you what I thought most worthy of remembrance, and what the chief speakers said. Phaedrus began by affirming that Love is a mighty god, and wonderful among gods and men, but especially wonderful in his birth. For he is the eldest of the gods, which is an honour to him. And a proof of his claim to this honour is that of his parents there is no memorial. Neither poet nor prose writer has ever affirmed that he had any. As Hesiod says, first chaos came, and then broad-bosomed earth, the everlasting seat of all that is, and love. In other words, after chaos, the earth and love, these two, came into being. Also, Parmenides sings of generation. First, in the train of gods he fashioned love. And Acusilaus agrees with Hesiod. Thus numerous are the witnesses who acknowledge Love to be the eldest of the gods. And not only is he the eldest, he is also the source of the greatest benefits to us. For I know not any greater blessing to a young man who's beginning life than a virtuous lover, or to the lover than a beloved youth. For the principle which ought to be the guide of men who would nobly live, that principle, I say, neither kindred, nor honour, nor wealth, nor any other motive is able to implant so well as love. Of what am I speaking? Of the sense of honour and dishonour, without which neither states nor individuals ever do any good or great work. And I say that a lover who is detected in doing any dishonourable act, or submitting through cowardice when any dishonour is done to him by another, would be more pained at being detected by his beloved than at being seen by his father, or by his companions, or by anyone else. The beloved, too, when he is found in any disgraceful situation, has the same feeling about his lover. And if there were only some way of contriving that a state or an army should be made up of lovers and their loves, they would be the very best governors of their own city, abstaining from all dishonour, and emulating one another in honour. And when fighting at each other's side, although a mere handful, they would overcome the world. For what lover would not choose rather to be seen by all mankind than by his beloved, either when abandoning his post or throwing away his arms? He would be ready to die 1,000 deaths rather than endure this. Or who would desert his beloved or fail him in the hour of danger? The veriest coward would become an inspired hero, equal to the bravest at such a time. Love would inspire him. That courage which, as Homer says, the god breathes into the souls of some heroes, love of his own nature infuses into the lover. Love will make men dare to die for their beloved, love alone, and women as well as men. Of this, Alcestis, the daughter of Peleus, is a monument to all Hellas, for she was willing to lay down her life on behalf of her husband when no one else would, although he had a father and mother. But the tenderness of her love so far exceeded theirs that she made them seem to be strangers in blood to their own son, and in name only related to him. And so noble did this action of hers appear to the gods, as well as to men, that among the many who've done virtuously, she is one of the very few to whom, in admiration of her noble action, they've granted the privilege of returning alive to earth. Such exceeding honour is paid by the gods to the devotion and virtue of love. But Orpheus, the son of Aeagrus the harper, they sent empty away, and presented to him an apparition only of her whom he sought. But herself they would not give up, because he showed no spirit. He was only a harp player, and did not dare, like Alcestis, to die for love, but was contriving how he might enter Hades alive. Moreover, they afterwards caused him to suffer death at the hands of women, as the punishment of his cowardliness. Very different was the reward of the true love of Achilles towards his lover, Patroclus, his lover and not his love. The notion that Patroclus was the beloved one is a foolish error, into which Aeschylus has fallen. For Achilles was surely the fairer of the two, fairer also than all the other heroes. And as Homer informs us, he was still beardless and younger far. And greatly as the gods honour the virtue of love, still the return of love on the part of the beloved to the lover is more admired and valued and rewarded by them, for the lover is more divine, because he is inspired by God. Now Achilles was quite aware, for he had been told by his mother, that he might avoid death and return home and live to a good old age if he abstained from slaying Hector. Nevertheless, he gave his life to revenge his friend, and dared to die not only in his defence, but after he was dead. Wherefore the gods honoured him even above Alcestis, and sent him to the islands of the blessed. These are my reasons for affirming that love is the eldest, noblest, and mightiest of the gods, and the chiefest author and giver of virtue in life, and of happiness after death. This, or something like this, was the speech of Phaedrus, and some other speeches followed, which Aristodemus did not remember. The next which he repeated was that of Pausanias. Phaedrus, he said, the argument has not been set before us, I think, quite in the right form. We should not be called upon to praise love in such an indiscriminate manner. If there were only one love, then what you said would be well enough, but since there are more loves than one, should have begun by determining which of them was to be the theme of our praises. I will amend this defect, and first of all I will tell you which love is deserving of praise, and then try to hymn the praiseworthy one in a manner worthy of him. For we all know that love is inseparable from Aphrodite, and if there were only one Aphrodite, there would be only one love. But as there are two goddesses, there must be two loves. And am I not right in asserting that there are two goddesses? The elder one having no mother, who is called the heavenly Aphrodite, she is the daughter of Uranus. The younger, who is the daughter of Zeus and Dione, her we call common. And the love who is her fellow worker is rightly named common, as the other love is called heavenly. All the gods ought to have praise given to them, but not without distinction of their natures. And therefore I must try to distinguish the characters of the two loves. Now, actions vary according to the manner of their performance. Take, for example, that which we are now doing, drinking, singing, and talking. These actions are not in themselves either good or evil, but they turn out in this or that way according to the mode of performing them. And when well done, they're good, and when wrongly done, they're evil. And in like manner, not every love, but only that which has a noble purpose, is noble and worthy of praise. The love who is the offspring of the common Aphrodite is essentially common and has no discrimination, being such as the meaner sort of men feel, and is apt to be of women as well as of youths, and is of the body rather than of the soul. The most foolish beings are the objects of this love, which desires only to gain an end, but never thinks of accomplishing the end nobly, and therefore does good and evil quite indiscriminately. The goddess, who is his mother, is far younger than the other, and she was born of the union of the male and female, and partakes of both. But the offspring of the heavenly Aphrodite is derived from a mother in whose birth the female has no part. She is from the male only. This is that love which is of youths, and the goddess being older, there is nothing of wantonness in her. Those who are inspired by this love turn to the male, and delight in him who is the more valiant and intelligent nature. Any one may recognize the pure enthusiast in the very character of their attachments, for they love not boys, but intelligent beings whose reason is beginning to be developed, much about the time at which their beards begin to grow. And in choosing young men to be their companions, they mean to be faithful to them, and pass their whole life in company with them, not to take them in their inexperience, and deceive them, and play the fool with them, or run away from one to another of them, but the love of young boys should be forbidden by law, because their future is uncertain. They may turn out good or bad, either in body or soul, and much noble enthusiasm may be thrown away upon them. In this matter, the good are a law to themselves, and the coarser sort of lovers ought to be restrained by force, as we restrain or attempt to restrain them from fixing their affections on women of free birth. These are the persons who bring a reproach on love. And some have been led to deny the lawfulness of such attachments because they see the impropriety and evil of them. For surely nothing that is decorously and lawfully done can justly be censured. Now here, and in Sparta, the rules about love are perplexing, but in most cities they are simple and easily intelligible. In Elis and Boeotia, and in countries having no gifts of eloquence, they are very straightforward. The law is simply in favor of these connections, and no one, whether young or old, has anything to say to their discredit, the reason being, as I suppose, that they are men of few words in those parts, and therefore the lovers do not like the trouble of pleading their suit. In Ionia and other places, and generally in countries which are subject to the barbarians, the custom is held to be dishonourable. Loves of youths share the evil repute in which philosophy and gymnastics are held, because they are inimical to tyranny. For the interests of rulers require that their subjects should be poor in spirit, and that there should be no strong bond of friendship or society among them, which love, above all other motives, is likely to inspire, as our Athenian tyrants learnt by experience. For the love of Aristogiton and the constancy of Harmodius had a strength which undid their power, and therefore the ill repute into which these attachments have fallen is to be ascribed to the evil condition of those who make them to be ill reputed, that is to say, to the self-seeking of the governors and the cowardice of the governed. On the other hand, the indiscriminate honour which is given to them in some countries is attributable to the laziness of those who hold this opinion of them. In our country a far better principle prevails, but as I was saying, the explanation of it is rather perplexing. For observe that open loves are held to be more honourable than secret ones, and that the love of the noblest and highest, even if their persons are less beautiful than others, is especially honourable. Consider, too, how great is the encouragement which all the world gives to the lover. Neither is he supposed to be doing anything dishonourable, but if he succeeds, he is praised, and if he fail, he is blamed. And in the pursuit of his love, the custom of mankind allows him to do many strange things, which philosophy would bitterly censure if they were done from any motive of interest or wish for office or power. He may pray and entreat and supplicate and swear and lie on a mat at the door and endure a slavery worse than that of any slave. In any other case, friends and enemies would be equally ready to prevent him. But now there is no friend who will be ashamed of him and admonish him, and no enemy will charge him with meanness or flattery. The actions of a lover have a grace which ennobles them, and custom has decided that they are highly commendable and that there is no loss of character in them. And what is strangest of all, he may only swear and forswear himself, so men say, and the gods will forgive his transgression, for there is no such thing as a lover's oath. Such is the entire liberty which gods and men have allowed the lover, according to the custom which prevails in our part of the world. From this point of view, a man fairly argues that in Athens to love and to be loved is held to be a very honourable thing. But when parents forbid their sons to talk with their lovers, and place them under a tutor's care, who is appointed to see to these things, and their companions and equals cast in their teeth anything of the sort which they may observe, and their elders refuse to silence the reprovers and do not rebuke them, anyone who reflects on all this will, on the contrary, think that we hold these practices to be most disgraceful. But as I was saying at first, the truth, as I imagine, is that whether such practices are honourable or whether they are dishonourable is not a simple question. They are honourable to him who follows them honourably, dishonourable to him who follows them dishonourably. There is dishonour in yielding to the evil, or in an evil manner, but there is honour in yielding to the good, or in an honourable manner. Evil is the vulgar lover, who loves the body rather than the soul, inasmuch as he is not even stable, because he loves a thing which is in itself unstable, and therefore when the bloom of youth which he was desiring is over, he takes wing and flies away, in spite of all his words and promises. Whereas the love of the noble disposition is lifelong, for it becomes one with the everlasting. The custom of our country would have both of them proven well and truly, and would have us yield to the one sort of lover and avoid the other, and therefore encourages some to pursue and others to fly, testing both the lover and beloved in contests and trials, until they show to which of the two classes they respectively belong. And this is the reason why, in the first place, a hasty attachment is held to be dishonourable, because time is the true test of this, as of most other things. And secondly, there is a dishonour in being overcome by the love of money or of wealth or of political power. Whether a man is frightened into surrender by the loss of them, or having experienced the benefits of money and political corruption, is unable to rise above the seductions of them. For none of these things are of a permanent or lasting nature, not to mention that no generous friendship ever sprang from them. There remains then only one way of honourable attachment which custom allows in the beloved, and this is the way of virtue. For as we admitted that any service which the lover does to him is not to be accounted flattery or a dishonour to himself, so the beloved has one way only of voluntary service which is not dishonourable, and this is virtuous service. For we have a custom, and according to our custom, anyone who does service to another under the idea that he will be improved by him, either in wisdom or in some other particular of virtue, such a voluntary service, I say, is not to be regarded as a dishonour, and is not open to the charge of flattery. And these two customs, one the love of youth, and the other the practice of philosophy and virtue in general, ought to meet in one. And then the beloved may honourably indulge the lover. For when the lover and beloved come together, having each of them a law, and the lover thinks that he is right in doing any service which he can to his gracious loving one, and the other that he is right in showing any kindness which he can to him who is making him wise and good, the one capable of communicating wisdom and virtue, the other seeking to acquire them with a view to education and wisdom. When the two laws of love are fulfilled and meet in one, then, and then only, may the beloved yield with honour to the lover. Nor when love is of this disinterested sort is there any disgrace in being deceived. In every other case there is equal disgrace in being or not being deceived. For he who is gracious to his lover, under the impression that he is rich, and is disappointed of his gains because he turns out to be poor, is disgraced all the same, for he's done his best to show that he would give himself up to anyone's uses base for the sake of money. But that is not honourable, and on the same principle, he who gives himself to a lover because he is a good man, and in the hope that he will be improved by his company, shows himself to be virtuous, even though the object of his affection turn out to be a villain, and to have no virtue. And if he is deceived, he has committed a noble error, for he has proved that for his part he will do anything for anybody with a view to virtue and improvement, than which there can be nothing nobler. Thus noble in every case is the acceptance of another for the sake of virtue. This is that love which is the love of the heavenly goddess, and is heavenly, and of great price to individuals and cities, making the lover and the beloved alike eager in the work of their own improvement. But all other loves are the offspring of the other, who is the common goddess. To you, Phaedrus, I offer this my contribution in praise of love, which is as good as I could make extempore. Pausanias came to a pause. This is the balanced way in which I have been taught by the wise to speak. And Aristodemus said that the turn of Aristophanes was next. Either he had eaten too much, or from some other cause he had the hiccup, and was obliged to change turns with Eryximachus, the physician, who was reclining on the couch below him. "Eryximachus," he said, "you ought either to stop my hiccup, or to speak in my turn until I have left off." "I will do both," said Eryximachus. "I will speak in your turn, and do you speak in mine. And while I am speaking, let me recommend you to hold your breath, and if after you've done so for some time the hiccup is no better, then gargle with a little water. And if it still continues, tickle your nose with something and sneeze. And if you sneeze once or twice, even the most violent hiccup is sure to go." "Oh, I will do as you prescribe," said Aristophanes. "And now get on." Eryximachus spoke as follows. Seeing that Pausanias made a fair beginning, and but a lame ending, I must endeavour to supply his deficiency. I think that he has rightly distinguished two kinds of love, but my art further informs me that the double love is not merely an affection of the soul of man towards the fair, or towards anything, but is to be found in the bodies of all animals and in productions of the earth, and I may say, in all that is. Such is the conclusion which I seem to have gathered from my own art of medicine, whence I learn how great and wonderful and universal is the deity of love, whose empire extends over all things, divine as well as human. And from medicine I will begin, that I may do honour to my art. There are in the human body these two kinds of love, which are confessedly different and unalike, and being unalike, they have loves and desires, which are unalike. And the desire of the healthy is one, and the desire of the diseased is another. And as Pausanias was just now saying that to indulge good men is honourable and bad men dishonourable, so too in the body the good and healthy elements are to be indulged, and the bad elements and the elements of disease are not to be indulged, but discouraged. And this is what the physician has to do, and in this the art of medicine consists. For medicine may be regarded generally as the knowledge of the loves and desires of the body, and how to satisfy them or not. And the best physician is he who is able to separate fair love from foul, or to convert one into the other, and he who knows how to eradicate and how to implant love, whichever is required, and can reconcile the most hostile elements in the constitution and make them loving friends, is a skilful practitioner. Now the most hostile are the most opposite, such as hot and cold, bitter and sweet, moist and dry, and the like. And my ancestor Asclepius, knowing how to implant friendship and accord in these elements, was the creator of our art, as our friends the poets here tell us, and I believe them. And not only medicine in every branch, but the arts of gymnastic and husbandry are under his dominion. Anyone who pays the least attention to the subject will also perceive that in music there is the same reconciliation of opposites. And I suppose that this must have been the meaning of Heraclitus, although his words are not accurate, for he says that the one is united by disunion, like the harmony of the bow and the lyre. Now, there is an absurdity saying that harmony is discord, or is composed of elements which are still in a state of discord. But what he probably meant was that harmony is composed of differing notes of higher or lower pitch, which disagreed once, but are now reconciled by the art of music. For if the higher and lower notes still disagreed, there could be no harmony, clearly not. For harmony is a symphony, and symphony is an agreement, but an agreement of disagreements. While they disagree, there cannot be. You cannot harmonize that which disagrees. In like manner, rhythm is compounded of elements short and long, once differing and now in accord, which accordance, as in the former instance medicine, so in all these other cases music implants, making love and unison to grow up among them, and thus music too is concerned with the principles of love in their application to harmony and rhythm. Again, in the essential nature of harmony and rhythm, there is no difficulty in discerning love which has not yet become double. But when you want to use them in actual life, either in the composition of songs or in the correct performance of airs or meters composed already, which latter is called education, then the difficulty begins, and the good artist is needed. Then the old tale has to be repeated of fair and heavenly love, the love of Urania, the fair and heavenly muse, and of the duty of accepting the temperate, and those who are as yet intemperate only that they may become temperate, and of preserving their love. And again of the vulgar Polyhymnia, who must be used with circumspection, that the pleasure be enjoyed, but may not generate licentiousness. Just as in my own art, it is a great matter so to regulate the desires of the epicure that he may gratify his tastes without the attendant evil of disease. Whence I infer that in music, in medicine, in all other things human as well as divine, both loves ought to be noted as far as may be, for they are both present. The course of the seasons is also full of both these principles, and when, as I was saying, the elements of hot and cold, moist and dry, attain the harmonious love of one another and blend in temperance and harmony, they bring to men, animals, and plants health and plenty, and do them no harm, whereas the wanton love, getting the upper hand and affecting the seasons of the year, is very destructive and injurious, being the source of pestilence, and bringing many other kinds of diseases on animals and plants. Hoar frost and hail and blight spring from the excesses and disorders of these elements of love, which to know in relation to the revolutions of the heavenly bodies and the seasons of the year is termed astronomy. Furthermore, all sacrifices and the whole province of divination, which is the art of communion between gods and men, these, I say, are concerned only with the preservation of the good and the cure of the evil love. For all manner of impiety is likely to ensue if, instead of accepting and honouring and reverencing the harmonious love in all his actions, a man honours the other love, whether in his feelings towards gods or parents, towards the living or the dead. Wherefore the business of divination is to see to these loves and to heal them. And divination is the peacemaker of gods and men, working by a knowledge of the religious or irreligious tendencies which exist in human loves. Such is the great and mighty, or rather omnipotent force of love in general, and the love more especially which is concerned with the good and which is perfected in company with temperance and justice, whether among gods or men, has the greatest power, and is the source of all our happiness and harmony, and makes us friends with the gods who are above us and with one another. I dare say that I, too, have omitted several things which might be said in praise of love, but this was not intentional, and you, Aristophanes, may now supply the omission, or take some other line of commendation, for I perceive that you are rid of the hiccup. Yes, said Aristophanes, who followed. The hiccup is gone. Not, however, until I applied the sneezing, and I wonder whether the harmony of the body has a love of such noises and ticklings, for I no sooner applied the sneezing than I was cured. Eryximachus said, Beware, friend Aristophanes, although you're going to speak, you're making fun of me, and I shall have to watch and see whether I cannot have a laugh at your expense when you might speak in peace. Oh, you are right, said Aristophanes, laughing. I will unsay my words. But do you please not to watch me, as I fear that in the speech which I am about to make, instead of others laughing with me, which is to the manner born of our muse and would be all the better, I shall only be laughed at by them. Do you expect to shoot your bolt and escape, Aristophanes? Well, perhaps, if you're very careful and bear in mind that you will be called to account, I may be induced to let you off. Aristophanes professed to open another vein of discourse. He had a mind to praise love in another way, unlike that either of Pausanias or Eryximachus. Mankind, he said, judging by their neglect of him, have never, as I think, at all understood the power of love. For if they had understood him, they would surely have built noble temples and altars, and offered solemn sacrifices in his honour. But this is not done, and most certainly ought to be done, since of all the gods he is the best friend of men, the helper and the healer of the ills which are the great impediment to the happiness of the race. I will try to describe his power to you, and you shall teach the rest of the world what I am teaching you. In the first place, let me treat of the nature of man and what has happened to it. For the original human nature was not like the present, but different. The sexes were not two, as they are now, but originally three in number. There was man, woman, and the union of the two, having a name corresponding to this double nature, which had once a real existence, but is now lost, and the word androgynous is only preserved as a term of reproach. In the second place, the primeval man was round, his back and sides forming a circle, and he had 4 hands and 4 feet, 1 head with 2 faces looking opposite ways, set on a round neck and precisely alike. Also 4 ears, 2 privy members, and the remainder to correspond. He could walk upright, as men now do, backwards or forwards as he pleased, and he could also roll over and over at a great pace, turning on his 4 hands and 4 feet, 8 in all, like tumblers going over and over with their legs in the air. This was when he wanted to run fast. Now, the sexes were 3, and such as I have described them, because the sun, moon, and earth are 3. And the man was originally the child of the sun, the woman of the earth, and the man-woman of the moon, which is made up of sun and earth, and they were all round and moved round and round, like their parents. Terrible was their might and strength, and the thoughts of their hearts were great. And they made an attack upon the gods. Of them is told the tale of Otis and Ephialtes, who, as Homer said, dared to scale heaven, and would have laid hands upon the gods. Doubt reigned in the celestial councils. Should they kill them and annihilate the race with thunderbolts, as they had done the giants, then there would be an end of the sacrifices and worship which men offered to them. But on the other hand, the gods could not suffer their insolence to be unrestrained. At last, after a good deal of reflection, Zeus discovered a way. He said, "Methinks I have a plan which will humble their pride and improve their manners. Men shall continue to exist, but I will cut them in 2, and then they will be diminished in strength and increased in numbers. This will have the advantage of making them more profitable to us. They shall walk upright, on 2 legs, and if they continue insolent and will not be quiet, I will split them again, and they shall hop about on a single leg." He spoke and cut Ben in 2, like a sorb apple which is halved for pickling, or as you might divide an egg with a hair. And as he cut them, one after another, he bade Apollo give the face and the half of the neck a turn, in order that the man might contemplate the section of himself. He would thus learn a lesson of humility. Apollo was also bidden to heal their wounds and compose their forms. So he gave a turn to the face, and pulled the skin from the sides all over that which in our language is called the belly, like the purses which draw in, and he made 1 mouth at the centre, which he fastened in a knot, same which is called the navel. He also moulded the breast, and took out most of the wrinkles, much as a shoemaker might smooth leather upon a last. He left a few, however, in the region of the belly and navel, as a memorial of the primeval state. After the division, the 2 parts of man, each desiring his other half, came together, and throwing their arms about one another, entwined in mutual embraces, longing to grow into one. They were on the point of dying from hunger and self-neglect, because they did not like to do anything apart. And when one of the halves died, and the other survived, the survivor sought another mate, man or woman as we call them, being the sections of entire men or women, and clung to that. They were being destroyed when Zeus, in pity of them, invented a new plan. He turned the parts of generation round to the front, for this had not always been their position, And they sowed the seed no longer as hitherto like grasshoppers in the ground, but in one another. And after the transposition, the male generated in the female, in order that by the mutual embraces of man and woman they might breed, and the race might continue. Or if man came to man, they might be satisfied, and rest, and go their ways to the business of life. So ancient is the desire of one another, which is implanted in us, reuniting our original nature, making one of two, and healing the state of man. Each of us, when separated, having one side only, like a flat fish, is but the indenture of a man, and he's always looking for his other half. Men who are a section of that double nature, which was once called androgynous, are lovers of women. Adulterers are generally of this breed, and also adulterous women who lust after men. The women who are a section of the women do not care for men, but have female attachments. The female companions are of this sort. But they who are a section of the male follow the male, and while they are young, being slices of the original man, they hang about men and embrace them, and they are themselves the best of boys and youths, because they have the most manly nature. Some indeed assert that they are shameless, but this is not true. For they do not act thus from any want of shame, but because they are valiant and manly, and have a manly countenance, and they embrace that which is like them. And these, when they grow up, become our statesmen, and these only, which is a great proof of the truth of what I am saying. When they reach manhood, they are lovers of youth, and are not naturally inclined to marry or beget children. If at all, they do so only in obedience to the law. But they are satisfied if they may be allowed to live with one another unwedded. And such a nature is prone to love, and ready to return love, always embracing that which is akin to him. And when one of them meets with his other half, the actual half of himself, whether he be a lover of youth or a lover of another sort, the pair are lost in an amazement of love and friendship and intimacy, and one will not be out of the other's sight, as I may say, even for a moment. These are the people who pass their whole lives together, yet they could not explain what they desire of one another, for the intense yearning which each of them has towards the other does not appear to be the desire of lovers' intercourse, but of something else which the soul of either evidently desires and cannot tell, and of which she only has a dark and doubtful presentiment. Suppose Hephaestus, with his instruments, to come to the pair who are lying side by side, and to say to them, "What do you people want of one another?" They would be unable to explain. And suppose further that when he saw their perplexity, he said, "Do you desire to be wholly one, always day and night to be in one another's company? For if this is what you desire, I am ready to melt you into one, and let you grow together, so that being two, you shall become one. And while you live a common life, as if you were a single man, and after your death in the world below, still be one departed soul instead of two. I ask whether this is what you lovingly desire, and whether you are satisfied to attain this." There is not a man of them who, when he heard the proposal, would deny or would not acknowledge that this meeting and melting into one another, this becoming one instead of two, was the very expression of his ancient need. And the reason is that human nature was originally one, and we were a whole, and the desire and pursuit of the whole is called love. There was a time, I say, when we were one, but now, because of the wickedness of mankind, God has dispersed us, as the Arcadians were dispersed into villages by the Spartans. And if we are not obedient to the gods, there is a danger that we shall be split up again, and go about in basso relievo, like the profile figures having only half a nose, which are sculpted on monuments, and that we shall be like Tales. Wherefore let us exhort all men to piety, that we may avoid evil and obtain the good, of which love is to us the Lord and minister. And let no one oppose him. He is the enemy of the gods who opposes him. For if we are friends of the God and at peace with him, we shall find our own true loves, which rarely happens in this world at present. I'm serious, and therefore I must beg Eryximachus not to make fun or to find any allusion in what I'm saying to Pausanias and Agathon, who, as I suspect, are both of the manly nature, and belong to the class which I've been describing. But my words have a wider application. They include men and women everywhere. And I believe that if our loves were perfectly accomplished, and each one returning to his primeval nature had his original true love, then our race would be happy. And if this would be best of all, the best in the next degree, and under present circumstances, must be the nearest approach to such an union. And that will be the attainment of a congenial love. Wherefore, if we would praise him who's given to us the benefit, we must praise the god Love, who is our greatest benefactor, both leading us in this life back to our own nature and giving us high hopes for the future. For he promises that if we are pious, he will restore us to our original state and heal us, make us happy and blessed. This, Eryximachus, is my discourse of love, which, although different to yours, I must beg you to leave unassailed by the shafts of your ridicule, in order that each may have his turn. Each, or rather either, for Agathon and Socrates are the only ones left. Indeed, I'm not going to attack you, said Eryximachus, for I thought your speech charming. And did I not know that Agathon and Socrates are masters in the art of love, I should be really afraid that they would have nothing to say, after the world of things which have been said already. But for all that, I'm not without hopes. Socrates said, You played your part well, Eryximachus, but if you were as I am now, or rather as I shall be when Agathon has spoken, you would indeed be in a great strait. You want to cast a spell over me, Socrates, said Agathon, in the hope that I may be disconcerted at the expectation raised among the audience that I shall speak well. I should be strangely forgetful, Agathon, replied Socrates, of the courage and magnanimity which you showed when your own compositions were about to be exhibited, and you came upon the stage with the actors and faced the vast theatre altogether undismayed, if I thought that your nerves could be fluttered at a small party of friends. Do you think, Socrates, said Agathon, that my head is so full of the theatre as not to know how much formidable to a man of sense a few good judges are than many fools? Nay, replied Socrates, I should be very wrong in attributing to you, Agathon, that or any other want of refinement, and I'm quite aware that if you happened to meet with any whom you thought wise, you would care for their opinion much more than that of the many. But then we, having been a part of the foolish many in the theatre, cannot be regarded as the select wise, though I know that if you chance to be in the presence, not of one of ourselves, but of some really wise man, you would be ashamed of disgracing yourself before him, would you not? Yes, said Agathon. But before the many you would not be ashamed if you thought that you were doing something disgraceful in their presence. Here Phaedrus interrupted them, saying, Oh, not answer him, my dear Agathon, for if he can only get a partner with whom he can talk, especially a good-looking one, he will no longer care about the completion of our plan. Now, I love to hear him talk, but just at present I must not forget the encomium on love which I ought to receive from him and from everyone. When you and he have paid your tribute to the god, then you may talk. Very good, Phaedrus, said Agathon. I see no reason why I should not proceed with my speech, as I shall have many other opportunities of conversing with Socrates. Let me say first how I ought to speak, and then speak. The previous speakers, instead of praising the god Love or unfolding his nature, appear to have congratulated mankind on the benefits which he confers upon them. But I would rather praise the god first, and then speak of his gifts. This is always the right way of praising everything. May I say without impiety or offence that of all the blessed gods, he is the most blessed because he's the fairest and best. And he is the fairest, for in the first place he is the youngest, and of his youth he is himself the witness, fleeing out of the way of age, who is swift enough, swifter truly than most of us like. Love hates him, and will not come near him, but youth and love live and move together, like to like, as the proverb says. Many things were said by Phaedrus about love in which I agree with him, but I cannot agree that he is older than Iapetus and Cronus. Not so. I maintain him to be the youngest of the gods and youthful ever. The ancient doings among the gods of which Hesiod and Parmenides spoke, if the tradition of them be true, were done of necessity and not of love. Had love been in those days, there would have been no chaining or mutilation of the gods or other violence, but peace and sweetness, as there is now in heaven since the rule of love began. Love is young and also tender. He ought to have a poet like Homer to describe his tenderness, as Homer says of Ate, that she is a goddess and tender. Her feet are tender, for she sets her steps, not on the ground, but on the heads of men. Herein is an excellent proof of her tenderness, that she walks not upon the hard, but upon the soft. Let us adduce a similar proof of the tenderness of love. For he walks not upon the earth, nor yet upon the skulls of men, which are not so very soft, but in the hearts and souls of both gods and men, which are of all things the softest. In them he walks and dwells and makes his home. Not in every soul, without exception, for where there is hardness he departs, where there is softness there he dwells, and nestling always with his feet, and in all manner of ways in the softest of soft places, how can he be other than the softest of all things? Of a truth, he is the tenderest as well as the youngest, and also he is of flexile form. For if he were hard and without flexure, he could not enfold all things, or wind his way into and out of every soul of man undiscovered. And a proof of his flexibility and symmetry of form is his grace, which is universally admitted to be in an especial manner the attribute of love. Ungrace and love are always at war with one another. The fairness of his complexion is revealed by his habitation among the flowers. For he dwells not amid bloomless or fading beauties, whether of body or soul or aught else, but in the place of flowers and scents. There he sits and abides. Concerning the beauty of the god I've said enough, and yet there remains much more which I might say. Of his virtue I have now to speak. His greatest glory is that he can neither do nor suffer wrong to or from any god or any man. For he suffers not by force. If he suffers, force comes not near him, neither when he acts does he act by force. For all men in all things serve him of their own free will, and where there is voluntary agreement, there, as the laws which are the lords of the city say, is justice. And not only is he just, but exceedingly temperate. For temperance is the acknowledged ruler of the pleasures and desires, and no pleasure ever masters love. He is their master, and they are his servants, and if he conquers them, he must be temperate indeed. As to courage, even the god of war is no match for him. He is the captive, and love is the lord. For love The love of Aphrodite masters him as the tale runs, and the master is stronger than the servant. And if he conquers the bravest of all others, he must be himself the bravest. Of his courage and justice and temperance I've spoken, but I've yet to speak of his wisdom. And according to the measure of my ability, I must try to do my best. In the first place, he is a poet, and here, like Eryximachus, I magnify my art, and he is also the source of poesy in others, which he could not be if he were not himself a poet. And at the touch of him everyone becomes a poet, even though he had no music in him before. This also is a proof that love is a good poet and accomplished in all the fine arts. For no one can give to another that which he has not himself, or teach that of which he has no knowledge. Who will deny that the creation of the animals is his doing? Are they not all the works of his wisdom, born and begotten of him? And as to the artist, do we not know that he only of them whom love inspires has the light of fame? He whom love touches not walks in darkness. The arts of medicine and archery and divination were discovered by Apollo under the guidance of love and desire, so that he too is a disciple of love. And also the melody of the Muses, the metallurgy of Hephaestus, the weaving of Athene, the empire of Zeus over gods and men, are all due to love, who was the inventor of them. And so love set in order the empire of the gods, the love of beauty, as is evident, for with deformity love has no concern. In the days of old, as I began by saying, dreadful deeds were done among the gods, for they were ruled by necessity. But now, since the birth of love, and from the love of the beautiful, has sprung every good in heaven and earth. Therefore, Phaedrus, I say of love, that he is the fairest and best in himself, and the cause of what is fairest and best in all other things. And there comes into my mind a line of poetry in which he is said to be the god who gives peace on earth and calms the stormy deep, who stills the winds and bids the sufferer sleep. This is he who empties men of disaffection and fills them with affection, who makes them to meet together at banquets such as these. In sacrifices, feasts, dances, he is our Lord, who sends courtesy and sends away discourtesy, who gives kindness ever and never gives unkindness, the friend of the good, the wonder of the wise, the amazement of the gods, desired by those who have no part in him, and precious to those who have the better part in him. Parent of delicacy, luxury, desire, fondness, softness, grace, regardful of the good, regardless of the evil, in every word, work, wish, fear, saviour, pilot, comrade, helper, glory of gods and men, leader brightest and best, in whose footsteps let every man follow, sweetly singing in his honour, and joining in that sweet strain with which love charms the souls of gods and men. Such is the speech, Phaedrus, half playful, yet having a certain measure of seriousness, which, according to my ability, I dedicate to the god. When Agathon had done speaking, Aristodemus said that there was a general cheer. The young man was thought to have spoken in a manner worthy of himself and of the god. And Socrates, looking at Eryximachus, said, "Tell me, son of Acumenus, was there not reason in my fears, and was I not a true prophet when I said that Agathon would make a wonderful oration, and that I should be in a strait?" "The part of the prophecy which concerns Agathon," replied Eryximachus, "appears to me to be true, but not the other part. You will be in a strait." "Why, my dear friend," said Socrates, Must not I or anyone be in a strait who has to speak after he has heard such a rich and varied discourse? I am especially struck with the beauty of the concluding words. Who could listen to them without amazement? When I reflected on the immeasurable inferiority of my own powers, I was ready to run away for shame, if there'd been a possibility of escape. For I was reminded of Gorgias, and at the end of his speech I fancied that Agathon was shaking at me the Gorginian or Gorgonian head of the great master of rhetoric, which was simply to turn me in my speech into stone, as Homer says, and strike me dumb. And then I perceived how foolish I'd been in consenting to take my turn with you in praising love, and saying that I too was a master of the art, when I really had no conception how anything ought to be praised. For in my simplicity I imagined that the topics of praise should be true, and that this being presupposed, out of the true the speaker was to choose the best and set them forth in the best manner. And I felt quite proud, thinking that I knew the nature of true praise, and should speak well. Whereas I now see that the intention was to attribute to love every species of greatness and glory, whether really belonging to him or not, without regard to truth or falsehood, that was no matter. For the original proposal seems to have been not that each of you should really praise love, but only that you should appear to praise him. And so you attribute to love every imaginable form of praise which can be gathered anywhere, and you say that he is all this and the cause of all that, making him appear the fairest and best of all to those who know him not, for you cannot impose upon those who know him. And a noble and solemn hymn of praise have you rehearsed. But as I misunderstood the nature of the praise when I said that I would take my turn, I must beg to be absolved from the promise which I made in ignorance, and which, as Euripides would say, was a promise of the lips and not of the mind. Farewell, then, to such a strain, for I do not praise in that way. No, indeed I cannot. But if you like to hear the truth about love, I am ready to speak in my own manner, though I will not make myself ridiculous by entering into any rivalry with you. Say then, Phaedrus, whether you would like to have the truth about love, spoken in any words and in any order which may happen to come into my mind at the time. Will that be agreeable to you? Aristodemus said that Phaedrus and the company bid him speak in any manner which he thought best. Then he added, "Let me have your permission first to ask Agathon a few more questions, in order that I may take his admissions as the premises of my discourse." "I grant the permission," said Phaedrus. "Put your questions." Socrates then proceeded as follows. "In the magnificent oration which you've just uttered, I think that you were right, my dear Agathon, in proposing to speak of the nature of love first, and afterwards of his works. That is a way of beginning which I very much approve. And as you have spoken so eloquently of his nature, may I ask you further, whether love is the love of something or of nothing? And here I must explain myself. I do not want you to say that love is the love of a father or the love of a mother. That would be ridiculous. But to answer as you would, if I asked, is a father of something? To which you would find no difficulty in replying, of a son or daughter, and the answer would be right. Very true, said Agathon. And would you say the same of a mother? He assented. Yet let me ask you one more question in order to illustrate my meaning. Is not a brother to be regarded essentially as a brother of something? Certainly, he replied. That is, of a brother or sister. Yes, he said. And now, said Socrates, I will ask about love. Is love of something or of nothing? Of something, surely, he replied. Keep in mind what this is, and tell me what I want to know. whether love desires that of which love is. Yes, surely. And does he possess or does he not possess that which he loves and desires? Probably not, I should say. Nay, replied Socrates, I would have you consider whether necessarily is not rather the word. The inference that he who desires something is in want of something, and that he who desires nothing is in want of nothing, is, in my judgment, Agathon, absolutely and necessarily true. What do you think? I agree with you, said Agathon. Very good. Would he who is great desire to be great, or he who is strong desire to be strong? That would be inconsistent with our previous admissions. True, for he who is anything cannot want to be that which he is. Very true. And yet, added Socrates, if a man being strong desired to be strong, or being swift desired to be swift, or being healthy desired to be healthy, in that case he might be thought to desire something which he already has or is. I give the example in order that we may avoid misconception. For the possessors of these qualities, Agathon, must be supposed to have their respective advantages at the time, whether they choose or not. And who can desire that which he has? Therefore, when a person says, I am well and wish to be well, or I am rich and wish to be rich, and I desire simply to have what I have, to him we shall reply, you, my friend, having wealth and health and strength, want to have the continuance of them, for at this moment, whether you choose or no, you have them. And when you say, I desire that which I have and nothing else, is not your meaning that you want to have what you now have in the future? He must agree with us, must he not? He must, replied Agathon. Then, said Socrates, he desires that what he has at present may be preserved to him in the future, which is equivalent to saying that he desires something which is non-existent to him, and which as yet he has not got. Very true, he said. Then he, and everyone who desires that which he has not already, and which is future and not present, and which he has not, and is not, and of which he is in want. These are the sort of things which love and desire seek? Very true, he said. Then now, said Socrates, let us recapitulate the argument. First, is not love of something, and of something too, which is wanting to a man? Yes, he replied. Remember further what you said in your speech, and if you do not remember, I will remind you. You said that the love of the beautiful set in order the empire of the gods. For that of deformed things there is no love. Did you not say something of that kind? Yes, said Agathon. Yes, my friend, and the remark was a just one. And if this is true, love is the love of beauty, and not of deformity. He assented. And the admission has already been made that love is of something which a man wants and has not. True, he said. Then love wants and has not beauty. Certainly, he replied. And would you call that beautiful which wants and does not possess beauty? Certainly not. Then would you still say that love is beautiful? Agathon replied, I fear that I did not understand what I was saying. You made a very good speech, Agathon, replied Socrates, but there is yet one small question which I would fain ask. Is not the good also the beautiful? Yes. Then in wanting the beautiful, love wants also the good? I cannot refute you, Socrates, said Agathon. Let us assume that what you say is true. Say rather, beloved Agathon, that you cannot refute the truth, for Socrates is easily refuted. And now, taking my leave of you, I would rehearse a tale of love which I heard from Diotima of Mantinea, a woman wise in this, and in many other kinds of knowledge, who in the days of old, when the Athenians offered sacrifice before the coming of the plague, delayed the disease 10 years. She was my instructress in the art of love, and I shall repeat to you what she said to me, beginning with the admissions made by Agathon, which are nearly, if not quite, the same which I made to the wise woman when she questioned me. I think that this will be the easiest way, and I shall take both parts myself, as well as I can. As you, Agathon, suggested, I must speak first of the being and nature of love, and then of his works. First, I said to her, in nearly the same words which he used to me, that love was a mighty god and likewise fair. And she proved to me, as I proved to him, that by my own showing love was neither fair nor good. What do you mean, Diotima? I said. Is love then evil and foul? Hush, she cried. Must that be foul which is not fair? Certainly, I said. And is that which is not wise ignorant? Do you not see that there is a mean between wisdom and ignorance? And what may that be? I said. Right opinion, she replied, which, as you know, being incapable of giving a reason, is not knowledge. For how can knowledge be devoid of reason? Nor again ignorance, for neither can ignorance attain the truth, but is clearly something which is a mean between ignorance and wisdom. Quite true, I replied. Do not then insist, she said, that what is not fair is of necessity foul, of what is not good, evil, or infer that because love is not fair and good, he is therefore foul and evil, for he is in a mean between them. Well, I said, love is surely admitted by all to be a great god. By those who know or by those who do not know? By all. And how, Socrates, she said with a smile, can love be acknowledged to be a great god by those who say he is not a god at all? And who are they? I said. You and I are two of them, she replied. How can that be? I said. It is quite intelligible, she replied. For you yourself would acknowledge that the gods are happy and fair. Of course you would. Would you dare to say that any god was not? Certainly not, I replied. And you mean by the happy those who are the possessors of things good or fair? Yes. And you admitted that love, because he was in want, desires the good and fair things of which he is in want? Yes, I did. But how can he be a god who has no portion in what is either good or fair? Impossible. Then you see that you also deny the divinity of love. What then is love? I asked. Is he mortal? No. What then? As in the former instance he is neither mortal nor immortal, but in the mean between the two. What is he, Diotima? He is a great spirit, and like all spirits he is intermediate between the divine and mortal. And what, I said, is his power? He interprets, she replied, between gods and men, conveying and taking across to the gods the prayers and sacrifices of men, and to men the commands and replies of the gods. He is the mediator, who spans the chasm which divides them, and therefore in him all is bound together, and through him the arts of the prophet and the priest, their sacrifices and mysteries and charms, and all prophecy and incantation find their way. For God mingles not with man, but through love all the intercourse and converse of God with man, whether awake or asleep, is carried on. The wisdom which understands this is spiritual. All other wisdom, such as that of arts and handicrafts, is mean and vulgar. Now these spirits, or intermediate powers, are many and diverse, and one of them is love. And who, I said, was his father, and who his mother? The tale, she said, will take time. Nevertheless, I will tell you. On the birthday of Aphrodite there was a feast of the gods at which the god Porus, or Plenty, who is the son of Metis, or Discretion, was one of the guests. When the feast was over, Penia, or Poverty, as the manner is on such occasions, came about the doors to beg. Now Plenty, who was the worse for nectar, there was no wine in those days, went into the garden of Zeus and fell into a heavy sleep. And Poverty, considering her own straitened circumstances, plotted to have a child by him, and accordingly she lay down at his side and conceived Love, who, partly because he is naturally a lover of the beautiful, and because Aphrodite is herself beautiful, and also because he was born on her birthday, is her follower and attendant. And as his parentage is, so also are his fortunes. In the first place, he is always poor, and anything but tender and fair, as the many imagine him, and he is rough and squalid, and has no shoes, nor a house to dwell in. On the bare earth exposed he lies under the open heaven, in the streets, or at the doors of houses, taking his rest. Like his mother, he is always in distress. Like his father, too, whom he also partly resembles, he is always plotting against the fair and good. He is bold, enterprising, strong, a mighty hunter, always weaving some intrigue or other, keen in the pursuit of wisdom, fertile in resources. A philosopher at all times, terrible as an enchanter, sorcerer, sophist. He is by nature neither mortal nor immortal, but alive and flourishing at one moment when he is in plenty, and dead at another moment, and again alive by reason of his father's nature. But that which is always flowing in is always flowing out, and so he is never in want and never in wealth, and further, he is in a mean between ignorance and knowledge. The truth of the matter is, no god is a philosopher or seeker after wisdom, for he is wise already. Nor does any man who is wise seek after wisdom. Neither do the ignorant seek after wisdom. For herein is the evil of ignorance, that he who is neither good nor wise is nevertheless satisfied with himself. He has no desire for that of which he feels no want. But who then, Diotima, I said, are the lovers of wisdom, if they are neither the wise nor the foolish? The child may answer that question, she replied. There are those who are in a mean between the two. Love is one of them, for wisdom is a most beautiful thing, and love is of the beautiful. And therefore love is also a philosopher or lover of wisdom, and being a lover of wisdom is in a mean between the wise and the ignorant. And of this too his birth is the cause, for his father is wealthy and wise, and his mother poor and foolish. Such, my dear Socrates, is the nature of the spirit Love. The error in your conception of him was very natural, and as I imagine, from what you say, has arisen out of a confusion of love and the beloved, which made you think that love was all beautiful. For the beloved is the truly beautiful and delicate and perfect and blessed, but the principle of love is of another nature and is such as I have described. I said, O thou stranger woman, thou sayest well, but assuming love to be such as you say, what is the use of him to men? That, Socrates, she replied, I will attempt to unfold. Of his nature and birth I have already spoken, and you acknowledge that love is of the beautiful. But some will say, of the beautiful in what, Socrates and Diotima? Or rather, let me put the question more clearly and ask, when a man loves the beautiful, what does he desire? I answered her, that the beautiful may be his. Still, she said, the answer suggests a further question. What is given by the possession of beauty? To what you have asked, I replied, I have no answer ready. Then, she said, let me put the word good in the place of the beautiful, and repeat the question once more. If he who loves loves the good, what is it then that he loves? The possession of the good, I said. And what does he gain who possesses the good? Happiness, I replied. There is less difficulty in answering that question. Yes, she said, the happy are made happy by the acquisition of good things. Nor is there any need to ask why a man desires happiness. The answer is already final. You are right, I said. And is this wish and this desire common to all, and do all men always desire their own good, or only some men? What say you? All men, I replied. The desire is common to all. Why then, she rejoined, are not all men, Socrates, said to love, but only some of them? Whereas you say that all men are always loving the same things. I myself wonder, I said, why this is. There is nothing to wonder at, she replied. The reason is that one part of love is separated off and receives the name of the whole, but the other parts have other names. Oh, give an illustration, I said. She answered me as follows. There is poetry, which, as you know, is complex and manifold. All creation, or passage of non-being into being, is poetry, or making, and the processes of all art are creative, and the masters of arts are all poets or makers. Very true. Still, she said, you know that they are not called poets, but have other names. Only that portion of the art which is separated off from the rest and is concerned with music and metre is termed poetry. And they who possess poetry in this sense of the word are called poets. Very true, I said. And the same holds of love. For you may say generally that all desire of good and happiness is only the great and subtle power of love. But they who are drawn towards him by any other path, whether the path of money-making or gymnastics or philosophy, are not called lovers. The name of the whole is appropriated to those whose affection takes one form only. They alone are said to love or to be lovers. I dare say, I replied, that you are right. Yes, she added, and you hear people say that lovers are seeking for their other half, but I say that they are seeking neither for the half of themselves nor for the whole, unless the half or the whole be also a good. And they will cut off their own hands and feet and cast them away if they are evil. They love not what is their own, unless perchance there be someone who calls what belongs to him the good, and what belongs to another the evil. But there is nothing which men love but the good. Is there anything? Certainly, I should say that there is nothing. Then, she said, the simple truth is that men love the good. Yes, I said, to which must be added that they love the possession of the good. Yes, that must be added, and not only the possession, but the everlasting possession of the good. That must be added too. Then love, she said, may be described generally as the love of the everlasting possession of the good. That is most true. Then if this be the nature of love, can you tell me further, she said, what is the manner of the pursuit? What are they doing who show all this eagerness and heat which is called love? And what is the object which they have in view? Answer me. Nay, Diotima, I replied, if I had known, I should not have wondered at your wisdom, neither should I have come to learn from you about this very matter. Well, she said, I will teach you. The object which they have in view is birth in beauty, whether of body or soul. I do not understand you, I said. The oracle requires an explanation. I will make my meaning clearer, she replied. I mean to say that all men are bringing to the birth in their bodies and in their souls. There is a certain age at which human nature is desirous of procreation which must be in beauty and not in deformity, and this procreation is the union of man and woman, and is a divine thing. For conception and generation are an immortal principle in the mortal creature, and in the inharmonious they can never be. But the deformed is always inharmonious with the divine, and the beautiful harmonious. Beauty, then, is the destiny or goddess of parturition who presides at birth, and therefore, when approaching beauty, the conceiving power is propitious and diffusive and benign, and begets and bears fruit. At the sight of ugliness she frowns and contracts, and has a sense of pain, and turns away and shrivels up, and not without a pang refrains from conception. And this is the reason why, when the hour of conception arrives and the teeming nature is full, there is such a flutter and ecstasy about beauty, whose approach is the alleviation of the pain of travail. For love, Socrates, is not, as you imagine, the love of the beautiful only. What then? The love of generation and of birth in beauty. Yes, I said. Yes, indeed, she replied. But why of generation? Because to the mortal creature generation is a sort of eternity and immortality, she replied. And if, as has already been admitted, love is of the everlasting possession of the good, all men will necessarily desire immortality together with good. Wherefore, love is of immortality. All this she taught me at various times when she spoke of love, and I remember her once saying to me, "What is the cause, Socrates, of love and the attendant desire? See you not how all animals, birds as well as beasts, in their desire of procreation, are in agony when they take the infection of love, which begins with the desire of union? Whereto is added the care of offspring, on whose behalf the weakest are ready to battle against the strongest, even to the uttermost, and to die for them, and will let themselves be tormented with hunger or suffer anything in order to maintain their young. Man may be supposed to act thus from reason. But why should animals have these passionate feelings? Can you tell me why?" Again I replied that I did not know. She said to me, "And do you expect ever to become a master in the art of love if you do not know this?" "But I've told you already, Diotima, that my ignorance is the reason why I come to you, for I am conscious that I want to teach her. Tell me then the cause of this and of the other mysteries of love." "Marvel not," she said. "If you believe that love is of the immortal, as we've several times acknowledged, here again, and on the same principle too, the mortal nature is seeking as far as possible to be everlasting and immortal. And this is only to be attained by generation, because generation always leaves behind a new existence in the place of the old. Nay, even in the life of the same individual there is succession and not absolute unity. A man is called the same, and yet in the short interval which elapses between youth and age, and in which every animal is said to have life and identity, is undergoing a perpetual process of loss and reparation. Hair, flesh, bones, blood, and the whole body are always changing. Which is true not only of the body, but also of the soul, whose habits, tempers, opinions, desires, pleasures, pains, fears, never remain the same in any one of us, but are always coming and going. And equally true of knowledge. And what is still more surprising to us mortals, not only do the sciences in general spring up and decay, so that in respect of them we are never the same, but each of them individually experiences a like change. For what is implied in the word recollection but the departure of knowledge which is ever being forgotten, and is renewed and preserved by recollection, and appears to be the same, although in reality new, according to that law of succession by which all mortal things are preserved, not absolutely the same, but by substitution, the old worn-out mortality leaving another new and similar existence behind, unlike the divine, which is always the same and not another. And in this way, Socrates, the mortal body, or mortal anything, partakes of immortality, but the immortal in another way. Marvel not then at the love which all men have of their offspring, for that universal love and interest is for the sake of immortality." I was astonished at her words, and said, "Is this really true, O thou wise Diotima? And she answered with all the authority of an accomplished sophist, "Of that, Socrates, you may be assured. Think only of the ambition of men, and you will wonder at the senselessness of their ways, unless you consider how they are stirred by the love of an immortality of fame. They are ready to run all risks greater far than they would have run for their children, and to spend money and undergo any sort of toil, and even to die, for the sake of leaving behind them a name which shall be eternal. Do you imagine that Alcestis would have died to save Admetus, or Achilles to avenge Patroclus, or your own Codrus in order to preserve the kingdom for his sons, if they had not imagined that the memory of their virtues, which still survives among us, would be immortal? Nay, she said, I am persuaded that all men do all things, and the better they are, the more they do them, in hope of the glorious fame of immortal virtue. But they desire the immortal. Those who are pregnant in the body only betake themselves to women and beget children. This is the character of their love. Their offspring, as they hope, will preserve their memory, and giving them the blessedness and immortality which they desire in the future. But souls which are pregnant, but there certainly are men who are more creative in their souls than in their bodies, conceive that which is proper for the soul to conceive or contain. And what are these conceptions? Wisdom and virtue in general. And such creators are poets and all artists who are deserving of the name inventor. But the greatest and fairest sort of wisdom by far is that which is concerned with the ordering of states and families, and which is called temperance and justice. And he who in youth has the seed of these implanted in him, and is himself inspired, when he comes to maturity desires to beget and generate. He wanders about seeking beauty, that he may beget offspring. For in deformity he will beget nothing, and naturally embraces the beautiful rather than the deformed body. Above all, when he finds a fair and noble and well-nurtured soul, he embraces the two in one person, and to such an one he is full of speech about virtue and the nature and pursuits of a good man. And he tries to educate him. And at the touch of the beautiful which is ever present to his memory, even when absent, he brings forth that which he had conceived long before, and in company with him tends that which he brings forth. And they are married by a far nearer tie, and have a closer friendship, than those who beget mortal children. For the children who are their common offspring are fairer and more immortal. Who, when he thinks of Homer and Hesiod and other great poets, would not rather have their children than ordinary human ones? Who would not emulate them in the creation of children such as theirs, which have preserved their memory and given them everlasting glory? Or who would not have such children as Lycurgus left behind him to be the saviours, not only of Sparta, but of Hellas, as one may say? There is Solon, too, who is the revered father of Athenian laws. And many others there are in many other places, both among Hellenes and barbarians, who have given to the world many noble works, and have been the parents of virtue of every kind, and many temples have been raised in their honour for the sake of children such as theirs, which were never raised in honour of anyone for the sake of his mortal children. These are the lesser mysteries of love, into which even you, Socrates, may enter. To the greater and more hidden ones, which are the crown of these, and to which, if you pursue them in the right spirit, they will lead, I know not whether you will be able to attain. But I will do my utmost to inform you, and do you follow if you can. For he who would proceed aright in this matter should begin in youth to visit beautiful forms, and first, if he be guided by his instructor aright, to love one such form only. Out of that he should create fair thoughts, and soon he will of himself perceive that the beauty of one form is akin to the beauty of another. And then if beauty of form in general is his pursuit, how foolish would he be not to recognize that the beauty in every form is the same? And when he perceives this, He will abate his violent love of the one, which he will despise and deem a small thing, and will become a lover of all beautiful forms. In the next stage he will consider that the beauty of the mind is more honourable than the beauty of the outward form. So that if a virtuous soul have but a little comeliness, he will be content to love and tend him, and will search out and bring to the birth thoughts which may improve the young, until he is compelled to contemplate and see the beauty of institutions and laws, and to understand that the beauty of them all is of one family, and that personal beauty is a trifle, and after laws and institutions he will go on to the sciences, that he may see their beauty, being not like a servant in love with the beauty of one youth or man or institution, himself a slave, mean and narrow-minded, but drawing towards and contemplating the vast sea of beauty. He will create many fair and noble thoughts and notions in boundless love of wisdom, until on that shore he grows and waxes strong, and at last the vision is revealed to him of a single science, which is the science of beauty everywhere. To this I will proceed. Please to give me your very best attention. He who has been instructed thus far in the things of love, and who has learned to see the beautiful in due order and succession, when he comes toward the end, will suddenly perceive a nature of wondrous beauty. And this, Socrates, is the final cause of all our former toils. A nature which in the first place is everlasting, not growing and decaying, or waxing and waning. Secondly, not fair in one point of view and foul in another, or at one time, or in one relation, or at one place fair, at another time, or in another relation, or at another place foul, as if fair to some and foul to others, or in the likeness of a face, or hands, or any other part of the bodily frame, or in any form of speech or knowledge, or existing in any other being, as, for example, in an animal, or in heaven, or in earth, or in any other place. But beauty absolute, separate, simple, and everlasting, which without diminution and without increase or any change is imparted to the ever-growing and perishing beauties of all other things. He who from these ascending under the influence of true love begins to perceive that beauty is not far from the end. And the true order of going, or being led by another to the things of love, is to begin from the beauties of earth and mount upwards for the sake of that other beauty, using these as steps only, and from one going on to two, and from two to all fair forms, and from fair forms to fair practices, and from fair practices to fair notions, until from fair notions he arrives at the notion of absolute beauty, and at last knows what the essence of beauty is. This, my dear Socrates, said the stranger of Mantinea, is that life above all others which man should live, in the contemplation of beauty absolute. A beauty which, if you once beheld, you would see not to be after the measure of gold and garments and fair boys and youths whose presence now entrances you, and you and many a one would be content to live seeing them only, and conversing with them, without meat or drink, if that were possible. You only want to look at them, and to be with them. But what if man had eyes to see the true beauty, the divine beauty, I mean, pure and clear and unalloyed, not clogged with the pollutions of mortality and all the colours and vanities of human life, thither looking and holding converse with the true beauty, simple and divine? Remember how in that communion only, beholding beauty with the eye of the mind, he will be enabled to bring forth not images of beauty, but realities. For he has hold not of an image, but of a reality, and bringing forth a nourishing true virtue to become the friend of God and be immortal, if mortal man may, would that be an ignoble life? Such, Phaedrus, and I speak not only to you, but to all of you, were the words of Diotima, and I am persuaded of their truth. And being persuaded of them, I try to persuade others, that in the attainment of this end human nature will not easily find a helper better than love. And therefore also I say that every man ought to honour him, as I myself honour him, and walk in his ways, and exhort others to do the same, and praise the power and spirit of love, according to the measure of my ability now and ever. The words which I have spoken you, Phaedrus, may call an encomium of love, or anything else which you please. When Socrates had done speaking, the company applauded, and Aristophanes was beginning to say something in answer to the allusion which Socrates had made to his own speech, and suddenly there was a great knocking at the door of the house, as of revellers, and the sound of a flute girl was heard. Agathon told the attendants to go and see who the intruders were. If they are friends of ours, he said, invite them in, but if not, say that the drinking is over. A little while afterwards they heard the voice of Alcibiades resounding in the court. He was in a great state of intoxication, and kept roaring and shouting, "Where is Agathon? Lead me to Agathon!" And at length, supported by the flute girl and some of his attendants, he found his way to them. "Hail, friends," he said, appearing at the door, crowned with a massive garland of ivy and violets, his head flowing with ribbons. "Will you have a very drunken man as a companion of your revels? Or shall I crown Agathon, which was my intention in coming, and go away? For I was unable to come yesterday, and therefore I'm here today, carrying on my head these ribbons that, taking them from my own head, I may crown the head of this fairest and wisest of men, as I may be allowed to call him. Will you laugh at me because I am drunk? Ha ha! Yet I know very well that I'm speaking the truth, although you may laugh. But first, tell me, if I come in, shall we have the understanding of which I spoke? Will you drink with me or not?" The company was vociferous in begging that he would take his place among them, and Agathon specially invited him. Thereupon he was led in by the people who were with him, and as he was being led, intending to crown Agathon, he took the ribbons from his own head and held them in front of his eyes. He was thus prevented from seeing Socrates, who made way for him, and Alcibiades took the vacant place between Agathon and Socrates, and in taking the place he embraced Agathon and crowned him. "Take off his sandals," said Agathon, "and let him make a third on the same couch." "By all means, but who makes the third partner in our revels?" said Alcibiades, turning round and starting up as he caught sight of Socrates. "By Heracles," he said, "what's this? Here is Socrates, always lying in wait for me, and always, as his way is, coming out at all sorts of unexpected places. And now what have you to say for yourself, and why are you lying here, where I perceive that you have contrived to find a place, not by a joker or lover of jokes like Aristophanes, but by the fairest of the company?" Socrates turned to Agathon and said, "I must ask you to protect me, Agathon, for the passion of this man has grown quite a serious matter to me. Since I became his admirer, I have never been allowed to speak to any other fair one, or so much as to look at them. If I do, he grows wild with envy and jealousy, and not only abuses me, but can hardly keep his hands off me. And at this moment he may do me some harm. Please to see to this, and either reconcile me to him, or if he attempts violence, protect me, as I am in bodily fear of his mad and passionate attempts." "There can never be a reconciliation between you and me," said Alcibiades. "But for the present I will defer your chastisement, and I must beg you, Agathon, to give me back some of the ribbons, that I may crown the marvellous head of this universal despot. I would not have him complain of me for crowning you and neglecting him, who in conversation is the conqueror of all mankind, and this not only once, as you were the day before yesterday, but always. Whereupon, taking some of the ribbons, he crowned Socrates, and again reclined. Then he said, "You see, my friends, to be sober, which is a thing not to be endured, you must drink. That was the agreement under which I was admitted, and I elect myself master of the feast until you're well drunk. Let us have a large goblet, Agathon. Or rather," he said, addressing the attendant, "bring me that wine-cooler." The wine-cooler, which had caught his eye, was a vessel holding more than 2 quarts. This he filled and emptied, and bade the attendant fill it again for Socrates. "Observe, my friends," said Alcibiades, "that this ingenious trick of mine will have no effect on Socrates, for he can drink any quantity of wine and not be at all nearer being drunk." Socrates drank the cup, which the attendant filled for him. Eryximachus said, "What is this, Alcibiades? Are we to have neither conversation nor singing over our cups, but simply to drink as if we were thirsty?" Alcibiades replied, "Hail, worthy son of a most wise and worthy sire." "The same to you," said Eryximachus, "but what shall we do?" "That I leave to you," said Alcibiades. "The wise physician, skilled our wounds to heal, shall prescribe, and we will obey. What do you want?" "Well," said Eryximachus, "before you appeared, we'd passed a resolution that each one of us in turn should make a speech in praise of love, and as good a one as he could. The turn was passed round from left to right, and as all of us have spoken, and you've not spoken, but have well drunken, you ought to speak, and then impose upon Socrates any task which you please, and he on his right-hand neighbour, and so on." "Ooh, that is good, Eryximachus," said Alcibiades, "and yet the comparison of a drunken man's speech with those of sober men is hardly fair, and I should like to know, sweet friend, whether you really believe what Socrates was just now saying, for I can assure you that the very reverse is the fact, and that if I praise anyone but himself in his presence, whether God or man, he will hardly keep his hands off me." "For shame," said Socrates. "Hold your tongue," said Alcibiades, "for by Poseidon there is no one else whom I will praise when you are of the company." "Well, then," said Eryximachus, "if you like, praise Socrates." "What do you think, Eryximachus?" said Alcibiades. "Shall I attack him and inflict the punishment before you all?" "What are you about?" said Socrates. "Are you going to raise a laugh at my expense? Is that the meaning of your praise? I am going to speak the truth, if you will permit me." "I not only permit, but exhort you to speak the truth." "Then I will begin at once," said Alcibiades, "and if I say anything which is not true, you may interrupt me if you will, and say, 'That is a lie,' though my intention is to speak the truth. But you must not wonder if I speak anyhow as things come into my mind, for the fluent and orderly enumeration of all your singularities is not a task which is easy to a man in my condition. And now, my boys, I shall praise Socrates in a figure which will appear to him to be a caricature, and yet I speak not to make fun of him, but only for the truth's sake. I say that he's exactly like the busts of Silenus, which are set up in the statuary's shops, holding pipes and flutes in their mouths, and they are made to open in the middle and have images of gods inside them. I say also that he's like Marsyas the satyr. You yourself would not deny, Socrates, that your face is like that of a satyr. Aye, and there's a resemblance in other points too. For example, you are a bully. as I can prove by witnesses if you will not confess. And are you not a flute player? That you are, and a performer far more wonderful than Marsyas. He indeed with instruments used to charm the souls of men by the power of his breath, and the players of his music do so still. For the melodies of Olympus are derived from Marsyas, who taught them, and these, whether they are played by a great master or by a miserable flute girl, have a power which no others have. They alone possess the soul and reveal the wants of those who have need of gods and mysteries, because they are divine. But you produce the same effect with your words only, and do not require the flute. That is the difference between you and him. When we hear any other speaker, even a very good one, he produces absolutely no effect upon us, or not much, whereas the mere fragments of you and your words, even at second hand, and however imperfectly repeated, amaze and possess the souls of every man, woman, and child who comes within hearing of them. And if I were not afraid that you would think me hopelessly drunk, I would have sworn as well as spoken to the influence which they have always had, and still have, over me. For my heart leaps within me more than that of any Corybantian reveller, and my eyes rain tears when I hear them. And I observe that many others are affected in the same manner. I've heard Pericles and other great orators, and I thought that they spoke well, but I never had any similar feeling. My soul was not stirred by them, nor was I angry at the thought of my own slavish state. But this Marsyas has often brought me to such a pass that I felt as if I could hardly endure the life which I am leading. This Socrates, you will admit, and I am conscious that if I did not shut my ears against him, and fly as from the voice of the siren, my fate would be like that of others. He would transfix me, and I should grow old sitting at his feet. For he makes me confess that I ought not to live as I do, neglecting the wants of my own soul, and busying myself with the concerns of the Athenians. Therefore I hold my ears and tear myself away from him. And he is the only person who ever made me ashamed, which you might think not to be in my nature, and there is no one else who does the same. For I know that I cannot answer him, or say that I ought not to do as he bids, but when I leave his presence, the love of popularity gets the better of me. And therefore I run away and fly from him, and when I see him, I'm ashamed of what I have confessed to him. Many a time have I wished that he were dead. And yet I know that I should be more sorry than glad if he were to die, so that I'm at my wit's end. And this is what I and many others have suffered from the flute-playing of this satyr. Yet hear me once more, while I show you how exact the image is, and how marvellous his power. For let me tell you, none of you know him, but I will reveal him to you. Having begun, I must go on. See you how fond he is of the fair. He's always with them, and is always being smitten by them. Then again he knows nothing, and is ignorant of all things. Such is the appearance which he puts on. Is he not like a Silenus in this? To be sure he is. His outer mask is the carved head of the Silenus. But, oh, my companions, in drink when he is opened, what temperance there is residing within! Know you that beauty and wealth and honour, at which the many wonder, are of no account with him, and are utterly despised by him? He regards not at all the persons who are gifted with them. Mankind are nothing to him. All his life is spent in mocking and flouting at them. But when I opened him and looked within at his serious purpose, I saw in him divine and golden images of such fascinating beauty that I was ready to do in a moment whatever Socrates commanded. They may have escaped the observation of others, but I saw them. Now I fancied that he was seriously enamoured of my beauty, and I thought that I should therefore have a grand opportunity of hearing him tell what he knew, for I had a wonderful opinion of the attractions of my youth. In the prosecution of this design, when I next went to him, I sent away the attendant who usually accompanied me. I will confess the whole truth and beg you to listen, and if I speak falsely, do you, Socrates, expose the falsehood. Well, he and I were alone together, and I thought that when there was nobody with us, I should hear him speak the language which lovers use to their loves when they are by themselves, and I was delighted. Nothing of the sort. He conversed as usual and spent the day with me, and then went away. Afterwards I challenged him to the palestra, and he wrestled and closed with me several times when there was no one present. I fancied that I might succeed in this manner. Not a bit. I made no way with him. Lastly, as I'd failed hitherto, I thought that I must take stronger measures and attack him boldly, and as I had begun, not give him up, but see how matters stood between him and me. So I invited him to sup with me, just as if he were a fair youth and I a designing lover. He was not easily persuaded to come. He did, however, after a while accept the invitation, and when he came the first time he wanted to go away at once as soon as supper was over, and I had not the face to detain him. The second time, still in pursuance of my design, after we'd supped, I went on conversing far into the night, and when he wanted to go away, I pretended that the hour was late and that he'd much better remain. So he lay down on the couch next to me, the same in which he'd supped, and there was no one but ourselves sleeping in the apartment. All this may be told without shame to anyone, but what follows I could hardly tell you if I was sober, yet as the proverb says, in vino veritas, whether with boys or without them, and therefore I must speak. Nor again should I be justified in concealing the lofty actions of Socrates when I come to praise him. Moreover, I felt the serpent's sting, and he who has suffered, as they say, is willing to tell his fellow-sufferers only, as they alone will be likely to understand him, and will not be extreme in judging of the sayings or doings which have been wrung from his agony. For I've been bitten by more than a viper's tooth. I've known in my soul, or in my heart, or in some other part, the worst of pangs, more violent in ingenuous youth than any serpent's tooth, the pang of philosophy which will make a man say or do anything. And you, whom I see around me, Phaedrus and Agathon and Eryximachus and Pausanias and Aristodemus and Aristophanes, all of you, and I need not say Socrates himself, have had experience of the same madness and passion in your longing after wisdom. Therefore listen, and excuse my doings then at my sayings now. But let the attendants and other profane and unmannered persons close up the doors of their ears. When the lamp was put out and the servants had gone away, I thought that I must be plain with him and have no more ambiguity. So I gave him a shake, and I said, Socrates, are you asleep? No, he said. Do you know what I am meditating? What are you meditating? He said. I think, I replied, that of all the lovers whom I've ever had, you are the only one who is worthy of me, and you appear to be too modest to speak. Now I feel that I should be a fool to refuse you this or any other favor, and therefore I come to lay at your feet all that I have, and all that my friends have, in the hope that you will assist me in the way of virtue, which I desire above all things, in which I believe that you can help me better than anyone else. And I should certainly have more reason to be ashamed of what wise men would say if I were to refuse a favor to such as you, than of what the world, who are mostly fools, would say of me if I granted it. To these words he replied, in the ironical manner which is so characteristic of him, Alcibiades, my friend, you have indeed an elevated aim if what you say is true, and if there really is in me any power by which you may become better. Truly you must see in me some rare beauty of a kind infinitely higher than any which I see in you, and therefore if you mean to share with me and to exchange beauty for beauty, you will have greatly the advantage of me. You will gain true beauty in return for appearance, like Diomede, gold in exchange for brass. But look again, sweet friend, and see whether you are not deceived in me. The mind begins to grow critical when the bodily eye fails, and it will be a long time before you get old. Hearing this, I said, I've told you my purpose, which is quite serious, and you consider what you think best for you and me. That is good, he said. At some other time, then, we will consider and act as seems best about this and about other matters. Whereupon I fancied that he was smitten, and that the words which I had uttered like arrows had wounded him, and so, without waiting to hear more, I got up, and throwing my coat about him, crept under his threadbare cloak, as the time of the year was winter, and there I lay during the whole night, having this wonderful monster in my arms. This again, Socrates, will not be denied by you. And yet, notwithstanding all, he was so superior to my solicitation, so contemptuous and derisive and disdainful of my beauty, which really, as I fancied, had some attractions. Hear, O judges, for you judges you shall be of the haughty virtue of Socrates. Nothing more happened, but in the morning, when I awoke, that all the gods and goddesses be my witnesses, I arose from the couch of a father or an elder brother. What do you suppose must have been my feelings after this rejection at the thought of my own dishonour? And yet I could not help wondering at his natural temperance and self-restraint and manliness. I never imagined that I could have met with a man such as he is in wisdom and endurance, and therefore I could not be angry with him or renounce his company any more than I could hope to win him. For I well knew that if Ajax could not be wounded by steel, much less he by money, and my only chance of captivating him by my personal attractions had failed, so I was at my wit's end. No one was ever more hopelessly enslaved by another. All this happened before he and I went on the expedition to Potidaea. There we messed together, and I had the opportunity of observing his extraordinary power of sustaining fatigue. His endurance was simply marvellous. When, being cut off from our supplies, we were compelled to go without food, on such occasions, which often happen in time of war, he was superior not only to me, but to everybody. There was no one to be compared to him. Yet at a festival he was the only person who had any real powers of enjoyment. Though not willing to drink, he could, if compelled, beat us all at that. Wonderful to relate, no human being had ever seen Socrates drunk, and his powers, if I am not mistaken, will be tested before long. His fortitude in enduring cold was also surprising. There was a severe frost, for the winter in that region is really tremendous, and everybody else either remained indoors or, if they went out, had on an amazing quantity of clothes, and were well shod and had their feet swathed in felt and fleeces. In the midst of this, Socrates, with his bare feet on the ice and in his ordinary dress, marched better than the other soldiers who had shoes, and they looked daggers at him because he seemed to despise them. I've told you one tale, and now I must tell you another, which is worth hearing, of the doings and sufferings of the enduring man while he was on the expedition. One morning he was thinking about something which he could not resolve. He would not give it up, but continued thinking from early dawn until noon. There he stood, fixed in thought, and at noon attention was drawn to him, and the rumour ran through the wondering crowd that Socrates had been standing and thinking about something ever since the break of day. At last, in the evening after supper, some Ionians, out of curiosity, I should explain that this was not in winter but in summer, brought out their mats and slept in the open air, that they might watch him and see whether he would stand all night. There he stood until the following morning, and with the return of light, he offered up a prayer to the sun and went his way. I will also tell, if you please, and indeed I'm bound to tell, of his courage in battle. For who but he saved my life? Now this was the engagement in which I received the prize of valour. For I was wounded, and he would not leave me, but he rescued me and my arms, and he ought to have received the prize of valour which the generals wanted to confer on me, partly on account of my rank, and I told them so. This again Socrates will not impeach or deny, but he was more eager than the generals that I and not he should have the prize. There was another occasion on which his behaviour was very remarkable. In the flight of the army after the battle of Delium, where he served among the heavy-armed, I had a better opportunity of seeing him than at Potidaea, for I was myself on horseback and therefore comparatively out of danger. He and Laches were retreating, for the troops were in flight, and I met them and told them not to be discouraged, and promised to remain with them. And there you might see him, Aristophanes, as you describe, just as he is in the streets of Athens, stalking like a pelican and rolling his eyes, calmly contemplating enemies as well as friends, and making very intelligible to anybody, even from a distance, that whoever attacked him would be likely to meet with a stout resistance. And in this way he and his companion escaped, for this is the sort of man who is never touched in war. Those only are pursued who are running away headlong. I particularly observed how superior he was to Laches in presence of mind. Many are the marvels which I might narrate in praise of Socrates. Most of his ways might perhaps be paralleled in another man, but his absolute unlikeness to any human being that is or ever has been is perfectly astonishing. You may imagine Brasidas and others to have been like Achilles, or you may imagine Nestor and Antenor to have been like Pericles, and the same may be said of other famous men. But of this strange being you will never be able to find any likeness, however remote, either among men who now are, or who ever have been, other than that which I have already suggested of Silenus and the satyrs, and they represent in a figure not only himself, but his words. For although I forgot to mention this to you before, his words are like the images of Silenus which open. They are ridiculous when you first hear them. He clothes himself in language that is like the skin of the wanton satyr. For his talk is of pack-asses and smiths and cobblers and curriers, and he is always repeating the same things in the same words, so that any ignorant or inexperienced person might feel disposed to laugh at him. But he who opens the bust and sees what is within will find that they are the only words which have a meaning in them, and also the most divine, abounding in fair images of virtue and of the widest comprehension, or rather extending to the whole duty of a good and honourable man. This, friends, is my praise of Socrates. I have added my blame of him for his ill-treatment of me, and he has ill-treated not only me, but Charmides the son of Glaucon, and Euthydemus the son of Diocles, and many others in the same way. Beginning as their lover, he's ended by making them pay their addresses to him. Wherefore I say to you, Agathon, be not deceived by him. Learn from me, and take warning, and do not be a fool, and learn by experience, as the proverb says. When Alcibiades had finished, there was a laugh at his outspokenness, for he seemed to be still in love with Socrates. "You are sober, Alcibiades," said Socrates, "or you would never have gone so far about to hide the purpose of your satyr's praises. For all this long story is only an ingenious circumlocution, of which the point comes in by the way at the end. You want to get up a quarrel between me and Agathon, and your notion is that I ought to love you and nobody else, and that you and you only ought to love Agathon. But the plot of this satiric or Silenic drama has been detected, and you must not allow him, Agathon, to set us at variance." "I believe you are right," said Agathon, "and I am disposed to think that his intention in placing himself between you and me was only to divide us. But he shall gain nothing by that move. I will go and lie on the couch next to you." "Yes, yes," replied Socrates, "by all means come here and lie on the couch below me." "Alas," said Alcibiades, "how I am fooled by this man! He is determined to get the better of me at every turn. Oh, I do beseech you, allow Agathon to lie between us." "Certainly not," said Socrates. "As you praise me, and I in turn ought to praise my neighbor on the right, he will be out of order in praising me again, but he ought rather to be praised by me. And I must entreat you to consent to this, and not be jealous, for I have a great desire to praise the youth." "Hurrah!" cried Agathon. "I will rise instantly, that I may be praised by Socrates." "The usual way," said Alcibiades. "Where Socrates is, no one else has any chance with the fair." And now how readily has he invented a specious reason for attracting Agathon to himself. Agathon arose, in order that he might take his place on the couch by Socrates, when suddenly a band of revellers entered, and spoiled the order of the banquet. Someone who was going out having left the door open, they'd found their way in, and made themselves at home. Great confusion ensued, and every one was compelled to drink large quantities of wine. Aristodemus said that Eryximachus, Phaedrus, and others went away. He himself fell asleep, and as the nights were long, took a good rest. He was awakened towards daybreak by a crowing of cocks, and when he awoke, the others were either asleep or had gone away. There remained only Socrates, Aristophanes, and Agathon, who were drinking out of a large goblet which they passed round, and Socrates was discoursing to them. Aristodemus was only half awake, and he did not hear the beginning of the discourse. The chief thing which he remembered was Socrates compelling the other two to acknowledge that the genius of comedy was the same with that of tragedy, and that the true artist in tragedy was an artist in comedy also. To this they were constrained to assent, being drowsy, and not quite following the argument. And first of all, Aristophanes dropped off. Then, when the day was already dawning, Agathon. Socrates, having laid them to sleep, rose to depart, Aristodemus, as his manner was, following him. At the Lyceum he took a bath and passed the day as usual. In the evening he retired to rest at his own home.
Theaetetus. What is the definition of knowledge? What is the examined life? How does the active life compare with the contemplative life? These are among the main subjects of Theaetetus, a dialogue supposedly read out from a scroll by a servant, but presented here by its three main participants, Socrates, Theodorus, and the young mathematician Theaetetus. Euclid opens the dialogue, meeting Terpsion in front of Euclid's house in Megara. It ends with Socrates mentioning that he has to leave, to face a charge brought by Meletus.
Have you only just arrived from the country, Terpsian?
No, I came some time ago, and I have been in the Agra looking for you, and wondering that I could not find you.
But I was not in the city.
Where, then?
As I was going down to the harbour, I met Theaetetus. He was being carried up to Athens from the army at Corinth.
Was he alive or dead?
He was scarcely alive. He has been badly wounded. But he was suffering even more from the sickness which has broken out in the army.
The dysentery, you mean?
Yes.
Alas, what a loss he will be.
Yes, Terpsian, he is a noble fellow. Only today I heard some people highly praising his behaviour in this very battle.
No wonder. I should rather be surprised at hearing anything else of him. But why did he go on, instead of stopping at Megara?
He wanted to get home. Although I entreated and advised him to remain, he would not listen to me. So I set him on his way and turned back. And then I remembered what Socrates had said of him, and thought how remarkably this, like all his predictions, had been fulfilled. I believe that he had seen him a little before his own death, when Theaetetus was a youth, and he had a memorable conversation with him, which he repeated to me when I came to Athens. He was full of admiration of his genius, and said that he would most certainly be a great man, if he lived.
The prophecy has certainly been fulfilled. But what was the conversation? Can you tell me?
No, indeed, not offhand. But I took notes of it as soon as I got home. These I filled up from memory, writing them out at leisure, and whenever I went to Athens, I asked Socrates about any point which I had forgotten. And on my return, I made corrections. Thus I have nearly the whole conversation written down.
I remember. You told me. And I have always been intending to ask you to show me the writing, but have put off doing so. And now, why should we not read it through? Having just come from the country, I should greatly like to rest.
I too shall be very glad of a rest, for I went with Theaetetus as far as Irinium. Let us go in, then, and while we are reposing, the servant shall read to us.
Very good.
Here is the roll, Terpsian. I may observe that I have introduced Socrates not as narrating to me, but as actually conversing with the persons whom he mentioned. These were Theodorus, the geometrician of Cyrene, and Theaetetus. I have omitted, for the sake of convenience, the interlocutory words, I said, I remarked, which he used when he spoke of himself, and again, he agreed or disagreed in the answer, lest the repetition of them should be troublesome.
Quite right, Euclid.
And now, boy, you may take the roll and read.
Socrates said, If I cared enough about the Cyrenians, Theodorus, I would ask you whether
there are any rising geometricians or philosophers in that part of the world. But I am more interested in our own Athenian youth, and I would rather know who among them are likely to do well. I observe them as far as I can myself, and I inquire of anyone whom they follow, and I see that a great many of them follow you, in which they are quite right, considering your eminence in geometry, and in other ways. Tell me, then, if you have met with anyone who is good for anything.
Yes, Socrates. I have become acquainted with one very remarkable Athenian youth, whom I commend to you as well worthy of your attention. If he had been a beauty, I should have been afraid to praise him, lest you should suppose that I was in love with him. But he is no beauty, and you must not be offended if I say that he is very like you, for he has a snub nose and projecting eyes, although these features are less marked in him than in you. Seeing, then, that he has no personal attractions, I may freely say that in all my acquaintance, which is very large, I never knew anyone who was his equal in natural gifts, for he has a quickness of apprehension which is almost unrivalled, and he is exceedingly gentle, and also the most courageous of men. There is a union of qualities in him such as I have never seen in any other, and should scarcely have thought possible. For those who, like him, have quick and ready and retentive wits, have generally also quick tempers. They are ships without ballast, and go darting about and are mad rather than courageous, and the steadier sort, when they have to face study, prove stupid and cannot remember. Whereas he moves surely and smoothly and successfully in the path of knowledge and inquiry, and he is full of gentleness, flowing on silently like a river of oil, At his age, it is wonderful.
That is good news. Whose son is he?
The name of his father I have forgotten, but the youth himself is the middle one of those who are approaching us. He and his companions have been anointing themselves in the outer court, and now they seem to have finished and are coming towards us. Look and see whether you know him.
I know the youth, but I do not know his name. He is the son of Euphronius the Sunian, who was himself an eminent man, and such another as his son is, according to your account of him. I believe that he left a considerable fortune.
Theaetetus, Socrates, is his name. But I rather think that the property disappeared in the hands of trustees, notwithstanding which he is wonderfully liberal.
He must be a fine fellow. Tell him to come and sit by me.
I will. Come hither, Theaetetus, and sit by Socrates.
By all means, Theaetetus, in order that I may see the reflection of myself in your face. For Theodorus says that we are alike, and yet if each of us held in his hands a lyre, and he said that they were tuned alike, should we at once take his word, Theaetetus? Or should we ask whether he who said so was or was not a musician?
We should ask.
And if we found that he was, we should take his word, and if not, not.
True.
And if this supposed likeness of our faces is a matter of any interest to us, we should inquire whether he who says that we are alike is a painter or not.
Certainly we should.
And is Theodorus a painter?
I never heard that he was.
Is he a geometrician?
Of course he is, Socrates.
And is he an astronomer and calculator and musician, and in general an educated man?
I think so.
If, then, he remarks on a similarity in our persons, either by way of praise or blame, there is no particular reason why we should attend to him.
I should say not.
But if he praises the virtue or wisdom which are the mental endowments of either of us, then he who hears the praises will naturally desire to examine him who is praised, and he again should be willing to exhibit himself.
Very true, Socrates.
Then now is the time, my dear Theaetetus, for me to examine and for you to exhibit, since although Theodorus has praised many a citizen and stranger in my hearing, never did I hear him praise anyone as he has been praising you.
I am glad to hear it, Socrates, but what if he was only in jest?
Nay, Theodorus is not given to jesting, and I cannot allow you to retract your consent on any such pretence as that. If you do, he will have to swear to his words, and we are perfectly sure that no one will be found to impugn him. Do not be shy, then, but stand to your word.
I suppose I must, if you wish it.
In the first place, I should like to ask what you learn of Theodorus. Something of geometry, perhaps?
Yes.
And astronomy, and harmony, and calculation?
I do my best.
Yes, my boy, and so do I. And my desire is to learn of him, or of anybody who seems to understand these things. And I get on pretty well in general. But there is a little difficulty which I want you and the company to aid me in investigating. Will you answer me a question? Is not learning growing wiser about that which you learn?
Of course.
And by wisdom the wise are wise.
Yes.
And is that different in any way from knowledge?
What?
Wisdom. Are not men wise in that which they know?
Certainly they are.
Then wisdom and knowledge are the same?
Yes.
Herein lies the difficulty which I can never solve to my satisfaction. What is knowledge? Can we answer that question? What say you? Which of us will speak first? Whoever misses shall sit down, as at a game of ball, and shall be donkey, as the boys say. He who lasts out his competitors in the game without missing shall be our king, and shall have the right of putting to us any questions which he pleases. Why is there no reply? I hope, Theodorus, that I am not betrayed into rudeness by my love of conversation. I only want to make us talk and be friendly and sociable.
The reverse of rudeness, Socrates. But I would rather that you would ask one of the young fellows, for the truth is that I'm unused to your game of question and answer, and I'm too old to learn. The young will be more suitable, and they will improve more than I shall, for youth is always able to improve. And so, having made a beginning with Theaetetus, I would advise you to go on with him and not let him off.
Do you hear, Theaetetus, what Theodorus says? The philosopher, whom you would not like to disobey, and whose word ought to be a command to a young man, bids me interrogate you. Take courage, then, and nobly say what you think that knowledge is.
Well, Socrates, I will answer as you and he bid me, and if I make a mistake, you will doubtless correct me.
We will, if we can.
Then, I think that the sciences which I learned from Theodorus, geometry and those which you just now mentioned, are knowledge. And I would include the art of the cobbler and other craftsmen. These, each and all of them, are knowledge.
Too much, Theaetetus, too much. The nobility and liberality of your nature make you give many and diverse things, when I am asking for one simple thing.
What do you mean, Socrates?
Perhaps nothing. I will endeavour, however, to explain what I believe to be my meaning. When you speak of cobbling, you mean the art or science of making shoes.
Just so.
And when you speak of carpentering, you mean the art of making wooden implements.
I do.
In both cases, you define the subject matter of each of the two arts.
True.
But that, Theaetetus, was not the point of my question. We wanted to know not the subjects, nor yet the number of the arts or sciences, for we were not going to count them, but we wanted to know the nature of knowledge in the abstract. Am I not right?
Perfectly right.
Let me offer an illustration. Suppose that a person were to ask about some very trivial and obvious thing, for example, what is clay? And we were to reply that there is a clay of potters, there is a clay of oven makers, there is a clay of brick makers. Would not the answer be ridiculous?
Truly.
In the first place, there would be an absurdity in assuming that he who asked the question would understand from our answer the nature of clay merely because we added of the image makers or of any other workers. How can a man understand the name of anything when he does not know the nature of it?
He cannot.
Then he who does not know what science or knowledge is has no knowledge of the art or science of making shoes.
None.
Nor of any other science.
No.
And when a man is asked what science or knowledge is, to give in answer the name of some art or science is ridiculous. For the question is, what is knowledge? And he replies, a knowledge of this or that.
True.
Moreover, he might answer shortly and simply, but he makes an enormous circuit. For example, when asked about the clay, he might have said simply that clay is moistened earth. What sort of clay is not to the point.
Yes, Socrates, there is no difficulty, as you put the question. You mean, if I'm not mistaken, something like what occurred to me and to my friend here, your namesake, Socrates, in a recent discussion.
What was that, Theaetetus?
Theodorus was writing out for us something about roots, such as the roots of 3 or 5, showing that they are incommensurable by the unit. He selected other examples up to 17. There, he stopped. Now, as there are innumerable roots, the notion occurred to us of attempting to include them all under one name or class.
And did you find such a class?
I think that we did, but I should like to have your opinion.
Let me hear.
We divided all numbers into 2 classes, those which are made up of equal factors multiplying into one another, which we compared to square figures and called square or equilateral numbers. That was one class.
Very good.
The intermediate numbers, such as 3 and 5, and every other number which is made up of unequal factors, either of a greater multiplied by a less, or of a less multiplied by a greater, and when regarded as a figure, is contained in unequal sides. All these we compared to oblong figures, and called them oblong numbers.
Capital. And what followed?
The lines, or sides, which have for their squares the equilateral plane numbers, were called by us lengths, or magnitudes, and the lines which are the roots of, or whose squares are equal to, the oblong numbers, were called powers, or roots, the reason of this latter name being that they are commensurable with the former, that is, with the so-called lengths or magnitudes, not in a linear measurement, but in the value of the superficial content of their squares, and the same about solids.
Excellent, my boys. I think that you fully justify the praises of Theodorus, and that he will not be found guilty of false witness.
But I am unable, Socrates, to give you a similar answer about knowledge, which is what you appear to want, and therefore Theodorus is a deceiver after all.
Well, but if someone were to praise you for running, and to say that he never met your equal among boys, and afterwards you were beaten in a race by a grown-up man who was a great runner, would the praise be any the less true?
Certainly not.
And is the discovery of the nature of knowledge so small a matter, as just now said? Is it not one which would task the powers of men, perfect in every way?
By heaven, they should be the top of all perfection.
Well, then, be of good cheer. Do not say that Theodorus was mistaken about you, but do your best to ascertain the true nature of knowledge, as well as of other things.
I am eager enough, Socrates, if that would bring to light the truth.
Come, you made a good beginning just now. Let your own answer about roots be your model, and as you comprehend them all in one class, try and bring the many sorts of knowledge under one definition.
I can assure you, Socrates, that I have tried very often, when the report of questions asked by you was brought to me. But I can neither persuade myself that I have a satisfactory answer to give, nor hear of anyone who answers as you would have him, and I cannot shake off a feeling of anxiety.
These are the pangs of labour, my dear Theaetetus. You have something within you which you are bringing to the birth.
I do not know, Socrates. I only say what I feel.
And have you never heard, simpleton, that I am the son of a midwife, brave and burly, whose name was Phaenarete?
Yes, I have.
And that I myself practice midwifery?
No, never.
Let me tell you that I do, though, my friend, but you must not reveal the secret, as the world in general have not found me out, and therefore they only say of me that I am the strangest of mortals and drive men to their wits' end. Did you ever hear that, too?
Yes.
Shall I tell you the reason?
By all means.
Bear in mind the whole business of the midwives, and then you will see my meaning better. No woman, as you are probably aware, who is still able to conceive and bear, attends other women, but only those who are past bearing.
Yes, I know.
The reason of this is said to be that Artemis, the goddess of childbirth, is not a mother, and she honours those who are like herself. But she could not allow the barren to be midwives, because human nature cannot know the mystery of an art without experience, and therefore she assigned this office to those who are too old to bear.
I dare say.
And I dare say, too, or rather I am absolutely certain, that the midwives know better than others who is pregnant and who is not.
Very true.
And by the use of potions and incantations, they are able to arouse the pangs and to soothe them at will. They can make those bear who have a difficulty in bearing, and if they think fit, they can smother the embryo in the womb.
They can.
Did you ever remark that they are also most cunning matchmakers, and have a thorough knowledge of what unions are likely to produce a brave brood?
No, never.
Then let me tell you that this is their greatest pride, more than cutting the umbilical cord. And if you reflect, you will see that the same art which cultivates and gathers in the fruits of the earth will be most likely to know in what soils the several plants or seeds should be deposited.
Yes, the same art.
And do you suppose that with women the case is otherwise?
I should think not.
Certainly not. But midwives are respectable women who have a character to lose, and they avoid this department of their profession because they are afraid of being called procuresses, which is a name given to those who join together man and woman in an unlawful and unscientific way. And yet the true midwife is also the true and only matchmaker.
Clearly.
Such are the midwives, whose task is a very important one, but not so important as mine. For women do not bring into the world at one time real children, and at another time counterfeits, which are with difficulty distinguished from them. If they did, then the discernment of the true and false birth would be the crowning achievement of the art of midwifery. You would think so?
Indeed, I should.
Well, my art of midwifery is in most respects like theirs, but differs in that I attend men and not women, and look after their souls when they are in labour, and not after their bodies. And the triumph of my art is in thoroughly examining whether the thought which the mind of the young man brings forth is a false idol or a noble and true birth. And, like the midwives, I am barren, and the reproach which is often made against me, that I ask questions of others and have not the wit to answer them myself, is very just. The reason is that the god compels me to be a midwife, but does not allow me to bring forth. And therefore I am not myself at all wise, nor have I anything to show which is the invention or birth of my own soul, but those who converse with me profit. Some of them appear dull enough at first, but afterwards, as our acquaintance ripens, if the god is gracious to them, they all make astonishing progress. and this in the opinion of others as well as in their own. It is quite clear that they never learned anything from me. The many fine discoveries to which they cling are of their own making. But to me and the God they owe their delivery. And the proof of my words is that many of them, in their ignorance, either in their self-conceit, despising me, or falling under the influence of others, have gone away too soon, and have not only lost the children of whom I had previously delivered them by an ill bringing up, but have stifled whatever else they had in them by evil communications, being fonder of lies and shams than of the truth. And they have at last ended by seeing themselves, as others see them, to be great fools. Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, is one of them, and there are many others. The truants often return to me, and beg that I would consort with them again. They are ready to go to me on their knees, and then, if my familiar allows, which is not always the case, I receive them, and they begin to grow again. Dire are the pangs which my art is able to arouse and to allay in those who consort with me, just like the pangs of women in childbirth. Night and day they are full of perplexity and travail, which is even worse than that of the women. So much for them. And there are others, Theaetetus, who come to me apparently having nothing in them, and as I know that they have no need of my art, I coax them into marrying someone, and by the grace of God I can generally tell who is likely to do them good. Many of them I have given away to Prodicus, and many to other inspired sages. I tell you this long story, friend Theaetetus, because I suspect, as indeed you seem to think yourself, that you are in labour, great with some conception. Come to me, then, who am a midwife's son, and myself a midwife, and do your best to answer the questions which I will ask you. And if I abstract and expose your firstborn, because I discover upon inspection that the conception which you have formed is a vain shadow, do not quarrel with me on that account, as the manner of women is when their first children are taken from them, for I have actually known some who were ready to bite me when I deprived them of a darling folly. They did not perceive that I acted from good will, not knowing that no God is the enemy of man. That was not within the range of their ideas. Neither am I their enemy in all this, but it would be wrong for me to admit falsehood, or to stifle the truth. Once more, then, Theaetetus, I repeat my old question. What is knowledge? And do not say that you cannot tell, but quit yourself like a man, and by the help of God you will be able to tell.
At any rate, Socrates, after such an exhortation, I should be ashamed of not trying to do my best. Now, he who knows perceives what he knows, and, as far as I can see at present, knowledge is perception.
Bravely said, boy. That is the way in which you should express your opinion. And now let us examine together this conception of yours, and see whether it is a true birth or a mere wind egg. You say that knowledge is perception.
Yes.
Well, you have delivered yourself of a very important doctrine about knowledge. It is indeed the opinion of Protagoras, who has another way of expressing it. Man, he says, is the measure of all things, of the existence of things that are, and of the non-existence of things that are not. You have read him.
Oh, yes, again and again.
Does he not say that things are to you such as they appear to you, and to me such as they appear to me, and that you and I are men?
Yes, he says so.
A wise man is not likely to talk nonsense. Let us try to understand him. The same wind is blowing, and yet one of us may be cold and the other not, or one may be slightly and the other very cold.
Quite true.
Now, is the wind regarded not in relation to us, but absolutely cold or not? Or are we to say, with Protagoras, that the wind is cold to him who is cold, and not to him who is not?
I suppose the last.
Then it must appear so to each of them.
Yes.
And appears to him means the same as he perceives.
True.
Then appearing and perceiving coincide in the case of hot and cold, and in similar instances. For things appear, or may be supposed to be, to each one such as he perceives them.
Yes.
Then perception is always of existence, and being the same as knowledge is unerring.
Clearly.
In the name of the Graces, what an almighty wise man Protagoras must have been! He spoke these things in a parable to the common herd, like you and me, but told the truth, his truth, in secret to his own disciples.
What do you mean, Socrates?
I am about to speak of a high argument in which all things are said to be relative. You cannot rightly call anything by any name, such as great or small, heavy or light, for the great will be small, and the heavy light. There is no single thing or quality, but out of motion and change and admixture, all things are becoming relatively to one another, which becoming is by us incorrectly called being, but is really becoming, for nothing ever is, but all things are becoming. Some and all philosophers, Protagoras, Heraclitus, Empedocles, and the rest of them, one after another, and with the exception of Parmenides, they will agree with you in this. Summon the great masters of either kind of poetry, Epicharmus, the Prince of Comedy, and Homer of tragedy, when the latter sings of ocean whence sprang the gods and Mother Tethys, does he not mean that all things are the offspring of flux and motion?
I think so.
And who could take up arms against such a great army, having Homer for its general, and not appear ridiculous?
Who indeed, Socrates?
Yes, Theaetetus, and there are plenty of other proofs which will show that motion is the source of what is called being and becoming, and inactivity of not being and destruction. For fire and warmth, which are supposed to be the parent and guardian of all other things, are born of movement and of friction, which is a kind of motion. Is not this the origin of fire?
It is.
And the race of animals is generated in the same way.
Certainly.
And is not the bodily habit spoiled by rest and idleness, but preserved for a long time by motion and exercise?
True.
And what of the mental habit? Is not the soul informed and improved and preserved by study and attention, which are motions, but when at rest, which in the soul only means want of attention and study, is uninformed and speedily forgets whatever she has learned?
True.
Then motion is a good, and rest an evil, to the soul as well as to the body.
Clearly.
I may add that breathless calm, stillness, and the like waste and impair, while wind and storm preserve. And the primary argument of all, which I strongly urge, is the golden chain in Homer, by which he means the sun, thereby indicating that so long as the sun and the heavens go round in their orbits, all things human and divine are and are preserved. But if they were chained up and their motion ceased, then all things would be destroyed and, as the saying is, turned upside down.
I believe, Socrates, that you have truly explained his meaning.
Then, now apply his doctrine to perception, my good friend, and first of all to vision. That which you call white colour is not in your eyes, and is not a distinct thing which exists out of them, and you must not assign any place to it, for if it had position, it would be and be at rest, and there would be no process of becoming.
Then what is colour?
Let us carry the principle which has just been affirmed, that nothing is self-existent, and then we shall see that white, black, and every other colour arises out of the eye meeting the appropriate motion, and that what we call colour is in each case neither the active nor the passive element, but something which passes between them, and is peculiar to each percipient. Are you quite certain that the several colours appear to a dog, or to any animal whatever, as they appear to you?
Far from it.
Or that anything appears the same to you as to another man? Are you so profoundly convinced of this? Rather, would it not be true that it never appears exactly the same to you, because you are never exactly the same?
The latter.
And if that with which I compare myself in size, or which I apprehend by touch, were great, or white, or hot, it could not become different by mere contact with another unless it actually changed. Nor again, if the comparing or apprehending subject were great or white or hot, could this, when unchanged from within, become changed by any approximation or affection of any other thing. The fact is that in our ordinary way of speaking, we allow ourselves to be driven into most ridiculous and wonderful contradictions, as Protagoras and all who take his line of argument would remark.
How? And of what sort do you mean?
A little instance will sufficiently explain my meaning. Here are 6 dice, which are more by a half when compared with 4, and fewer by a half than 12. There are more and also fewer. How can you or anyone maintain the contrary?
Very true.
Well then, suppose that Protagoras or someone asks whether anything can become greater or more, if not by increasing. How would you answer him, Theaetetus?
I should say no, Socrates, if I were to speak my mind in reference to this last question, and if I were not afraid of contradicting my former answer.
Capital. Excellent. Spoken like an oracle, my boy. And if you reply yes, there will be a case for Euripides, for our tongue will be unconvinced, but not our mind.
Very true.
The thoroughbred sophists, who know all that can be known about the mind, and argue only out of the superfluity of their wits, would have had a regular sparring match over this, and would have knocked their arguments together finely. But you and I, who have no professional aims, only desire to see what is the mutual relation of these principles, whether they are consistent with each or not.
Yes, that would be my desire.
And mine too. But since this is our feeling, and there is plenty of time, why should we not calmly and patiently review our own thoughts, and thoroughly examine and see what these appearances in us really are? If I'm not mistaken, they will be described by us as follows. First, that nothing can become greater or less, either in number or magnitude, while remaining equal to itself. Would you agree?
Yes.
Secondly, that without addition or subtraction, there is no increase or diminution of anything, but only equality.
Quite true.
Thirdly, that what was not before cannot be afterwards without becoming and having become.
Yes, truly.
These 3 axioms, if I'm not mistaken, are fighting with one another in our minds in the case of the dice, or again in such a case as this. If I were to say that I, who am of a certain height and taller than you, may within a year, without gaining or losing in height, be not so tall, not that I should have lost, but that you would have increased. In such a case, I am afterwards what I once was not. And yet I have not become, for I could not have become without becoming. Neither could I have become less without losing somewhat of my height. And I could give you 10,000 examples of similar contradictions. If we admit them at all, I believe that you follow me, Theaetetus, for I suspect that you have thought of these questions before now.
Yes, Socrates, and I'm amazed when I think of them. By the gods I am. And I want to know what on earth they mean. And there are times when my head quite swims with the contemplation of them.
I see, my dear Theaetetus, that Theodorus had a true insight into your nature when he said that you were a philosopher. For wonder is the feeling of a philosopher, and philosophy begins in wonder. He was not a bad genealogist who said that Iris, the messenger of heaven, is the child of Thaumas, wonder. But do you begin to see what is the explanation of this perplexity on the hypothesis which we attribute to Protagoras?
Not as yet.
Then you will be obliged to me if I help you to unearth the hidden truth of a famous man or school.
To be sure, I shall be very much obliged.
Take a look round, then, and see that none of the uninitiated are listening. Now, by the uninitiated, I mean the people who believe in nothing but what they can grasp in their hands, and who will not allow that action or generation or anything invisible can have real existence.
Yes, indeed, Socrates, they are very hard and impenetrable mortals.
Yes, my boy, outer barbarians. Far more ingenious are the brethren whose mysteries I'm about to reveal to you. Their first principle is that all motion, and upon this all the affections of which we were just now speaking, are supposed to depend. There is nothing but motion, which has 2 forms, one active and the other passive, both in endless number. And out of the union and friction of them there is generated a progeny endless in number, having two forms, sense and the object of sense, which are ever breaking forth and coming to the birth at the same moment. The senses are variously named: hearing, seeing, smelling. There is the sense of heat, cold, pleasure, pain, desire, fear, and many more which have names, as well as innumerable others which are without them. Each has its kindred object. Each variety of colour has a corresponding variety of sight, and so with sound and hearing, and with the rest of the senses and the objects akin to them. Do you see, Theaetetus, the bearings of this tale on the preceding argument?
Indeed, I do not.
Then attend, and I will try to finish the story. The purport is that all these things are in motion, as I was saying, and that this motion is of two kinds, a slower and a quicker. And the slower elements have their motions in the same place and with reference to things near them, and so they beget. But what is begotten is swifter, for it is carried to and fro, and moves from place to place. Apply this to sense. When the eye and the appropriate object meet together and give birth to whiteness and the sensation co-natural with it, which could not have been given by either of them going elsewhere, then, while the sight is flowing from the eye, whiteness proceeds from the object, which combines in producing the colour. And so the eye is fulfilled with sight, and really sees, and becomes not sight, but a seeing eye. And the object which combined to form the colour is fulfilled with whiteness, and becomes not whiteness, but a white thing, whether wood or stone or whatever the object may be which happens to be coloured white. And this is true of all sensible objects, hard, warm, and the like, which are similarly to be regarded, as I was saying before, not as having any absolute existence, but as being all of them, of whatever kind, generated by motion in their intercourse with one another. For of the agent and patient, as existing in separation, no trustworthy conception, as they say, can be formed. For the agent has no existence until united with the patient, and the patient has no existence until united with the agent, and that which, by uniting with something, becomes an agent, by meeting with some other thing, is converted into a patient. And from all these considerations, as I said at first, there arises a general reflection that there is no one self-existent thing, but everything is becoming and in relation, and being must be altogether abolished, although from habit and ignorance we are compelled, even in this discussion, to retain the use of the term. But great philosophers tell us that we are not to allow either the word something, or belonging to something, or to me, or this, or that, or any other detaining name to be used. In the language of nature, all things are being created and destroyed, coming into being and passing into new forms, nor can any name fix or detain them. He who attempts to fix them is easily refuted, and this should be the way of speaking, not only of particulars, but of aggregates, such aggregates as are expressed in the word man, or stone, or any other name of an animal or of a class. O Theaetetus, are not these speculations sweet as honey, and do you not like the taste of them in the mouth?
I do not know what to say, Socrates, for indeed I cannot make out whether you are giving your own opinion, or only wanting to draw me out.
You forget, my friend, that I neither know nor profess to know anything of these matters. You are the person who is in labour. I am the barren midwife, and this is why I soothe you and offer you one good thing after another, that you may taste them. And I hope that I may at last help to bring your own opinion into the light of day. When this has been accomplished, then we will determine whether what you have brought forth is only a wind egg or a real and genuine birth. Therefore keep up your spirits and answer like a man what you think.
Ask me.
Then once more, is it your opinion that nothing is but what becomes, the good and the noble, as well as all the other things which we were just now mentioning?
When I hear you discoursing in this style, I think that there is a great deal in what you say, and I am very ready to assent.
Let us not leave the argument unfinished, then, for there still remains to be considered an objection which may be raised about dreams and diseases, in particular about madness and the various illusions of hearing and sight, or of other senses. For you know that in all these cases the esse percipi theory appears to be unmistakably refuted, since in dreams and illusions we certainly have false perceptions, and far from saying that everything is which appears, we should rather say that nothing is which appears.
Very true, Socrates.
But then, my boy, how can anyone contend that knowledge is perception, or that to every man what appears is?
I am afraid to say, Socrates, that I have nothing to answer, because you rebuked me just now for making this excuse. But I certainly cannot undertake to argue that madmen or dreamers think truly when they imagine, some of them, that they are gods, and others that they can fly, and are flying in their sleep.
Do you see another question which can be raised about these phenomena, notably about dreaming and waking?
What question?
A question which I think that you must often have heard persons ask. How can you determine whether at this moment we are sleeping, and all our thoughts are a dream, or whether we are awake, and talking to one another in the waking state?
Indeed, Socrates, I do not know how to prove the one any more than the other, for in both cases the facts precisely correspond. And there is no difficulty in supposing that during all this discussion we have been talking to one another in a dream. And when in a dream we seem to be narrating dreams. The resemblance of the two states is quite astonishing.
You see, then, that a doubt about the reality of sense is easily raised, since there may even be a doubt whether we are awake or in a dream, and as our time is equally divided between sleeping and waking, in either sphere of existence the soul contends that the thoughts which are present to our minds at the time are true, and during one half of our lives we affirm the truth of the one, and during the other half of the other, and are equally confident of both.
Most true.
And may not the same be said of madness and other disorders? The difference is only that the times are not equal.
Certainly.
And is truth or falsehood to be determined by duration of time?
That would be in many ways ridiculous.
But can you certainly determine by any other means which of these opinions is true?
I do not think that I can.
Listen then to a statement of the other side of the argument, which is made by the champions of appearance. They would say, as I imagine, can that which is wholly other than something have the same quality as that from which it differs? And observe, Theaetetus, that the word other means not partially, but wholly other.
Certainly, putting the question as you do, that which is wholly other cannot either potentially or in any other way be the same.
And must therefore be admitted to be unlike.
True.
If then anything happens to become like or unlike itself or another, when it becomes like, we call it the same, when unlike, other.
Certainly.
Were we not saying that there are agents, many and infinite, and patients, many and infinite?
Yes.
And also that different combinations will produce results which are not the same, but different?
Certainly.
Let us take you and me, or anything as an example. There is Socrates in health and Socrates sick. Are they like or unlike?
You mean to compare Socrates in health as a whole and Socrates in sickness as a whole?
Exactly, that is my meaning.
I answer, they are unlike.
And if unlike, they are other.
Certainly.
And would you not say the same of Socrates sleeping and waking, or in any of the states which we were mentioning?
I should.
All agents have a different patient in Socrates, accordingly as he is well or ill.
Of course.
And I, who am the patient, and that which is the agent, will produce something different in each of the two cases.
Certainly.
The wine which I drink when I am in health appears sweet and pleasant to me.
True.
For, as has been already acknowledged, the patient and the agent meet together and produce sweetness and a perception of sweetness, which are in simultaneous motion, and the perception which comes from the patient makes the tongue percipient, and the quality of sweetness which arises out of and is moving about the wine makes the wine both to be and to appear sweet to the healthy tongue.
Certainly, that has been already acknowledged.
But when I am sick, the wine really acts upon another and a different person.
Yes.
The combination of the draught of wine and the Socrates who is sick produces quite another result, which is the sensation of bitterness in the tongue, and the motion and creation of bitterness in and about the wine, which becomes not bitterness, but something bitter, as I myself become not perception, but percipient.
True.
There is no other object of which I shall ever have the same perception, for another object would give another perception, and would make the percipient other and different. Nor can that object which affects me, meeting another subject, produce the same or become similar, for that too would produce another result from another subject and become different.
True.
Neither can I myself have this sensation, nor the object by itself this quality.
Certainly not.
When I perceive I must become percipient of something, there can be no such thing as perceiving and perceiving nothing. The object, whether it becomes sweet, bitter, or of any other quality, must have relation to a percipient. Nothing can become sweet which is sweet to no one.
Certainly not.
Then the inference is that we, the agent and patient, are or become in relation to one another. There is a law which binds us one to the other, but not to any other existence, nor each of us to himself, and therefore we can only be bound to one another. So that whether a person says that a thing is or becomes, he must say that it is or becomes to or of or in relation to something else. But he must not say, or allow anyone else to say, that anything is or becomes absolutely. Such is our conclusion.
Very true, Socrates.
Then, if that which acts upon me has relation to me and to no other, I and no other am the percipient of it.
Of course.
Then my perception is true to me, being inseparable from my own being, and, as Protagoras says, to myself I am judge of what is and what is not to me.
I suppose so.
How then, if I never err, and if my mind never trips in the conception of being or becoming, can I fail of knowing that which I perceive?
You cannot.
Then you were quite right in affirming that knowledge is only perception, and the meaning turns out to be the same. Whether with Homer and Heraclitus and all that company you say that all is motion and flux, or with the great sage Protagoras, that man is the measure of all things, or with Theaetetus, that, given these premises, perception is knowledge. Am I not right, Theaetetus? And is not this your new-born child of which I have delivered you? What say you?
I cannot but agree, Socrates.
Then this is the child, however he may turn out, which you and I have with difficulty brought into the world. And now that he is born, we must run round the hearth with him and see whether he is worth the rearing, or is only a wind egg and a sham. Is he to be reared in any case, and not exposed? Or will you bear to see him rejected, and not get into a passion if I take away your firstborn?
Theaetetus will not be angry, for he is very good-natured. But tell me, Socrates, in heaven's name, is this after all not the truth?
You, Theodorus, are a lover of theories, and now you innocently fancy that I am a bag full of them, and can easily pull one out which will overthrow its predecessor. But you do not see that in reality none of these theories come from me. They all come from him who talks with me. I only know just enough to extract them from the wisdom of another, and to receive them in a spirit of fairness. And now I shall say nothing myself, but shall endeavour to elicit something from our young friend.
Do as you say, Socrates. You're quite right.
Shall I tell you, Theodorus, what amazes me in your acquaintance Protagoras?
What is it?
I am charmed with his doctrine that what appears is to each one, but I wonder that he did not begin his book on truth with a declaration that a pig, or a dog-faced baboon, or some other yet stranger monster which has sensation is the measure of all things. Then he might have shown a magnificent contempt for our opinion of him by informing us at the outset that while we were reverencing him like a god for his wisdom, he was no better than a tadpole. Not to speak of his fellow men, would not this have produced an overpowering effect? For if truth is only sensation, and no man can discern another's feelings better than he, or has any superior right to determine whether his opinion is true or false, but each, as we have several times repeated, is to himself the sole judge, and everything that he judges is true and right, why, my friend, should Protagoras be preferred to the place of wisdom and instruction, and deserve to be well paid, and we, poor ignoramuses, have to go to him, if each one is the measure of his own wisdom? Must he not be talking ad captandum in all this? I say nothing of the ridiculous predicament in which my own midwifery and the whole art of dialectic is placed. For the attempt to supervise or refute the notions or opinions of others would be a tedious and enormous piece of folly, if to each man his own are right. And this must be the case if Protagoras' truth is the real truth, and the philosopher is not merely amusing himself by giving oracles out of the shrine of his book.
He was a friend of mine, Socrates, as you were saying, and therefore I cannot have him refuted by my lips, nor can I oppose you when I agree with you. Please, then, to take Theaetetus again. He seemed to answer very nicely.
If you were to go into a Spartan palestra, Theodorus, would you have a right to look on at the naked wrestlers, some of them making a poor figure, if you did not strip and give them an opportunity of judging of your own person?
Why not, Socrates, if they would allow me, as I think you will, in consideration of my age and stiffness? Let some more supple youth try fall with you, and do not drag me into the gymnasium.
Your will is my will, Theodorus, as the proverbial philosophers say, and therefore I will return to the sage Theaetetus. Tell me, Theaetetus, in reference to what I was saying, are you not lost in wonder, like myself, when you find that all of a sudden you are raised to the level of the wisest of men, or indeed of the gods? For you would assume the measure of Protagoras to apply to the gods as well as men.
Certainly I should, and I confess to you that I am lost in wonder. At first hearing, I was quite satisfied with the doctrine that whatever appears is to each one, but now the face of things has changed.
Why, my dear boy, you're young, and therefore your ear is quickly caught and your mind influenced by popular arguments. Protagoras, or someone speaking on his behalf, will doubtless say in reply, "Good people, young and old, you meet and harangue, and bring in the gods, whose existence or non-existence I banish from writing and speech." Or you talk about the reason of man being degraded to the level of the brutes, which is a telling argument with a multitude, but not one word of proof or demonstration do you offer. All is probability with you, and yet surely you and Theodorus had better reflect whether you are disposed to admit of probability in figures of speech in matters of such importance. He, or any other mathematician who argued from probabilities and likelihoods in geometry, would not be worth an ace.
But neither you nor we, Socrates, would be satisfied with such arguments.
Then you and Theodorus mean to say that we must look at the matter in some other way.
Yes, in quite another way.
And the way will be to ask whether perception is or is not the same as knowledge. For this was the real point of our argument, and with a view to this we raised, did we not, these many strange questions.
Certainly.
Shall we say that we know everything which we see and hear? For example, shall we say that, not having learned, we do not hear the language of foreigners when they speak to us? Or shall we say that we not only hear, but know what they are saying? Or again, if we see letters which we do not understand, shall we say that we do not see them? Or shall we aver that, seeing them, we must know them?
We shall say, Socrates, that we know what we actually see and hear of them, that is to say, we see and know the figure and colour of the letters, and we hear and know the elevation or depression of the sound of them, but we do not perceive by sight and hearing or know that which grammarians and interpreters teach about them.
Capital, Theaetetus, and about this there shall be no dispute, because I want you to grow. But there is another difficulty coming, which you will also have to repulse.
What is it?
Someone will say, can a man who has ever known anything, and still has and preserves a memory of that which he knows, not know that which he remembers at the time when he remembers? I have, I fear, a tedious way of putting a simple question, which is only whether a man who has learned and remembers can fail to know.
Impossible, Socrates. The supposition is monstrous.
Am I talking nonsense, then? Think. Is not seeing perceiving, and is not sight perception?
True.
And if our recent definition holds, every man knows that which he has seen.
Yes.
And you would admit that there is such a thing as memory.
Yes.
And is memory of something or of nothing?
Of something, surely.
Of things learned and perceived, that is.
Certainly.
Often a man remembers that which he has seen.
True.
And if he closed his eyes, would he forget?
Who, Socrates, would dare to say so?
But we must say so, if the previous argument is to be maintained.
What do you mean? I'm not quite sure that I understand you, though I have a strong suspicion that you are right.
As thus, he who sees knows, as we say, that which he sees. For perception and sight and knowledge are admitted to be the same.
Certainly.
But he who saw and has knowledge of that which he saw remembers, when he closes his eyes, that which he no longer sees.
True.
And seeing is knowing, and therefore not seeing is not knowing.
Very true.
Then the inference is that a man may have attained the knowledge of something which he may remember and yet not know, because he does not see, and this has been affirmed by us to be a monstrous supposition.
Most true.
Thus, then, the assertion that knowledge and perception are one involves a manifest impossibility.
Yes.
Then they must be distinguished.
I suppose that they must.
Once more we shall have to begin and ask, what is knowledge? And yet, Theaetetus, what are we going to do?
About what?
Like a good-for-nothing cock, without having won the victory, we walk away from the argument and crow.
How do you mean?
After the manner of disputers, we were satisfied with mere verbal consistency, and were well pleased if in this way we could gain an advantage. Although professing not to be mere eristics, but philosophers, I suspect that we have unconsciously fallen into the error of that ingenious class of persons.
I do not, as yet, understand you.
Then I will try to explain myself. Just now we asked the question whether a man who had learned and remembered could fail to know, and we showed that a person who had seen might remember when he had his eyes shut and could not see, and then he would at the same time remember and not know. But this was an impossibility, and so the Protagorean fable came to naught, and yours also, who maintained that knowledge is the same as perception.
True.
And yet, my friend, I rather suspect that the result would have been different if Protagoras, who was the father of the first of the two brats, had been alive. He would have had a great deal to say on their behalf, but he is dead, and we insult over his orphan child, and even the guardians whom he left, and of whom our friend Theodorus is one, are unwilling to give any help, and therefore I suppose that I must take up his cause myself and see justice done.
Not I, Socrates, but rather Callias, the son of Hipponicus, is guardian of his orphans. I was too soon diverted from the abstractions of dialectic to geometry. Nevertheless, I shall be grateful to you if you assist him.
Very good, Theodorus. You shall see how I will come to the rescue. If a person does not attend to the meaning of terms as they are commonly used in argument, he may be involved even in greater paradoxes than these. Shall I explain this matter to you or to Theaetetus?
To both of us, and let the younger answer. He will incur less disgrace if he is discomfited.
Then now let me ask the awful question, which is this. Can a man know and also not know that which he knows?
How shall we answer, Theaetetus?
He cannot, I should say.
He can, if you maintain that seeing is knowing. When you are imprisoned in a well, as the saying is, and the self-assured adversary closes one of your eyes with his hand and asks whether you can see his cloak with the eye which he has closed, how will you answer the inevitable man?
I should answer not with that eye, but with the other.
Then you see and do not see the same thing at the same time.
Yes, in a certain sense.
None of that, he will reply. I do not ask or bid you answer in what sense you know, but only whether you know that which you do not know. You have been proved to see that which you do not see, and you have already admitted that seeing is knowing, and that not seeing is not knowing. I leave you to draw the inference.
Yes, the inference is the contradictory of my assertion.
Yes, my marvel, and there might have been yet worse things in store for you if an opponent had gone on to ask whether you can have a sharp and also a dull knowledge, and whether you can know near but not at a distance, or know the same thing with more or less intensity, and so on without end. Such questions might have been put to you by a light-armed mercenary who argued for pay. He would have lain in wait for you, and when you took up the position that sense is knowledge, he would have made an assault upon hearing, smelling, and the other senses. He would have shown you no mercy, and while you were lost in envy and admiration of his wisdom, he would have got you into his net, out of which you would not have escaped until you had come to an understanding about the sum to be paid for your release. Well, you ask, and how will Protagoras reinforce his position? Shall I answer for him?
By all means.
He will repeat all those things which we have been urging on his behalf, and then he will close with us in disdain and say, "The worthy Socrates asked a little boy whether the same man could remember and not know the same thing, and the boy said no, because he was frightened and could not see what was coming, and then Socrates made fun of poor me. The truth is, O slatternly Socrates, that when you ask questions about any assertion of mine, and the person asked is found tripping, if he has answered as I should have answered, then I am refuted. But if he answers something else, then he is refuted, and not I. For do you really suppose that anyone would admit the memory which a man has of an impression which has passed away to be the same with that which he experienced at the time? Assuredly not. Or would he hesitate to acknowledge that the same man may know and not know the same thing? Or, if he is afraid of making this admission, would he ever grant that one who has become unlike is the same as before he became unlike? Or would he admit that a man is one at all, and not rather many and infinite as the changes which take place in him? I speak by the card in order to avoid entanglements of words. But, oh, my good sir, he will say, come to the argument in a more generous spirit, and either show, if you can, that our sensations are not relative and individual, or, if you admit them to be so, prove that this does not involve the consequence that the appearance becomes, or, if you will have the word, is, to the individual only. As to your talk about pigs and baboons, you are yourself behaving like a pig, and you teach your hearers to make sport of my writings in the same ignorant manner. But this is not to your credit. For I declare that the truth is as I have written, and that each of us is a measure of existence and of non-existence. Yet one man may be 1,000 times better than another, in proportion as different things are and appear to him, and I am far from saying that wisdom and the wise man have no existence. But I say that the wise man is he who makes the evils which appear and are to a man into goods which are and appear to him. And I would beg you not to press my words in the letter, but to take the meaning of them as I will explain them. Remember what has been already said, that to the sick man his food appears to be and is bitter, and to the man in health the opposite of bitter. Now, I cannot conceive that one of these men can be, or ought to be, made wiser than the other. Nor can you assert that the sick man, because he has one impression, is foolish, and the healthy man, because he has another, is wise. But the one state requires to be changed into the other, the worse into the better. As in education, a change of state has to be effected, and the sophist accomplishes by words the change which the physician works by the aid of drugs. Not that anyone ever made another think truly who previously thought falsely, for no one can think what is not, or think anything different from that which he feels, and this is also true. But as the inferior habit of mind has thoughts of kindred nature, so I conceive that a good mind causes men to have good thoughts, and these which the inexperienced call true, I maintain to be only better, and not truer than others. And oh, my dear Socrates, I do not call wise men tadpoles. Far from it. I say that they are the physicians of the human body, and the husbandmen of plants. For the husbandman also take away the evil and disordered sensations of plants, and infuse into them good and healthy sensations, aye, and true ones. And the wise and good rhetoricians make the good instead of the evil to seem just to states. For whatever appears to a state to be just and fair, so long as it is regarded as such, is just and fair to it. But the teacher of wisdom causes the good to take the place of the evil, both in appearance and in reality. And in like manner, the sophist who is able to train his pupils in this spirit is a wise man, and deserves to be well paid by them. And so one man is wiser than another, and no one thinks falsely, and you, whether you will or not, must endure to be a measure. On these foundations the argument stands firm, which you, Socrates, may, if you please, overthrow by an opposite argument, or, if you like, you may put questions to me, a method to which no intelligent person will object, quite the reverse. But I must beg you to put fair questions, for there is a great inconsistency in saying that you have a zeal for virtue, and then always behaving unfairly in argument. The unfairness of which I complain is that you do not distinguish between mere disputation and dialectic. The disputer may trip up his opponent as often as he likes and make fun, but the dialectician will be in earnest, and only correct his adversary when necessary, telling him the errors into which he has fallen through his own fault, or that of the company which he has previously kept. If you do so, your adversary will lay the blame of his own confusion and perplexity on himself, and not on you. He will follow and love you, and will hate himself, and escape from himself into philosophy, in order that he may become different from what he was. But the other mode of arguing, which is practised by the many, will have just the opposite effect on him, and as he grows older, instead of turning philosopher, he will come to hate philosophy. I would recommend you, therefore, as I said before, not to encourage yourself in this polemical and controversial temper, but to find out in a friendly and congenial spirit what we really mean when we say that all things are in motion, and that to every individual and state what appears is. In this manner you will consider whether knowledge and sensation are the same or different, but you will not argue, as you were just now doing, from the customary use of names and words, which the vulgar pervert in all sorts of ways, causing infinite perplexity to one another. Such, Theodorus, is the very slight help which I am able to offer to your old friend. Had he been living, he would have helped himself in a far more gloriose style.
You are jesting, Socrates. Indeed, your defence of him has been most valorous.
Thank you, my friend, and I hope that you observe Protagoras bidding us be serious, as the text, "Man is the measure of all things," was a solemn one, and he reproached us with making a boy the medium of discourse, and said that the boy's timidity was made to tell against his argument. He also declared that we made a joke of him.
How could I fail to observe all that, Socrates?
Well, and shall we do as he says?
By all means.
But if his wishes are to be regarded, you and I must take up the argument, and in all seriousness, and ask and answer one another, for you see that the rest of us are nothing but boys. In no other way can we escape the imputation that, in our fresh analysis of his thesis, we are making fun with boys.
Well, but is not Theaetetus better able to follow a philosophical inquiry than a great many men who have long beards?
Yes, Theodorus, but not better than you. And therefore please not to imagine that I am to defend by every means in my power your departed friend, and that you are to defend nothing and nobody. At any rate, my good man, do not sheer off until we know whether you are a true measure of diagrams, or whether all men are equally measures, and sufficient for themselves in astronomy and geometry, and the other branches of knowledge in which you are supposed to excel them.
He who is sitting by you, Socrates, will not easily avoid being drawn into an argument. And when I said just now that you would excuse me, and not, like the Spartans, compel me to strip and fight, I was talking nonsense. I should rather compare you to Sciron, who threw travellers from the rocks. For the Spartans' rule is strip or depart. But you seem to go about your work more after the fashion of Antaeus. You will not allow anyone who approaches you to depart until you have stripped him, and he has been compelled to try a fall with you in argument.
There, Theodorus, you have hit off precisely the nature of my complaint. But I am even more pugnacious than the giants of old, for I have met with no end of heroes. Many a Heracles, many a Theseus, mighty in words, has broken my head. Nevertheless, I am always at this rough exercise, which inspires me like a passion. Please, then, to try a fall with me, whereby you will do yourself good as well as me.
I consent. Lead me whither you will, for I know that you are like destiny. No man can escape from any argument which you may weave for him. But I am not disposed to go further than you suggest.
Once will be enough. And now, take particular care that we do not again unwittingly expose ourselves to the reproach of talking childishly.
I will do my best to avoid that error.
In the first place, let us return to our old objection and see whether we were right in blaming and taking offence at Protagoras on the ground that he assumed all to be equal and sufficient in wisdom, although he admitted that there was a better and worse, and that in respect of this, some who, as he said, were the wise, excelled others.
Very true.
Had Protagoras been living and answered for himself, instead of our answering for him, there would have been no need of our reviewing or reinforcing the argument. But as he is not here, and someone may accuse us of speaking without authority on his behalf, had we not better come to a clearer agreement about his meaning, for a great deal may be at stake?
True.
Then let us obtain, not through any third person, but from his own statement, and in the fewest words possible, the basis of agreement.
In what way?
In this way. His words are, what seems to a man is to him.
Yes, so he says.
And are not we, Protagoras, uttering the opinion of man, or rather of all mankind, when we say that everyone thinks himself wiser than other men in some things, and their inferior in others? In the hour of danger, when they are in perils of war, or of the sea, or of sickness, do they not look up to their commanders as if they were gods, and expect salvation from them, only because they excel them in knowledge? Is not the world full of men in their several employments, who are looking for teachers and rulers of themselves and of the animals? And there are plenty who think that they are able to teach and able to rule. Now, in all this is implied that ignorance and wisdom exist among them, at least in their own opinion.
Certainly.
And wisdom is assumed by them to be true thought, and ignorance to be false opinion.
Exactly.
How then, Protagoras, would you have us treat the argument? Shall we say that the opinions of men are always true, or sometimes true and sometimes false? In either case, the result is the same, and their opinions are not always true, but sometimes true and sometimes false. For, tell me, Theodorus, do you suppose that you yourself, or any other follower of Protagoras, would contend that no one deems another ignorant or mistaken in his opinion?
The thing is incredible, Socrates.
And yet that absurdity is necessarily involved in the thesis which declares man to be the measure of all things.
How so?
Why, suppose that you determine in your own mind something to be true, and declare your opinion to me. Let us assume, as he argues, that this is true to you. Now, if so, you must either say that the rest of us are not the judges of this opinion or judgment of yours, or that we judge you always to have a true opinion. But are there not thousands upon thousands who, whenever you form a judgment, take up arms against you, and are of an opposite judgment and opinion, deeming that you judge falsely?
Yes, indeed, Socrates. Thousands and tens of thousands, as Homer says, who give me a world of trouble.
Well, but are we to assert that what you think is true to you and false to the 10,000 others?
No other inference seems to be possible.
And how about Protagoras himself? If neither he nor the multitude thought, as indeed they do not think, that man is the measure of all things, must it not follow that the truth of which Protagoras wrote would be true to no one? But if you suppose that he himself thought this, and that the multitude does not agree with him, you must begin by allowing that in whatever proportion the many are more than one, in that proportion his truth is more untrue than true.
That would follow if the truth is supposed to vary with individual opinion.
And the best of the joke is that he acknowledges the truth of their opinion who believe his own opinion to be false, for he admits that the opinions of all men are true.
Certainly.
And does he not allow that his own opinion is false, if he admits that the opinion of those who think him false is true?
Of course.
Whereas the other side do not admit that they speak falsely.
They do not.
And he, as may be inferred from his writings, agrees that this opinion is also true.
Clearly.
Then all mankind, beginning with Protagoras, will contend, or rather I should say that he will allow, when he concedes that his adversary has a true opinion, Protagoras, I say, will himself allow that neither a dog nor an ordinary man is the measure of anything which he has not learned. Am I not right?
Yes.
And the truth of Protagoras being doubted by all will be true neither to himself nor to anyone else.
I think, Socrates, that we are running my old friend too hard.
But I do not know that we are going beyond the truth. Doubtless, as he is older, he may be expected to be wiser than we are. And if he could only just get his head out of the world below, he would have overthrown both of us again and again, me for talking nonsense, and you for assenting to me, and have been off and underground in a trice. But as he is not within call, we must make the best use of our own faculties, such as they are, and speak out what appears to us to be true. And one thing which no one will deny is that there are great differences in the understandings of men.
In that opinion, I quite agree.
And is there not most likely to be firm ground in the distinction which we were indicating on behalf of Protagoras, viz., that most things, and all immediate sensations, such as hot, dry, sweet, are only such as they appear? If, however, difference of opinion is to be allowed at all, surely we must allow it in respect of health or disease. For every woman, child, or living creature has not such a knowledge of what conduces to health as to enable them to cure themselves.
I quite agree.
Or again, in politics, while affirming that just and unjust, honourable and disgraceful, holy and unholy, are in reality to each state such as the state thinks and makes lawful, and that in determining these matters no individual or state is wiser than another, still the followers of Protagoras will not deny that in determining what is or is not expedient for the community, one state is wiser and one counsellor better than another. They will scarcely venture to maintain that what a city enacts in the belief that it is expedient will always be really expedient. But in the other case, I mean, when they speak of justice and injustice, piety and impiety, they are confident that in nature these have no existence or essence of their own. The truth is that which is agreed on at the time of the agreement, and as long as the agreement lasts, and this is the philosophy of many who do not altogether go along with Protagoras. Here arises a new question, Theodorus, which threatens to be more serious than the last.
Well, Socrates, we have plenty of leisure.
That is true, and your remark recalls to my mind an observation which I have often made, that those who have passed their days in the pursuit of philosophy are ridiculously at fault when they have to appear and speak in court. How natural is this?
What do you mean?
I mean to say that those who have been trained in philosophy and liberal pursuits are as unlike those who from their youth upwards have been knocking about in the courts and such places as a free man is in breeding unlike a slave.
In what is the difference seen?
In the leisure spoken of by you, which a freeman can always command. He has his talk out in peace, and like ourselves he wanders at will from one subject to another, and from a second to a third. If the fancy takes him, he begins again, as we are doing now, caring not whether his words are many or few. His only aim is to attain the truth. But the lawyer is always in a hurry. There is the water of the clepsydra driving him on, and not allowing him to expatiate at will, and there is his adversary standing over him, enforcing his rights. The indictment, which in their phraseology is termed the affidavit, is recited at the time, and from this he must not deviate. He is a servant, and is continually disputing about a fellow servant before his master, who is seated and has the cause in his hands. The trial is never about some indifferent matter, but always concerns himself, and often the race is for his life. The consequence has been that he has become keen and shrewd. He has learned how to flatter his master in word and indulge him in deed, but his soul is small and unrighteous. His condition, which has been that of a slave from his youth upwards, has deprived him of growth and uprightness and independence. Dangers and fears, which were too much for his truth and honesty, came upon him in early years, when the tenderness of youth was unequal to them, and he has been driven into crooked ways. From the first he has practised deception and retaliation, and has become stunted and warped, and so he has passed out of youth into manhood, having no soundness in him, and is now, as he thinks, a master in wisdom. Such is the lawyer, Theodorus. Will you have the companion picture of the philosopher, who is of our brotherhood, or shall we return to the argument? Do not let us abuse the freedom of digression which we claim.
Nay, Socrates, not until we have finished what we are about. For you truly said that we belong to a brotherhood which is free, and are not the servants of the argument, but the argument is our servant, and must wait our leisure. Who is our judge? Or where is the spectator having any right to censure or control us, as he might the poets?
Then, as this is your wish, I will describe the leaders, for there is no use in talking about the inferior sort. In the first place, the lords of philosophy have never, from their youth upwards, known their way to the agora, or the dicastery, or the council, or any other political assembly. They neither see nor hear the laws or decrees, as they are called, of the state written or recited. The eagerness of political societies in the attainment of offices, clubs and banquets and revels and singing maidens, do not enter even into their dreams. Whether any event has turned out well or ill in the city, what disgrace may have descended to anyone from his ancestors, male or female, are matters of which the philosopher no more knows than he can tell, as they say, how many pints are contained in the ocean. Neither is he conscious of his ignorance, for he does not hold aloof in order that he may gain a reputation, but the truth is that the outer form of him only is in the city. His mind, disdaining the littlenesses and nothingnesses of human things, is flying all abroad, as Pindar says, measuring earth and heaven and the things which are under and on the earth and above the heaven, interrogating the whole nature of each and all in their entirety, but not condescending to anything which is within reach.
What do you mean, Socrates?
I will illustrate my meaning, Theodorus, by the jest which the clever, witty Thracian handmaid is said to have made about Thales when he fell into a well as he was looking up at the stars. She said that he was so eager to know what was going on in heaven that he could not see what was before his feet. This is a jest which is equally applicable to all philosophers, for the philosopher is wholly unacquainted with his next-door neighbour. He is ignorant not only of what he is doing, but he hardly knows whether he is a man or an animal. He is searching into the essence of man, and busy in inquiring what belongs to such a nature to do or suffer different from any other. I think that you understand me, Theodorus.
I do, and what you say is true.
And thus, my friend, on every occasion, private as well as public, as I said at first, when he appears in a law court, or in any place in which he has to speak of things which are at his feet and before his eyes, he is the jest not only of Thracian handmaids, but of the general herd, tumbling into wells and every sort of disaster through his inexperience. His awkwardness is fearful, and gives the impression of imbecility. When he is reviled, he has nothing personal to say in answer to the civilities of his adversaries, for he knows no scandals of anyone, and they do not interest him, and therefore he is laughed at for his sheepishness. And when others are being praised and glorified, in the simplicity of his heart he cannot help going into fits of laughter, so that he seems to be a downright idiot. When he hears a tyrant or a king eulogized, he fancies that he is listening to the praises of some keeper of cattle, a swineherd or shepherd, or perhaps a cowherd, who is congratulated on the quantity of milk which he squeezes from them, and he remarks that the creature whom they tend, and out of whom they squeeze the wealth, is of a less tractable and more insidious nature. Then again, he observes that the great man is of necessity as ill-mannered and uneducated as any shepherd, for he has no leisure, and he is surrounded by a wall, which is his mountain pen. Hearing of enormous landed proprietors of 10,000 acres and more, our philosopher deems this to be a trifle, because he has been accustomed to think of the whole earth. And when they sing the praises of family, and say that someone is a gentleman because he can show 7 generations of wealthy ancestors, he thinks that their sentiments only betray a dull and narrow vision in those who utter them, and who are not educated enough to look at the whole, nor to consider that every man has had thousands and 10,000s of progenitors, and among them have been rich and poor, kings and slaves, Hellenes and barbarians innumerable. And when people pride themselves on having a pedigree of 25 ancestors, which goes back to Heracles, the son of Amphitryon, he cannot understand their poverty of ideas. Why are they unable to calculate that Amphitryon had a 25th ancestor who might have been anybody, and was such as fortune made him, and he had a 50th, and so on? He amuses himself with the notion that they cannot count, and thinks that a little arithmetic would have got rid of their senseless vanity. Now, in all these cases, our philosopher is derided by the vulgar, partly because he is thought to despise them, and also because he is ignorant of what is before him, and always at a loss.
That is very true, Socrates.
But, oh, my friend, when he draws the other into upper air, and gets him out of his pleas and rejoinders into the contemplation of justice and injustice in their own nature, and in their difference from one another and from all other things, or from the commonplaces about the happiness of a king or of a rich man to the consideration of government, and of human happiness and misery in general, what they are, and how a man is to attain the one and avoid the other, when that narrow, keen little legal mind is called to account about all this, he gives the philosopher his revenge. For, dizzied by the height at which he is hanging, whence he looks down into space, which is a strange experience to him, he, being dismayed and lost, and stammering broken words, is laughed at, not by Thracian handmaidens or any other uneducated persons, for they have no eye for the situation, but by every man who has not been brought up a slave. Such are the two characters, Theodorus, the one of the free man, who has been trained in liberty and leisure, whom you call the philosopher. Him we cannot blame, because he appears simple and of no account when he has to perform some menial task, such as packing up bedclothes, or flavouring a sauce, or fawning speech. The other character is that of the man who is able to do all this kind of service smartly and neatly, but knows not how to wear his cloak like a gentleman, still less with the music of discourse can he hymn the true life aright, which is lived by immortals, or men blessed of heaven.
If you could only persuade everybody, Socrates, as you do me, of the truth of your words, there would be more peace and fewer evils among men.
Evils, Theodorus, can never pass away, for there must always remain something which is antagonistic to good. Having no place among the gods in heaven, of necessity they hover around the mortal nature and this earthly sphere, wherefore we ought to fly away from earth to heaven as quickly as we can, and to fly away is to become like God, as far as this is possible, and to become like him is to become holy, just, and wise. But, oh, my friend, you cannot easily convince mankind that they should pursue virtue or avoid vice, not merely in order that a man may seem to be good, which is the reason given by the world, and, in my judgment, is only a repetition of an old wives' fable, whereas the truth is that God is never in any way unrighteous. He is perfect righteousness, and he of us who is the most righteous is most like him. Herein is seen the true cleverness of a man, and also his nothingness and want of manhood. For to know this is true wisdom and virtue, and ignorance of this is manifest folly and vice. All other kinds of wisdom or cleverness, which seem only, such as the wisdom of politicians or the wisdom of the arts, are coarse and vulgar. The unrighteous man, or the sayer and doer of unholy things, had far better not be encouraged in the illusion that his roguery is clever, for men glory in their shame, They fancy that they hear others saying of them, "These are not mere good-for-nothing persons, mere burdens of the earth, but such as men should be who mean to dwell safely in a state." Let us tell them that they are all the more truly what they do not think they are, because they do not know it. For they do not know the penalty of injustice, which above all things they ought to know, not stripes and death, as they suppose, which evil-doers often escape, but a penalty which cannot be escaped.
What is that?
There are two patterns eternally set before them, the one blessed and divine, the other godless and wretched, but they do not see them, or perceive that in their utter folly and infatuation they are growing like the one and unlike the other, by reason of their evil deeds. And the penalty is that they lead a life answering to the pattern which they are growing like. And if we tell them that unless they depart from their cunning, the place of innocence will not receive them after death, and that here on earth they will live ever in the likeness of their own evil selves, and with evil friends, when they hear this, they, in their superior cunning, will seem to be listening to the talk of idiots.
Very true, Socrates.
Too true, my friend, as I well know. There is, however, one peculiarity in their case. When they begin to reason in private about their dislike of philosophy, if they have the courage to hear the argument out, and do not run away, they grow at last strangely discontented with themselves. Their rhetoric fades away, and they become helpless as children. These, however, are digressions from which we must now desist, or they will overflow and drown the original argument, to which, if you please, we will now return.
For my part, Socrates, I would rather have the digressions, for at my age I find them easier to follow. But if you wish, let us go back to the argument.
Had we not reached the point at which the partisans of the perpetual flux, who say that things are as they seem to each one, were confidently maintaining that the ordinances which the state commanded and thought just were just to the state which imposed them while they were in force? This was especially asserted of justice, but as to the good, no one had any longer the hardihood to contend of any ordinances which the state thought and enacted to be good, that these, while they were in force, were really good. He who said so would be playing with the name good, and would not touch the real question. It would be a mockery, would it not?
Certainly it would.
He ought not to speak the name, but of the thing which is contemplated under the name.
Right.
Whatever be the term used, the good, or expedient, is the aim of legislation, and, as far as she has an opinion, the state imposes all laws with a view to the greatest expediency. Can legislation have any other aim?
Certainly not.
But is the aim attained always? Do not mistakes often happen?
Yes, I think that there are mistakes.
The possibility of error will be more distinctly recognized if we put the question in reference to the whole class under which the good or expedient falls. That whole class has to do with the future, and laws are passed under the idea that they will be useful in after-time, which, in other words, is the future.
Very true.
Suppose now that we ask Protagoras, or one of his disciples, a question. "O Protagoras," we will say to him, "man is, as you declare, the measure of all things. White, heavy, light, of all such things he is the judge, for he is the criterion of them in himself, and when he thinks that things are such as he experiences them to be, he thinks what is and is true to himself. Is it not so?"
Yes.
And do you extend your doctrine, Protagoras, as we shall further say, to the future as well as to the present? And has he the criterion not only of what, in his opinion, is, but of what will be, and do things always happen to him as he expected? For example, take the case of heat. When an ordinary man thinks that he is going to have a fever, and that this kind of heat is coming on, and another person, who is a physician, thinks the contrary, whose opinion is likely to prove right? Or are they both right? He will have a heat and fever in his own judgment, and not have a fever in the physician's judgment.
How ludicrous!
and the vine-grower, if I am not mistaken, is a better judge of the sweetness or dryness of the vintage which is not yet gathered than the harp-player.
Certainly.
And in musical composition, the musician will know better than the training master what the training master himself will hereafter think harmonious or the reverse.
Of course.
And the cook will be a better judge than the guest, who is not a cook, of the pleasure to be derived from the dinner which is in preparation. For of present or past pleasure we are not as yet arguing, but we can say that everyone will be to himself the best judge of the pleasure which will seem to be and will be to him in the future. Nay, would you not, Protagoras, better guess which arguments in a court would convince any one of us than the ordinary man?
Certainly, Socrates. He used to profess in the strongest manner that he was the superior of all men in this respect.
To be sure, friend, who would have paid a large sum for the privilege of talking to him if he had really persuaded his visitors that neither a prophet nor any other man was better able to judge what will be and seem to be in the future than everyone could for himself?
Who indeed?
And legislation and expediency are all concerned with the future, and everyone will admit that states, in passing laws, must often fail of their highest interests.
Quite true.
Then we may fairly argue against your master, that he must admit one man to be wiser than another, and that the wiser is a measure. But I, who know nothing, am not at all obliged to accept the honour which the advocate of Protagoras was just now forcing upon me, whether I would or not, of being a measure of anything.
That is the best refutation of him, Socrates, although he is also caught when he ascribes truth to the opinions of others who give the lie direct to his own opinion.
There are many ways, Theodorus, in which the doctrine that every opinion of every man is true may be refuted. But there is more difficulty in proving that states of feeling which are present to a man, and out of which arise sensations and opinions in accordance with them, are also untrue. And very likely I have been talking nonsense about them, for they may be unassailable, and those who say that there is clear evidence of them, and that they are matters of knowledge, may probably be right, in which case our friend Theaetetus was not so far from the mark when he identified perception and knowledge. And therefore let us draw nearer, as the advocate of Protagoras desires, and give the truth of the universal flux a ring. Is the theory sound or not? At any rate, no small war is raging about it, and there are combination not a few.
No small war, indeed, for in Ionia the sect makes rapid strides. The disciples of Heraclitus are most energetic upholders of the doctrine.
Then we are the more bound, my dear Theodorus, to examine the question from the foundation as it is set forth by themselves.
Certainly we are. About these speculations of Heraclitus, which, as you say, are as old as Homer, or even older still, the Ephesians themselves, who profess to know them, are downright mad, and you cannot talk with them on the subject. For in accordance with their textbooks, they are always in motion. But as for dwelling upon an argument or a question, and quietly asking and answering in turn, they can no more do so than they can fly. Or rather, the determination of these fellows not to have a particle of rest in them is more than the utmost powers of negation can express. If you ask any of them a question, he will produce, as from a quiver, sayings brief and dark, and shoot them at you. And if you inquire the reason of what he has said, you will be hit by some other new-fangled word, and will make no way with any of them, nor they with one another. Their great care is not to allow of any settled principle, either in their arguments or in their minds, conceiving, as I imagine, that any such principle would be stationary, for they are at war with the stationary, and do what they can to drive it out everywhere.
I suppose, Theodorus, that you have only seen them when they were fighting, and have never stayed with them in time of peace, for they are no friends of yours, and their peace doctrines are only communicated by them at leisure, as I imagine, to those disciples of theirs whom they want to make like themselves.
Disciples? My good sir, they have none. Men of their sort are not one another's disciples, but they grow up at their own sweet will and get their inspiration anywhere, each of them saying of his neighbour that he knows nothing. From these men, then, as I was going to remark, you will never get a reason, whether with their will or without their will. We must take the question out of their hands and make the analysis ourselves, as if we were doing geometrical problems.
Quite right, too. But as touching the aforesaid problem, have we not heard from the ancients, who concealed their wisdom from the many in poetical figures, that Oceanus and Tethys, the origin of all things, are streams, and that nothing is at rest? And now the moderns, in their superior wisdom, have declared the same openly, that the cobbler too may hear and learn of them, and no longer foolishly imagine that some things are at rest and others in motion. Having learned that all is motion, he will duly honour his teachers. I had almost forgotten the opposite doctrine, Theodorus. Alone being remains unmoved, which is the name for the all. This is the language of Parmenides, Melissus, and their followers, who stoutly maintain that all being is one and self-contained, and has no place in which to move. What shall we do, friend, with all these people? For, advancing step by step, we have imperceptibly got between the combatants, and unless we can protect our retreat, we shall pay the penalty of our rashness, like the players in the palestra who are caught upon the line and are dragged different ways by the two parties. Therefore, I think that we had better begin by considering those whom we first accosted, the river gods, and if we find any truth in them, we will help them to pull us over and try to get away from the others. But if the partisans of the whole appear to speak more truly, we will fly off from the party which would move the immovable to them. And if I find that neither of them have anything reasonable to say, we shall be in a ridiculous position, having so great a conceit of our own poor opinion, and rejecting that of ancient and famous men. Oh, Theodorus, do you think that there is any use in proceeding when the danger is so great?
Nay, Socrates, not to examine thoroughly what the two parties have to say would be quite intolerable.
Then examine we must, since you, who are so reluctant to begin, are so eager to proceed. The nature of motion appears to be the question with which we begin. What do they mean when they say that all things are in motion? Is there only one kind of motion, or, as I rather incline to think, two? I should like to have your opinion upon this point, in addition to my own, that I may err, if I must err, in your company. Tell me, then, when a thing changes from one place to another, or goes round in the same place, is not that what is called motion?
Yes.
Then here we have one kind of motion. But when a thing, remaining on the same spot, grows old or becomes black from being white, or hard from being soft, or undergoes any other change, may not this be properly called motion of another kind?
I think so.
Say, rather, that it must be so. Of motion, then, there are these two kinds, change and motion in place.
You are right.
And now, having made this distinction, let us address ourselves to those who say that all is motion, and ask them whether all things according to them have the two kinds of motion, and are changed as well as move in place, or is one thing moved in both ways, and another in one only?
Indeed, I do not know what to answer, but I think they would say that all things are moved in both ways.
Yes, comrade, for if not, they would have to say that the same things are in motion and at rest, and there would be no more truth in saying that all things are in motion than that all things are at rest.
To be sure.
And if they are to be in motion, and nothing is to be devoid of motion, all things must always have every sort of motion.
Most true.
Consider a further point. Did we not understand them to explain the generation of heat, whiteness, or anything else, in some such manner as the following? Were they not saying that each of them is moving between the agent and the patient, together with a perception, and that the patient ceases to be a perceiving power and becomes a percipient, and the agent a quale instead of a quality. I suspect that quality may appear a strange and uncouth term to you, and that you do not understand the abstract expression. Then I will take concrete instances. I mean to say that the producing power, or agent, becomes neither heat nor whiteness, but hot and white, and the like of other things. For I must repeat what I said before, that neither the agent nor patient have any absolute existence. But when they come together and generate sensations and their objects, the one becomes a thing of a certain quality, and the other a percipient, you remember.
Of course.
We may leave the details of their theory unexamined, but we must not forget to ask them the only question with which we are concerned. Are all things in motion and flux?
Yes, they will reply.
And they are moved in both those ways which we distinguished. That is to say, they move in place and are also changed.
Of course, if the motion is to be perfect.
If they only moved in place and were not changed, we should be able to say what is the nature of the things which are in motion and flux.
Exactly.
But now, since not even white continues to flow white, and whiteness itself is a flux or change which is passing into another colour and is never to be caught standing still, can the name of any colour be rightly used at all?
How is that possible, Socrates, either in the case of this or of any other quality, if while we are using the word, the object is escaping in the flux?
And what would you say of perceptions, such as sight and hearing, or any other kind of perception? Is there any stopping in the act of seeing and hearing?
Certainly not, if all things are in motion.
Then we must not speak of seeing any more than of not seeing, nor of any other perception more than of any non-perception, if all things partake of every kind of motion.
Certainly not.
Yet perception is knowledge. So at least Theaetetus and I were saying.
Very true.
Then, when we were asked what is knowledge, we no more answered what is knowledge than what is not knowledge.
I suppose not.
Here, then, is a fine result. We corrected our first answer in our eagerness to prove that nothing is at rest. But if nothing is at rest, every answer upon whatever subject is equally right. You may say that a thing is or is not thus, or, if you prefer, becomes thus. And if we say becomes, we shall not then hamper them with words expressive of rest.
Quite true.
Yes, Theodorus, except in saying thus and not thus. But you ought not to use the word thus, for there is no motion in thus or in not thus. The maintainers of the doctrine have as yet no words in which to express themselves, and must get a new language. I know of no word that will suit them, except perhaps know how, which is perfectly indefinite.
Yes, that is a manner of speaking in which they will be quite at home.
And so, Theodorus, we have got rid of your friend without asserting to his doctrine that every man is the measure of all things. A wise man only is a measure. Neither can we allow that knowledge is perception, certainly not in the hypothesis of a perpetual flux, unless perchance our friend Theaetetus is able to convince us that it is.
Very good, Socrates. And now that the argument about the doctrine of Protagoras has been completed, I am absolved from answering, for this was the agreement.
Not, Theodorus, until you and Socrates have discussed the doctrine of those who say that all things are at rest, as you were proposing.
You, Theaetetus, who are a young rogue, must not instigate your elders to a breach of faith, but should prepare to answer Socrates in the remainder of the argument.
Yes, if he wishes, but I would rather have heard about the doctrine of rest.
Invite Socrates to an argument? Invite horsemen to the open plain? Do but ask him, and he will answer.
Nevertheless, Theodorus, I'm afraid that I shall not be able to comply with the request of Theaetetus.
Not comply? For what reason?
My reason is that I have a kind of reverence, not so much for Melissus and the others who say that all is one and at rest, as for the great leader himself, Parmenides, venerable and awful, as in Homeric language he may be called. Him I should be ashamed to approach in a spirit unworthy of him. I met him when he was an old man, and I was a mere youth, and he appeared to me to have a glorious depth of mind, and I'm afraid that we may not understand his words, and maybe still further from understanding his meaning. Above all, I fear that the nature of knowledge, which is the main subject of our discussion, may be thrust out slightly by the unbidden guests who will come pouring in upon our feast of discourse, if we let them in. Besides, the question which is now stirring is of immense extent, and will be treated unfairly if only considered by the way, or if treated adequately and at length, will put into the shade the other question of knowledge. Neither the one nor the other can be allowed, but I must try, by my art of midwifery, to deliver Theaetetus of his conceptions about knowledge.
Very well. Do so if you will.
Then now, Theaetetus, take another view of the subject. You answered that knowledge is perception.
I did.
And if anyone were to ask you, with what does a man see black and white colours, and with what does he hear high and low sounds, you would say, if I'm not mistaken, with the eyes and with the ears.
I should.
The free use of words and phrases, rather than minute precision, is generally characteristic of a liberal education, and the opposite is pedantic. But sometimes precision is necessary, and I believe that the answer which you have just given is open to the charge of incorrectness. For which is more correct, to say that we see or hear with the eyes and with the ears, or through the eyes and through the ears?
I should say through, Socrates, rather than with.
Yes, my boy, for no one can suppose that in each of us, as in a sort of Trojan horse, there are perched a number of unconnected senses, which do not all meet in some one nature, the mind, or whatever we please to call it, of which they are the instruments, and with which, through them, we perceive objects of sense.
I agree with you in that opinion.
The reason why I am thus precise is because I want to know whether, when we perceive black and white through the eyes, and again other qualities through other organs, we do not perceive them with one and the same part of ourselves. And if you are asked, you might refer all such perceptions to the body. Perhaps, however, I had better allow you to answer for yourself and not interfere. Tell me, then, are not the organs through which you perceive warm and hard and light and sweet organs of the body?
Of the body, certainly.
And you admit that what you perceive through one faculty you cannot perceive through another. The objects of hearing, for example, cannot be perceived through sight, or the objects of sight through hearing.
Of course not.
If you have any thought about both of them, this common perception cannot come to you either through the one or the other organ.
It cannot.
How about sounds and colours? In the first place, would you admit that they both exist?
Yes.
And that either of them is different from the other, and the same with itself?
Certainly.
And that both are two, and each of them one?
Yes.
You can further observe whether they are like or unlike one another.
I dare say.
But through what do you perceive all this about them? For neither through hearing nor yet through seeing can you apprehend that which they have in common. Let me give you an illustration of the point at issue. If there were any meaning in asking whether sounds and colours are saline or not, you would be able to tell me what faculty would consider the question. It would not be sight or hearing, but some other.
Certainly, the faculty of taste.
Very good. And now tell me, what is the power which discerns, not only in sensible objects, but in all things, universal notions, such as those which are called being and not being, and those others about which we were just asking? What organs will you assign for the perception of these notions?
You are thinking of being and not being, likeness and unlikeness, sameness and difference, and also of unity and other numbers, which are applied to objects of sense. And you mean to ask through what bodily organ the soul perceives odd and even numbers and other arithmetical conceptions?
You follow me excellently, Theaetetus. That is precisely what I'm asking.
Indeed, Socrates, I cannot answer. My only notion is that these, unlike objects of sense, have no separate organ but that the mind, by a power of her own, contemplates the universals in all things.
You are a beauty, Theaetetus, and not ugly, as Theodorus was saying, for he who utters the beautiful is himself beautiful and good, and besides being beautiful, you have done me a kindness in releasing me from a very long discussion, if you are clear that the soul views some things by herself and others through the bodily organs, for that was my own opinion, and I wanted you to agree with me.
I am quite clear.
And to what class would you refer being or essence? For this, of all our notions, is the most universal.
I should say to that class which the soul aspires to know of herself.
And would you say this also of like and unlike, same and other?
Yes.
And would you say the same of the noble and base, and of good and evil?
These I conceive to be notions which are essentially relative, and which the soul also perceives by comparing in herself things past and present with the future.
And does she not perceive the hardness of that which is hard by the touch, and the softness of that which is soft equally by the touch?
Yes.
But their essence, and what they are, and their opposition to one another, and the essential nature of this opposition, the soul herself endeavours to decide for us by the review and comparison of them.
Certainly.
The simple sensations which reach the soul through the body are given at birth to men and animals by nature, but their reflections on the being and use of them are slowly and hardly gained, if they are ever gained, by education and long experience.
Assuredly.
And can a man attain truth who fails of attaining being?
Impossible.
And can he who misses the truth of anything have a knowledge of that thing?
He cannot.
Then knowledge does not consist in impressions of sense, but in reasoning about them. In that only, and not in the mere impression, truth and being can be attained.
Clearly.
And would you call the two processes by the same name, when there is so great a difference between them?
That would certainly not be right.
And what name would you give to seeing, hearing, smelling, being cold, and being hot?
I should call all of them perceiving. What other name can be given to them?
Perception would be the collective name for them.
Certainly.
Which, as we say, has no part in the attainment of truth any more than of being.
Certainly not.
And therefore not in science or knowledge.
No.
Then perception, Theaetetus, can never be the same as knowledge or science.
Clearly not, Socrates. And knowledge has now been most distinctly proved to be different from perception.
But the original aim of our discussion was to find out rather what knowledge is than what it is not. At the same time, we have made some progress, for we no longer seek for knowledge in perception at all, but in that other process, however called, in which the mind is alone and engaged with being.
You mean, Socrates, if I am not mistaken, what is called thinking or opining?
You conceive truly. And now, my friend, please to begin again at this point, and having wiped out of your memory all that has preceded, see if you have arrived at any clearer view, and once more say, what is knowledge?
I cannot say, Socrates, that all opinion is knowledge, because there may be a false opinion, but I will venture to assert that knowledge is true opinion. Let this then be my reply, and if this is hereafter disproved, I must try to find another.
That is the way in which you ought to answer, Theaetetus, and not in your former, hesitating strain, for if we are bold, we shall gain one or two advantages. Either we shall find what we seek, or we shall be less likely to think that we know what we do not know. In either case, we shall be richly rewarded. And now, what are you saying? Are there two sorts of opinion, one true and the other false? And do you define knowledge to be the true?
Yes, according to my present view.
Is it still worth our while to resume the discussion touching opinion?
To what are you alluding?
There is a point which often troubles me and is a great perplexity to me, both in regard to myself and others. I cannot make out the nature or origin of the mental experience to which I refer.
Pray, what is it?
How can there be false opinion? That difficulty still troubles the eye of my mind, and I am uncertain whether I shall leave the question or begin over again in a new way.
Begin again, Socrates, at least if you think that there is the slightest necessity for doing so. Were not you and Theodorus just now remarking very truly that in discussions of this kind we may take our own time?
You are quite right, and perhaps there will be no harm in retracing our steps and beginning again. Better a little which is well done than a great deal imperfectly.
Certainly.
Well, and what is the difficulty? Do we not speak of false opinion and say that one man holds a false and another a true opinion, as though there were some natural distinction between them?
We certainly say so.
All things and everything are either known or not known. I leave out of view the intermediate conceptions of learning and forgetting, because they have nothing to do with our present question.
There can be no doubt, Socrates, if you exclude these, that there is no other alternative but knowing or not knowing a thing.
That point being now determined, must we not say that he who has an opinion must have an opinion about something which he knows or does not know?
He must.
He who knows cannot but know, and he who does not know cannot know.
Of course.
What should we say, then? When a man has a false opinion, does he think that which he knows to be some other thing which he knows, and knowing both, is he at the same time ignorant of both?
That, Socrates, is impossible.
But perhaps he thinks of something which he does not know as some other thing which he does not know. For example, he knows neither Theaetetus nor Socrates, and yet he fancies that Theaetetus is Socrates, or Socrates Theaetetus.
How can he?
But surely he cannot suppose what he knows to be what he does not know, or what he does not know to be what he knows.
That would be monstrous.
Where, then, is false opinion? For if all things are either known or unknown, there can be no opinion which is not comprehended under this alternative, and so false opinion is excluded.
Most true.
Suppose that we remove the question out of the sphere of knowing or not knowing into that of being and not being.
What do you mean?
May we not suspect the simple truth to be that he who thinks about anything, that which is not, will necessarily think what is false, whatever in other respects may be the state of his mind?
That, again, is not unlikely, Socrates.
Then suppose someone to say to us, Theaetetus, is it possible for any man to think that which is not, either as a self-existent substance or as a predicate of something else? And suppose that we answer, yes, he can, when he thinks what is not true. Will that be our answer?
Yes.
But is there any parallel to this?
What do you mean?
Can a man see something and yet see nothing?
Impossible.
But if he sees any one thing, he sees something that exists. Do you suppose that what is one is ever to be found among non-existing things?
I do not.
Then he who sees one thing sees something which is.
Clearly.
And he who hears anything hears some one thing, and hears that which is.
Yes.
And he who touches anything touches something which is one, and therefore is.
That again is true.
And does not he who thinks think some one thing?
Certainly.
And does not he who thinks some one thing think something which is?
I agree.
Then he who thinks of that which is not thinks of nothing.
Clearly.
And he who thinks of nothing does not think at all.
Obviously.
Then no one can think that which is not, either as a self-existent substance or as a predicate of something else.
Clearly not.
Then to think falsely is different from thinking that which is not.
It would seem so.
Then false opinion has no existence in us, either in the sphere of being or of knowledge?
Certainly not.
But may not the following be the description of what we express by this name?
What?
May we not suppose that false opinion or thought is a sort of heterodoxy? A person may make an exchange in his mind and say that one real object is another real object. For thus he always thinks that which is, but he puts one thing in place of another, and missing the aim of his thoughts, he may be truly said to have false opinion.
Now you appear to me to have spoken the exact truth. When a man puts the base in the place of the noble, or the noble in the place of the base, then he has truly false opinion.
I see, Theaetetus, that your fear has disappeared, and that you are beginning to despise me.
What makes you say so?
You think, if I am not mistaken, that your truly false is safe from censure, and that I shall never ask whether there can be a swift which is slow, or a heavy which is light, or any other self-contradictory thing which works not according to its own nature, but according to that of its opposite. But I will not insist upon this, for I do not wish needlessly to discourage you. And are you satisfied that false opinion is heterodoxy, or the thought of something else?
I am.
It is possible, then, upon your view, for the mind to conceive of one thing as another.
True.
But must not the mind, or thinking power, which misplaces them, have a conception either of both objects or of one of them?
Certainly.
Either together or in succession?
Very good.
And do you mean by conceiving the same which I mean?
What is that?
I mean the conversation which the soul holds with herself in considering of anything. I speak of what I scarcely understand. But the soul, when thinking, appears to me to be just talking, asking questions of herself and answering them, affirming and denying. And when she has arrived at a decision, either gradually or by a sudden impulse, and has at last agreed, and does not doubt, this is called her opinion. I say, then, that to form an opinion is to speak, and opinion is a word spoken, I mean to oneself, and in silence, not aloud or to another. What think you?
I agree.
Then, when anyone thinks of one thing as another, he is saying to himself that one thing is another.
Yes.
But do you ever remember saying to yourself that the noble is certainly base, or the unjust just, or, best of all, have you ever attempted to convince yourself that one thing is another? Nay, not even in sleep, did you ever venture to say to yourself that odd is even, or anything of the kind?
Never.
And do you suppose that any other man, either in his senses or out of them, ever seriously tried to persuade himself that an ox is a horse, or that two are one?
Certainly not.
But if thinking is talking to oneself, no one speaking and thinking of two objects, and apprehending them both in his soul, will say and think that the one is the other of them. And I must add that even you, lover of dispute as you are, had better let the word other alone. That is, not insist that one and other are the same. I mean to say that no one thinks the noble to be base, or anything of the kind.
I will give up the word other, Socrates, and I agree to what you say.
If a man has both of them in his thoughts, he cannot think that the one of them is the other.
True.
Neither, if he has one of them only in his mind and not the other, can he think that one is the other.
True, for we should have to suppose that he apprehends that which is not in his thoughts at all.
Then no one who has either both or only one of the two objects in his mind can think that the one is the other. And therefore, he who maintains that false opinion is heterodoxy is talking nonsense, for neither in this any more than in the previous way can false opinion exist in us.
No.
But if, Theaetetus, this is not admitted, we shall be driven into many absurdities.
What are they?
I will not tell you until I have endeavoured to consider the matter from every point of view, for I should be ashamed of us if we were driven in our perplexity to admit the absurd consequences of which I speak. But if we find the solution and get away from them, we may regard them only as the difficulties of others, and the ridicule will not attach to us. On the other hand, if we utterly fail, I suppose that we must be humble and allow the argument to trample us underfoot, as the seasick passenger is trampled upon by the sailor, and to do anything to us. Listen, then, while I tell you how I hope to find a way out of our difficulty.
Let me hear.
I think that we were wrong in denying that a man could think what he knew to be what he did not know, and that there is a way in which such a deception is possible.
You mean to say, as I suspected at the time, that I may know Socrates, and at a distance see someone who is unknown to me, and whom I mistake for him? Then the deception will occur.
But has not that position been relinquished by us, because involving the absurdity that we should know and not know the things which we know?
True.
Let us make the assertion in another form, which may or may not have a favourable issue. But as we are in a great strait, every argument should be turned over and tested. Tell me, then, whether I am right in saying that you may learn a thing which at one time you did not know.
Certainly you may.
And another, and another.
Yes.
I would have you imagine, then, that there exists in the mind of man a block of wax, which is of different sizes in different men, harder, moister, and having more or less purity in one than another, and in some of an intermediate quality.
I see.
Let us say that this tablet is a gift of memory, the mother of the Muses, and that when we wish to remember anything which we have seen or heard or thought in our own minds, we hold the wax to the perceptions and thoughts, and in that material receive the impression of them, as from the seal of a ring, and that we remember and know what is imprinted as long as the image lasts. But when the image is effaced or cannot be taken, then we forget and do not know.
Very good.
Now, when a person has this knowledge and is considering something which he sees or hears, may not false opinion arise in the following manner?
In what manner?
When he thinks what he knows, sometimes to be what he knows, and sometimes to be what he does not know. We were wrong before in denying the possibility of this.
And how would you amend the former statement?
I should begin by making a list of the impossible cases which must be excluded. 1. No one can think one thing to be another when he does not perceive either of them, but has the memorial or seal of both of them in his mind. Nor can any mistaking of one thing for another occur when he only knows one and does not know and has no impression of the other. Nor can he think that one thing which he does not know is another thing which he does not know, or that what he does not know is what he knows. Nor, 2, that one thing which he perceives is another thing which he perceives, or that something which he perceives is something which he does not perceive, or that something which he does not perceive is something else which he does not perceive, or that something which he does not perceive is something which he perceives. Nor again, 3, can he think that something which he knows and perceives, and of which he has the impression coinciding with sense, is something else which he knows and perceives, and of which he has the impression coinciding with sense. This last case, if possible, is still more inconceivable than the others. Nor, 4, can he think that something which he knows and perceives, and of which he has the memorial coinciding with sense, is something else which he knows. Nor, so long as these agree, can he think that a thing which he knows and perceives is another thing which he perceives, or that a thing which he does not know and does not perceive is the same as another thing which he does not know and does not perceive. Nor again can he suppose that a thing which he does not know and does not perceive is the same as another thing which he does not know, or that a thing which he does not know and does not perceive is another thing which he does not perceive. All these utterly and absolutely exclude the possibility of false opinion. The only cases of any which remain are the following.
What are they? If you tell me, I may perhaps understand you better, but at present I am unable to follow you.
A person may think that some things which he knows, or which he perceives and does not know, are some other things which he knows and perceives, or that some things which he knows and perceives are other things which he knows and perceives.
I understand you less than ever now.
Hear me once more, then. I, knowing Theodorus, and remembering in my own mind what sort of person he is, and also what sort of person Theaetetus is, at one time see them, and at another time do not see them, and sometimes I touch them, and at another time not. Or at one time I may hear them or perceive them in some other way, and at another time not perceive them. But still I remember them, and know them in my own mind.
Very true.
Then, first of all, I want you to understand that a man may or may not perceive sensibly that which he knows.
True.
And that which he does not know will sometimes not be perceived by him, and sometimes will be perceived, and only perceived.
That is also true.
See whether you can follow me better now. Socrates can recognize Theodorus and Theaetetus, but he sees neither of them, nor does he perceive them in any other way. He cannot then, by any possibility, imagine in his own mind that Theaetetus is Theodorus. Am I not right?
You are quite right.
Then that was the first case of which I spoke.
Yes.
The second case was that I, knowing one of you, and not knowing the other, and perceiving neither, can never think him whom I know to be him whom I do not know.
True.
In the third case, not knowing and not perceiving either of you, I cannot think that one of you, whom I do not know, is the other, whom I do not know. I need not again go over the catalogue of excluded cases in which I cannot form a false opinion about you and Theodorus, either when I know both, or when I am in ignorance of both, or when I know one and not the other, and the same of perceiving. Do you understand me?
I do.
The only possibility of erroneous opinion is when knowing you and Theodorus, and having on the waxen block the impression of both of you given as by a seal, but seeing you imperfectly and at a distance, I try to assign the right impression of memory to the right visual impression, and to fit this into its own print. If I succeed, recognition will take place. But if I fail and transpose them, putting the foot into the wrong shoe, that is to say, putting the vision of either of you onto the wrong impression, or if my mind, like the sight in a mirror, which is transferred from right to left, err by reason of some similar affection, then heterodoxy and false opinion ensues.
Yes, Socrates, you have described the nature of opinion with wonderful exactness.
Or again, when I know both of you, and perceive as well as know one of you, but not the other, and my knowledge of him does not accord with perception, that was the case put by me just now which you did not understand.
No, I did not.
I meant to say that when a person knows and perceives one of you, his knowledge coincides with his perception. He will never think him to be some other person whom he knows and perceives, and the knowledge of whom coincides with his perception, for that also is a case supposed.
True.
But there was an omission of the further case, in which, as we now say, false opinion may arise, when knowing both, and seeing or having some other sensible perception of both, I fail in holding the seal over against the corresponding sensation. Like a bad archer, I miss and fall wide of the mark, and this is called falsehood.
Yes, it is rightly so called.
When, therefore, perception is present to one of the seals or impressions, but not to the other, and the mind fits the seal of the absent perception on the one which is present, in any case of this sort, the mind is deceived. In a word, if our view is sound, there can be no error or deception about things which a man does not know and has never perceived, but only in things which are known and perceived. In these alone opinion turns and twists about, and becomes alternately true and false. True when the seals and impressions of sense meet straight and opposite, false when they go awry and crooked.
And is not that, Socrates, nobly said?
Nobly, yes, but wait a little and hear the explanation, and then you will say so with more reason, for to think truly is noble, and to be deceived is base.
Undoubtedly.
And the origin of truth and error is as follows. When the wax in the soul of anyone is deep and abundant and smooth and perfectly tempered, then the impressions which pass through the senses and sink into the heart of the soul, as Homer says in a parable, meaning to indicate the likeness of the soul to wax, these, I say, being pure and clear, and having a sufficient depth of wax, are also lasting. And minds, such as these, easily learn and easily retain, and are not liable to confusion, but have true thoughts, for they have plenty of room, and having clear impressions of things, as we term them, quickly distribute them into their proper places on the block. And such men are called wise. Do you agree?
Entirely.
But when the heart of anyone is shaggy, a quality which the all-wise poet commends, or muddy and of impure wax, or very soft or very hard, then there is a corresponding defect in the mind. The soft are good at learning, but apt to forget, and the hard are the reverse. The shaggy and rugged and gritty, or those who have an admixture of earth or dung in their composition, have the impressions indistinct, as also the hard, for there is no depth in them, and the soft, too, are indistinct, for their impressions are easily confused and effaced. Yet greater is the indistinctness when they are all jostled together in a little soul which has no room. These are the natures which have false opinion. For when they see or hear or think of anything, they are slow in assigning the right objects to the right impressions, In their stupidity they confuse them, and are apt to see and hear and think amiss. And such men are said to be deceived in their knowledge of objects, and ignorant.
No man, Socrates, can say anything truer than that.
Then now we may admit the existence of false opinion in us.
Certainly.
And of true opinion also?
Yes.
We have at length satisfactorily proved beyond a doubt there are these two sorts of opinion.
Undoubtedly.
Alas, Theaetetus, what a tiresome creature is a man who is fond of talking.
What makes you say so?
Because I am disheartened at my own stupidity and tiresome garrulity. For what other term will describe the habit of a man who is always arguing on all sides of a question, whose dullness cannot be convinced, and who will never leave off?
But what puts you out of heart?
I am not only out of heart, but in positive despair, for I do not know what to answer if anyone were to ask me, "Oh, Socrates, have you indeed discovered that false opinion arises neither in the comparison of perceptions with one another, nor yet in thought, but in union of thought and perception? Yes, I shall say, with the complacence of one who thinks that he has made a noble discovery."
I see no reason why we should be ashamed of our demonstrations, Socrates.
He will say, "You mean to argue that the man whom we only think of and do not see cannot be confused with a horse which we do not see or touch, but only think of and do not perceive. That I believe to be my meaning," I shall reply.
Quite right.
"Well, then," he will say, "according to that argument, the number 11, which is only thought, can never be mistaken for 12, which is only thought." How would you answer him?
I should say that a mistake may very likely arise between the 11 or 12 which are seen or handled, but that no similar mistake can arise between the 11 and 12 which are in the mind.
Well, but do you think that no one ever put before his own mind 5 and 7? I do not mean 5 or 7 men or horses, but 5 or 7 in the abstract, which, as we say, are recorded on the waxen block, and in which false opinion is held to be impossible. Did no man ever ask himself how many these numbers make when added together, and answer that they are 11, while another thinks that they are 12? Or would all agree in thinking and saying that they are 12?
Certainly not. Many would think that they are 11, and in the higher numbers the chance of error is greater still, for I assume you to be speaking of numbers in general.
Exactly, and I want you to consider whether this does not imply that the 12 in the waxen block are supposed to be 11.
Yes, that seems to be the case.
Then do we not come back to the old difficulty? For he who makes such a mistake does think one thing which he knows to be another thing which he knows. But this, as we said, was impossible, and afforded an irresistible proof of the non-existence of false opinion, because otherwise the same person would inevitably know and not know the same thing at the same time.
Most true.
Then false opinion cannot be explained as a confusion of thought and sense. For in that case, we could not have been mistaken about pure conceptions of thought, and thus we are obliged to say either that false opinion does not exist, or that a man may not know that which he knows. Which alternative do you prefer?
It is hard to determine, Socrates.
And yet the argument will scarcely admit of both. But as we are at our wits' end, suppose that we do a shameless thing.
What is it?
Let us attempt to explain the verb to know.
And why should that be shameless?
You seem not to be aware that the whole of our discussion from the very beginning has been a search after knowledge, of which we are assumed not to know the nature.
Nay, but I am well aware.
And is it not shameless, when we do not know what knowledge is, to be explaining the verb to know? The truth is, Theaetetus, that we have long been infected with logical impurity. Thousands of times we have repeated the words "we know" and "do not know" and "we have or have not science or knowledge," as if we could understand what we are saying to one another, so long as we remain ignorant about knowledge. And at this moment we are using the words "we understand," "we are ignorant," as though we could still employ them when deprived of knowledge or science.
But if you avoid these expressions, Socrates, how will you ever argue at all?
I could not, being the man I am. The case would be different if I were a true hero of dialectic, and oh, that such a one were present, for he would have told us to avoid the use of these terms. At the same time, he would not have spared in you and me the faults which I have noted. But seeing that we are no great wits, shall I venture to say what knowing is? for I think that the attempt may be worth making.
Then by all means venture, and no one shall find fault with you for using the forbidden terms.
You have heard the common explanation of the verb to know.
I think so, but I do not remember it at the moment.
They explain the word to know as meaning to have knowledge.
True.
I should like to make a slight change and say to possess knowledge.
How do the two expressions differ?
Perhaps there may be no difference, but still I should like you to hear my view, that you may help me to test it.
I will, if I can.
I should distinguish having from possessing. For example, a man may buy and keep under his control a garment which he does not wear, and then we should say not that he has, but that he possesses the garment.
It would be the correct expression.
Well, may not a man possess and yet not have knowledge in the sense of which I am speaking? As you may suppose a man to have caught wild birds, doves, or any other birds, and to be keeping them in an aviary which he has constructed at home, we might say of him, in one sense, that he always has them because he possesses them, might we not?
Yes.
And yet, in another sense, he has none of them, but they are in his power, and he has got them under his hand, in an enclosure of his own, and can take and have them whenever he likes. He can catch any which he likes and let the bird go again, and he may do so as often as he pleases.
True.
Once more, then, as in what preceded, we made a sort of waxen figment in the mind, so let us now suppose that in the mind of each man there is an aviary of all sorts of birds, some flocking together apart from the rest, others in small groups, others solitary, flying anywhere and everywhere.
Let us imagine such an aviary. And what is to follow?
We may suppose that the birds are kinds of knowledge, and that when we were children this receptacle was empty. Whenever a man has gotten and attained in the enclosure a kind of knowledge, he may be said to have learned or discovered the thing which is the subject of the knowledge, and this is to know.
Granted.
And further, when anyone wishes to catch any of these knowledges or sciences, and having taken to hold it and again to let them go, how will he express himself? Will he describe the catching of them and the original possession in the same words? I will make my meaning clearer by an example. You admit that there is an art of arithmetic.
To be sure.
Conceive this under the form of a hunt after the science of odd and even in general.
I follow.
Having the use of the art, the arithmetician, if I'm not mistaken, has the conceptions of number under his hand and can transmit them to another.
Yes.
And when transmitting them, he may be said to teach them, and when receiving, to learn them, and when receiving to learn them, and when having them in possession in the aforesaid aviary, he may be said to know them.
Exactly.
Attend to what follows. Must not the perfect arithmetician know all numbers, for he has the science of all numbers in his mind?
True.
And can he reckon abstract numbers in his head, or things about him which are numerable?
Of course he can.
And to reckon is simply to consider how much such and such a number amounts to.
Very true.
And so he appears to be searching into something which he knows, as if he did not know it, for we have already admitted that he knows all numbers. You have heard these perplexing questions raised.
I have.
May we not pursue the image of the doves, and say that the chase after knowledge is of two kinds? One kind is prior to possession and for the sake of possession, and the other for the sake of taking and holding in the hands that which is possessed already. And thus, when a man has learned and known something long ago, he may resume and get hold of the knowledge which he has long possessed, but has not at hand in his mind.
True.
That was my reason for asking how we ought to speak when an arithmetician sets about numbering, or a grammarian about reading. Shall we say that, although he knows, he comes back to himself to learn what he already knows?
It would be too absurd, Socrates.
Shall we say, then, that he is going to read or number what he does not know, although we have admitted that he knows all letters and all numbers?
That, again, would be an absurdity.
Then shall we say that about names we care nothing? Anyone may twist and turn the words knowing and learning in any way which he likes. But since we have determined that the possession of knowledge is not the having or using it, we do assert that a man cannot not possess that which he possesses, and therefore in no case can a man not know that which he knows, but he may get a false opinion about it, for he may have the knowledge, not of this particular thing, but of some other, when the various numbers and forms of knowledge are flying about in the aviary, and wishing to capture a certain sort of knowledge out of the general store, he takes the wrong one by mistake. That is to say, when he thought 11 to be 12, he got hold of the ring-dove, which he had in his mind when he wanted the pigeon.
A very rational explanation.
But when he catches the one which he wants, then he is not deceived, and has an opinion of what is, and thus false and true opinion may exist, and the difficulties which were previously raised disappear. I dare say that you agree with me, do you not?
Yes.
And so we are rid of the difficulty of a man's not knowing what he knows, for we are not driven to the inference that he does not possess what he possesses, whether he be or be not deceived. And yet I fear that a greater difficulty is looking in at the window.
What is it?
How can the exchange of one knowledge for another ever become false opinion?
What do you mean?
In the first place, how can a man who has the knowledge of anything be ignorant of that which he knows? Not by reason of ignorance, but by reason of his own knowledge. And again, is it not an extreme absurdity that he should suppose another thing to be this, and this to be another thing, that having knowledge present with him in his mind, he should still know nothing and be ignorant of all things? You might as well argue that ignorance may make a man know, and blindness make him see, as that knowledge can make him ignorant.
Perhaps, Socrates, we have been wrong in making only forms of knowledge our birds, whereas there ought to have been forms of ignorance as well, flying about together in the mind, and then he who sought to take one of them might sometimes catch a form of knowledge and sometimes a form of ignorance. And thus he would have a false opinion from ignorance, but a true one from knowledge about the same thing.
I cannot help praising you, Theaetetus, and yet I must beg you to reconsider your words. Let us grant what you say. Then, according to you, he who takes ignorance will have a false opinion. Am I right?
Yes.
He will certainly not think that he has a false opinion.
Of course not.
He will think that his opinion is true, and he will fancy that he knows the things about which he has been deceived.
Certainly.
Then he will think that he has captured knowledge, and not ignorance.
Clearly.
And thus, after going a long way round, we are once more face to face with our original difficulty. The hero of dialectic will retort upon us, "Oh, my excellent friends," he will say, laughing, "if a man knows the form of ignorance and the form of knowledge, can he think that one of them which he knows is the other which he knows? Or, if he knows neither of them, can he think that the one which he knows not is another which he knows not? Or, if he knows one and not the other, can he think the one which he knows to be the one which he does not know, or the one which he does not know to be the one which he knows? Or will you tell me that there are other forms of knowledge which distinguish the right and wrong birds, and which the owner keeps in some other aviaries, or graven on waxen blocks, according to your foolish images, and which he may be said to know while he possesses them, even though he have them not at hand in his mind? And thus, in a perpetual circle, you will be compelled to go round and round, and you will make no progress. What are we to say in reply, Theaetetus?
Indeed, Socrates, I do not know what we are to say.
Are not his reproaches just? And does not the argument truly show that we are wrong in seeking for false opinion until we know what knowledge is? That must be first ascertained, then the nature of false opinion.
I cannot but agree with you, Socrates, so far as we have yet gone.
Then once more, what shall we say that knowledge is? For we are not going to lose heart as yet.
Certainly, I shall not lose heart if you do not.
What definition will be most consistent with our former views?
I cannot think of any but our old one, Socrates.
What was it?
Knowledge was said by us to be true opinion, and true opinion is surely unerring, and the results which follow from it are all noble and good.
He who led the way into the river, Theaetetus, said, "The experiment will show," and Perhaps if we go forward in the search, we may stumble upon the thing which we are looking for, but if we stay where we are, nothing will come to light.
Very true. Let us go forward and try.
The trail soon comes to an end, for a whole profession is against us.
How is that, and what profession do you mean?
The profession of the great wise ones, who are called orators and lawyers. For these persuade men by their art, and make them think whatever they like, but they do not teach them. Do you imagine that there are any teachers in the world so clever as to be able to convince others of the truth about acts of robbery or violence of which they were not eyewitnesses, while a little water is flowing in the clepsydra?
Certainly not. They can only persuade them.
And would you not say that persuading them is making them have an opinion?
To be sure.
When, therefore, judges are justly persuaded about matters which you can know only by seeing them, and not in any other way, and when, thus judging of them from report, they attain a true opinion about them, they judge without knowledge, and yet are rightly persuaded, if they have judged well.
Certainly.
And yet, O my friend, if true opinion in law courts and knowledge are the same, the perfect judge could not have judged rightly without knowledge, and therefore I must infer that they are not the same.
That is a distinction, Socrates, which I have heard made by someone else, but I had forgotten it. He said that true opinion, combined with reason, was knowledge, but that the opinion which had no reason was out of the sphere of knowledge, and that things of which there is no rational account are not knowable. Such was the singular expression which he used, and that things which have a reason or explanation are knowable.
Excellent. But then, how did he distinguish between things which are and are not knowable? I wish that you would repeat to me what he said, and then I shall know whether you and I have heard the same tale.
I do not know whether I can recall it, but if another person would tell me, I think that I could follow him.
Let me give you then a dream in return for a dream. Methought that I too had a dream, and I heard in my dream that the primeval letters or elements out of which you and I and all other things are compounded have no reason or explanation. You can only name them, but no predicate can be either affirmed or denied of them, for in the one case existence, in the other non-existence, is already implied, neither of which must be added if you mean to speak of this or that thing by itself alone. It should not be called itself, or that, or each, or alone, or this, or the like, for these go about everywhere and are applied to all things, but are distinct from them. Whereas if the first elements could be described, and had a definition of their own, they would be spoken of apart from all else. But none of these primeval elements can be defined. They can only be named, for they have nothing but a name. And the things which are compounded of them, as they are complex, are expressed by a combination of names, for the combination of names is the essence of a definition. Thus, then, the elements or letters are only objects of perception, and cannot be defined or known. But the syllables or combinations of them are known and expressed, and are apprehended by true opinion. When, therefore, anyone forms the true opinion of anything without rational explanation, you may say that his mind is truly exercised, but has no knowledge. For he who cannot give and receive a reason for a thing has no knowledge of that thing. But when he adds rational explanation, then he is perfected in knowledge, and may be all that I have been denying of him. Was that the form in which the dream appeared to you?
Precisely.
And you allow and maintain that true opinion, combined with definition or rational explanation, is knowledge?
Exactly.
Then may we assume, Theaetetus, that today, and in this casual manner, we have found a truth which in former times many wise men have grown old and have not found.
At any rate, Socrates, I am satisfied with the present statement.
Which is probably correct. For how can there be knowledge apart from definition and true opinion? And yet there is one point in what has been said which does not quite satisfy me.
What was it?
What might seem to be the most ingenious notion of all, that the elements or letters are unknown, but the combination or syllables known.
And was that wrong?
We shall soon know, for we have as hostages the instances which the author of the argument himself used.
What hostages?
The letters, which are the elements, and the syllables, which are the combinations. He reasoned, did he not, from the letters of the alphabet?
Yes, he did.
Let us take them and put them to the test, or rather test ourselves. What was the way in which we learned letters? And first of all, are we right in saying that syllables have a definition, but that letters have no definition?
I think so.
I think so too. For suppose that someone asks you to spell the first syllable of my name. Theaetetus, he says, what is so?
I should reply S and O.
That is the definition which you would give of the syllable.
I should.
I wish that you would give me a similar definition of the S.
But how can anyone, Socrates, tell the elements of an element? I can only reply that S is a consonant, a mere noise, as of the tongue hissing. B and most other letters, again, are neither vowel sounds nor noises. Thus, letters may be most truly said to be undefined, for even the most distinct of them, which are the 7 vowels, have a sound only, but no definition at all.
Then I suppose, my friend, that we have been so far right in our idea about knowledge.
Yes, I think that we have.
Well, but have we been right in maintaining that the syllables can be known, but not the letters?
I think so.
And do we mean by a syllable 2 letters, or, if there are more, all of them, or a single idea which arises out of the combination of them?
I should say that we mean all the letters.
Take the case of the 2 letters S and O, which form the first syllable of my own name. Must not he who knows the syllable know both of them?
Certainly.
He knows, that is, the S and O.
Yes.
But can he be ignorant of either singly, and yet know both together?
Such a supposition, Socrates, is monstrous and unmeaning.
But if he cannot know both without knowing each, then, if he is ever to know the syllable, he must know the letters first, and thus the fine theory has again taken wings and departed.
Yes, with wonderful celerity.
Yes, we did not keep watch properly. Perhaps we ought to have maintained that a syllable is not the letters, but rather one single idea framed out of them, having a separate form distinct from them.
Very true, and a more likely notion than the other.
Take care. Let us not be cowards and betray a great and imposing theory.
No, indeed.
Let us assume, then, as we now say, that the syllable is a simple form arising out of the several combinations of harmonious elements, of letters or of any other elements.
Very good.
And it must have no parts.
Why?
Because that which has parts must be a whole of all the parts. Or would you say that a whole, although formed out of the parts, is a single notion, different from all the parts?
I should.
And would you say that all and the whole are the same or different?
I am not certain, but as you like me to answer at once, I shall hazard the reply that they are different.
I approve of your readiness, Theaetetus, but I must take time to think whether I equally approve of your answer.
Yes, the answer is the point.
According to this new view, the whole is supposed to differ from all.
Yes.
But is there any difference between all in the plural and the all in the singular? Take the case of number. When we say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or when we say twice 3, or 3 times 2, or 4 and 2, or 3 and 2 and 1, are we speaking of the same or of different numbers?
Of the same.
That is, of 6.
Yes.
And in each form of expression we spoke of all the 6.
True.
Again, in speaking of all in the plural, is there not one thing which we express?
Of course there is.
And that is 6.
Yes.
Then, in predicating the word all of things measured by number, we predicate at the same time a singular and a plural.
Clearly we do.
Again, the number of the acre and the acre are the same, are they not?
Yes.
And the number of the stadium, in like manner, is the stadium.
Yes.
And the army is the number of the army, and in all similar cases, the entire number of anything is the entire thing.
True.
And the number of each is the parts of each.
Exactly.
Then, as many things as have parts are made up of parts.
Clearly.
But all the parts are admitted to be the all if the entire number is the all.
True.
Then the whole is not made up of parts, for it would be the all if consisting of all the parts.
That is the inference.
But is a part of anything but the whole?
Yes, of the all.
You make a valiant defence, Theaetetus, and yet is not the all that of which nothing is wanting?
Certainly.
And is not a whole likewise that from which nothing is absent? But that from which nothing is absent is neither a whole nor all, if, wanting in anything, both equally lose their entirety of nature.
I now think that there is no difference between a whole and all.
But were we not saying that when a thing has parts, all the parts will be a whole and all?
Certainly.
Then, as I was saying before, must not the alternative be that either the syllable is not the letters, and then the letters are not parts of the syllable, or that the syllable will be the same as the letters, and will therefore be equally known from them?
You are right.
And in order to avoid this, we suppose it to be different from them.
Yes.
But if letters are not parts of syllables, can you tell me of any other parts of syllables which are not letters?
No, indeed, Socrates, for if I admit the existence of parts in a syllable, it would be ridiculous in me to give up letters and seek for other parts.
Quite true, Theaetetus. And therefore, according to our present view, a syllable must surely be some indivisible form.
True.
But do you remember, my friend, that only a little while ago we admitted and approved the statement that of the first elements out of which all things are compounded there could be no definition, because each of them, when taken by itself, is uncompounded, nor can one rightly attribute to them the words being or this, because they are alien and inappropriate words, and for this reason the letters or elements were indefinable and unknown.
I remember.
And is not this also the reason why they are simple and indivisible? I can see no other.
No other reason can be given.
Then is not the syllable in the same case as the letters or elements, if it has no parts and is one form?
To be sure.
If, then, a syllable is a whole and has many parts or letters, the letters as well as the syllable must be intelligible and expressible, since all the parts are acknowledged to be the same as the whole.
True.
But if it be one and indivisible, then the syllables and the letters are alike undefined and unknown, and for the same reason.
I cannot deny that.
We cannot therefore agree in the opinion of him who says that the syllable can be known and expressed, but not the letters.
Certainly not, if we may trust the argument.
Well, but will you not be equally inclined to disagree with him when you remember your own experience in learning to read?
What experience?
Why, that in learning you are kept trying to distinguish the separate letters both by the eye and by the ear, in order that when you heard them spoken or saw them written, you might not be confused by their position.
Very true.
And is the education of the harp player complete unless he can tell what string answers to a particular note? The notes, as everyone would allow, are the elements or letters of music.
Exactly.
Then, if we argue from the letters and syllables which we know to other simples and compounds, we shall say that the letters or simple elements, as a class, are much more certainly known than the syllables, and much more indispensable to a perfect knowledge of any subject. And if someone says that the syllable is known and the letter unknown, we shall consider that, either intentionally or unintentionally, he is talking nonsense.
Exactly.
And there might be given other proofs of this belief, if I am not mistaken. But do not let us, in looking for them, lose sight of the question before us, which is the meaning of the statement that right opinion, with rational definition or explanation, is the most perfect form of knowledge.
We must not.
Well, and what is the meaning of the term explanation? I think that we have a choice of three meanings.
What are they?
In the first place, the meaning may be manifesting one's thought by the voice with verbs and nouns, imaging an opinion in the stream which flows from the lips, as in a mirror or water. Does not explanation appear to be of this nature?
Certainly. He who so manifests his thought is said to explain himself.
And everyone who is not born deaf or dumb is able sooner or later to manifest what he thinks of anything. And if so, all those who have a right opinion about anything will also have right explanation. nor will right opinion be anywhere found to exist apart from knowledge.
True.
Let us not therefore hastily charge him who gave this account of knowledge with uttering an unmeaning word, for perhaps he only intended to say that when a person was asked what was the nature of anything, he should be able to answer his questioner by giving the elements of the thing.
As, for example, Socrates?
As, for example, when Hesiod says that a wagon is made up of 100 planks. Now, neither you nor I could describe all of them individually, but if anyone asked what is a wagon, we should be content to answer that a wagon consists of wheels, axle, body, rims, yoke.
Certainly.
And our opponent will probably laugh at us, just as he would if we professed to be grammarians and to give a grammatical account of the name of Theaetetus, and yet only tell the syllables and not the letters of your name. That would be true opinion and not knowledge. For knowledge, as has been already remarked, is not attained until, combined with true opinion, there is an enumeration of the elements out of which anything is composed.
Yes.
In the same general way, we might also have true opinion about a wagon, but he who can describe its essence by an enumeration of 100 planks adds rational explanation to true opinion, and instead of opinion has art and knowledge of the nature of a wagon, in that he attains to the whole through the elements.
And do you not agree in that view, Socrates?
If you do, my friend. But I want to know first whether you admit the resolution of all things into their elements to be a rational explanation of them, and the consideration of them in syllables or larger combinations of them to be irrational. Is this your view?
Precisely.
Well, and do you conceive that a man has knowledge of any element who at one time affirms and at another time denies that element of something, or thinks that the same thing is composed of different elements at different times?
Assuredly not.
And do you not remember that in your case, and in that of others, this often occurred in the process of learning to read?
You mean that I mistook the letters and misspelt the syllables?
Yes.
To be sure, I perfectly remember. And I am very far from supposing that they who are in this condition have knowledge.
When a person at the time of learning writes the name of Theaetetus and thinks he ought to write, and does write, th and e, but again, meaning to write the name of Theodorus, thinks that he ought to write, and does write, t and e, can we suppose that he knows the first syllables of your two names?
We have already admitted that such a one has not yet attained knowledge.
And in like manner he may enumerate, without knowing them, the second and third and fourth syllables of your name.
He may.
And in that case, when he knows the order of the letters and can write them out correctly, he has right opinion.
Clearly?
But although we admit that he has right opinion, he will still be without knowledge?
Yes.
And yet he will have explanation, as well as right opinion, for he knew the order of the letters when he wrote, and this we admit to be explanation.
True.
Then, my friend, there is such a thing as right opinion united with definition or explanation, which does not as yet attain to the exactness of knowledge.
It would seem so.
And what we fancied to be a perfect definition of knowledge is a dream only. But perhaps we had better not say so as yet, for were there not three explanations of knowledge, one of which must, as we said, be adopted by him who maintains knowledge to be true opinion combined with rational explanation, and very likely there may be found someone who will not prefer this but the third.
You are quite right. There is still one remaining. The first was the image or expression of the mind in speech. The second, which has just been mentioned, is a way of reaching the whole by an enumeration of the elements. But what is the third definition?
There is, further, the popular notion of telling the mark or sign of difference which distinguishes the thing in question from all others.
Can you give me any example of such a definition?
As, for example, in the case of the sun, I think that you would be contented with the statement that the sun is the brightest of the heavenly bodies which revolve about the earth.
Certainly.
Understand why? The reason is, as I was just now saying, that if you get at the difference and distinguishing characteristic of each thing, then, as many persons affirm, you will get at the definition or explanation of it. But while you lay hold only of the common and not of the characteristic notion, you will only have the definition of those things to which this common quality belongs.
I understand you, and your account of definition is, in my judgment, correct.
But he, who, having right opinion about anything, can find out the difference which distinguishes it from other things, will know that of which before he had only an opinion.
Yes, that is what we are maintaining.
Nevertheless, Theaetetus, on a nearer view I find myself quite disappointed. The picture, which at a distance was not so bad, has now become altogether unintelligible.
What do you mean?
I will endeavour to explain. I will suppose myself to have true opinion of you, and if to this I add your definition, then I have knowledge, but if not, opinion only.
Yes.
The definition was assumed to be the interpretation of your difference.
True.
But when I had only opinion, I had no conception of your distinguishing characteristics.
I suppose not.
Then I must have conceived of some general or common nature which no more belonged to you than to another.
True.
Tell me now, how, in that case, could I have formed a judgment of you any more than of anyone else? Suppose that I imagined Theaetetus to be a man who has nose, eyes, and mouth, and every other member complete. How would that enable me to distinguish Theaetetus from Theodorus, or from some outer barbarian?
How could it?
Or if I had further conceived of you, not only as having nose and eyes, but as having a snub nose and prominent eyes, should I have any more notion of you than of myself and others who resemble me?
Certainly not.
Surely I can have no conception of Theaetetus until your snub-nosedness has left an impression on my mind different from the snub-nosedness of all others whom I have ever seen, and until your other peculiarities have a like distinctness. And so, when I meet you tomorrow, the right opinion will be recalled.
Most true.
Then right opinion implies the perception of differences.
Clearly.
What then shall we say of adding reason or explanation to right opinion? If the meaning is that we should form an opinion of the way in which something differs from another thing, the proposal is ridiculous.
How so?
We are supposed to acquire a right opinion of the differences which distinguish one thing from another when we have already a right opinion of them, and so we go round and round. The revolution of the skittle or pestle or any other rotatory machine in the same circles is as nothing compared with such a requirement, and we may be truly described as the blind directing the blind. For to add those things which we already have, in order that we may learn what we already think, is like a soul utterly benighted.
Tell me, what were you going to say just now when you asked the question?
If, my boy, the argument, in speaking of adding the definition, had used the word to know, and not merely have an opinion of the difference, that which is the most promising of all the definitions of knowledge would have come to a pretty end, for to know is surely to acquire knowledge.
True.
And so, when the question is asked, what is knowledge, this fair argument will answer right opinion with knowledge. Knowledge, that is, of difference. For this, as the said argument maintains, is adding the definition.
That seems to be true.
But how utterly foolish, when we are asking what is knowledge, that the reply should only be right opinion with knowledge of difference or of anything. And so, Theaetetus, knowledge is neither sensation nor true opinion, nor yet definition and explanation accompanying and added to true opinion.
I suppose not.
And are you still in labour and travail, my dear friend, or have you brought all that you have to say about knowledge to the birth?
I am sure, Socrates, that you have elicited from me a good deal more than ever was in me.
And does not my art show that you have brought forth wind, and that the offspring of your brain are not worth bringing up?
Very true.
But if, Theaetetus, you should ever conceive afresh, you will be all the better for the present investigation. And if not, you will be soberer and humbler and gentler to other men, and will be too modest to fancy that you know what you do not know. These are the limits of my art. I can no further go, nor do I know aught of the things which great and famous men know, or have known in this or former ages. The office of a midwife, I, like my mother, have received from God. She delivered women, I deliver men. But they must be young, and noble, and fair. And now I have to go to the porch of the king Archon, where I am to meet Meletus and his indictment. Tomorrow morning, Theodorus, I shall hope to see you again at this place.
Phaedo. Phaedo, one of the best known of the Socratic dialogues, is the moving account of the death of Socrates told by Phaedo, one of his students. It is his last day, and Socrates is in prison surrounded by friends, admirers, and even some strangers. The poison which he is to take is to arrive later that day. In the midst of heightened emotion from the gathering, Socrates is calm and clear, keen, even in these last moments, to discuss the nature of death and the immortality of the soul.
Were you yourself, Phaedo, in the prison with Socrates on the day when he drank the poison?
Yes, Echecrates, I was.
I wish that you would tell me about his death. What did he say in his last hours? We were informed that he died by taking poison, but no one knew anything more, for no Phliasian ever goes to Athens now, and a long time has elapsed since any Athenian found his way to Phlius, and therefore we had no clear account.
Did you not hear of the proceedings at the trial?
Yes, someone told us about the trial, and we could not understand why, having been condemned, he was put to death as appeared, not at the time, but long afterwards. What was the reason for this?
An accident, Echecrates. The reason was that the stern of the ship which the Athenians sent to Delos happened to have been crowned on the day before he was tried.
What is this ship?
This is the ship in which, as the Athenians say, Theseus went to Crete when he took with him the 14 youths, and was the saviour of them and of himself, and they were said to have vowed to Apollo at the time that if they were saved, they would make an annual pilgrimage to Delos. Now this custom still continues, and the whole period of the voyage to and from Delos, beginning when the priest of Apollo crowns the stern of the ship, is a holy season, during which the city is not allowed to be polluted by public executions, and often, when the vessel is detained by adverse winds, there may be a very considerable delay. As I was saying, the ship was crowned on the day before the trial, and this was the reason why Socrates lay in prison and was not put to death until long after he was condemned.
What was the manner of his death, Phaedo? What was said or done? And which of his friends had he with him? Or were they not allowed by the authorities to be present? And did he die alone?
No, there were several of his friends with him.
If you have nothing to do, I wish that you would tell me what passed as exactly as you can.
I have nothing to do, and will try to gratify your wish, for to me, too, there is no greater pleasure than to have Socrates brought to my recollection, whether I speak myself or hear another speak of him.
You will have listeners who are of the same mind with you, and I hope that you will be as exact as you can.
I remember the strange feeling which came over me at being with him, for I could hardly believe that I was present at the death of a friend, and therefore I did not pity him, Echecrates. His mien and his language were so noble and fearless in the hour of death that to me he appeared blessed. I thought that in going to the other world he could not be without a divine call, and that he would be happy, if any man ever was, when he arrived there, and therefore I did not pity him, as might seem natural at such a time. But neither could I feel the pleasure which I usually felt in philosophical discourse, for philosophy was the theme of which we spoke. I was pleased, and I was also pained, because I knew that he was soon to die, and this strange mixture of feeling was shared by us all. We were laughing and weeping by turns, especially the excitable Apollodorus. You know the sort of man.
Yes.
He was quite overcome, and I myself and all of us were greatly moved.
Who were present?
Of native Athenians there were, besides Apollodorus, Critobulus and his father Crito, Hermogenes, Epigenes, Aeschines, and Antisthenes, likewise Ctesippus of the deme of Paeania, Menexenus, and some others. But Plato, if I'm not mistaken, was ill.
Were there any strangers?
Yes, there were Simmias the Theban, and Cebes, and Phidondes, Euclid, and Terpison, who came from Megara.
And was Aristippus there? And Cleombrotus?
No, they were said to be in Aegina.
Anyone else?
I think that these were about all.
And what was the discourse of which you spoke?
I will begin at the beginning, and endeavour to repeat the entire conversation. You must understand that we had been previously in the habit of assembling early in the morning at the court in which the trial was held, and which is not far from the prison. There we remained, talking with one another until the opening of the prison doors, for they were not opened very early, and then went in, and generally passed the day with Socrates. On the last morning, the meeting was earlier than usual. This was owing to our having heard on the previous evening that the sacred ship had arrived from Delos, and therefore we agreed to meet very early at the accustomed place. On our going to the prison, the jailer who answered the door, instead of admitting us, came out and bade us wait, and he would call us. For the 11, he said, are now with Socrates. They are taking off his chains and giving orders that he is to die today. He soon returned and said that we might come in. On entering, we found Socrates just released from chains, and Xanthippe, whom you know, sitting by him and holding his child in her arms. When she saw us, she uttered a cry and said, as women will, "O Socrates, this is the last time that either you will converse with your friends or they with you." Socrates turned to Crito and said, "Crito, let someone take her home." Some of Crito's people accordingly led her away, crying out and beating herself, and when she was gone, Socrates, sitting up on the couch, began to bend and rub his leg, saying, as he rubbed, "How singular is the thing called pleasure, and how curiously related to pain, which might be thought to be the opposite of it, for they never come to a man together, and yet he who pursues either of them is generally compelled to take the other. They are two, and yet they grow together out of one head or stem. And I cannot help thinking that, if Aesop had noticed them, he would have made a fable about God trying to reconcile their strife, and when he could not, he fastened their heads together. And this is the reason why when one comes, the other follows. As I find in my own case, pleasure comes following after the pain in my leg, which was caused by the chain." Upon this, Cebes said, "I am very glad indeed, Socrates, that you mentioned the name of Aesop. For that reminds me of a question which has been asked by the others, and was asked of me only the day before yesterday by Evenus, the poet. And as he will be sure to ask again, you may as well tell me what I should say to him, if you would like him to have an answer. He wanted to know why you, who never before wrote a line of poetry, now that you are in prison, are putting Aesop into verse, and also composing that hymn in honour of Apollo." "Tell him, Cebes," he replied, "that I had no idea of rivaling him or his poems, which is the truth, for I knew that I could not do that. But I wanted to see whether I could purge away a scruple which I felt about certain dreams. In the course of my life, I have often had intimations in dreams that I should make music. The same dream came to me sometimes in one form and sometimes in another, but always saying the same or nearly the same words. 'Make and cultivate music,' said the dream. And hitherto I had imagined that this was only intended to exhort and encourage me in the study of philosophy, which has always been the pursuit of my life, and is the noblest and best of music. The dream was bidding me to do what I was already doing, in the same way that the competitor in a race is bidden by the spectators to run when he is already running. But I was not certain of this, as the dream might have meant music in the popular sense of the word, and being under sentence of death, and the festival giving me a respite, I thought that I should be safer if I satisfied the scruple and, in obedience to the dream, composed a few verses before I departed. And first I made a hymn in honour of the god of the festival, and then, considering that a poet, if he is really to be a poet or maker, should not only put words together but make stories, and as I have no invention, I took some fables of Aesop, which I had ready at hand and knew, and turned them into verse. Tell Evenus this, and bid him be of good cheer, that I would have him come after me if he be a wise man, and not tarry, and that today I am likely to be going, for the Athenians say that I must. Simmias said, What a message for such a man! Having been a frequent companion of his, I should say that, as far as I know him, he will never take your advice unless he is obliged. Why, said Socrates, is not Evenus a philosopher? I think that he is, said Simmias. Then he, or any man who has the spirit of philosophy, will be willing to die, though he will not take his own life, for that is held not to be right. Here he changed his position and put his legs off the couch onto the ground, and during the rest of the conversation he remained sitting. Why do you say, inquired Cebes, that a man ought not to take his own life, but that the philosopher will be ready to follow the dying? Socrates replied, And have you, Cebes and Simmias, who are acquainted with Philolaus, ever heard him speak of this? I never understood him, Socrates. My words, too, are only an echo, but I am very willing to say what I have heard. And indeed, as I am going to another place, I ought to be thinking and talking of the nature of the pilgrimage which I am about to make. What can I do better in the interval between this and the setting of the sun? Then tell me, Socrates, why is suicide held not to be right, as I have certainly heard Philolaus affirm when he was staying with us at Thebes, and there are others who say the same, although none of them has ever made me understand him. But do your best, replied Socrates, and the day may come when you will understand. I suppose that you wonder why, as most things which are evil may be accidentally good, this is to be the only exception. For may not death, too, be better than life, in some cases? And why, when a man is better dead, he is not permitted to be his own benefactor, but must wait for the hand of another? By Jupiter, yes, indeed, said Cebes, laughing, and speaking in his native Doric. I admit the appearance of inconsistency, replied Socrates. But there may not be any real inconsistency after all in this. There is a doctrine, uttered in secret, that man is a prisoner who has no right to open the door of his prison and run away. This is a great mystery which I do not quite understand, yet I, too, believe that the gods are our guardians, and that we are a possession of theirs. Do you not agree? Yes, I agree to that, said Cebes. And if one of your own possessions, an ox or an ass, for example, took the liberty of putting himself out of the way when you had given no intimation of your wish that he should die, would you not be angry with him, and would you not punish him if you could? Certainly, replied Cebes. Then there may be reason in saying that a man should wait, and not take his own life until God summons him, as he is now summoning me. Yes, Socrates, said Cebes, there is surely reason in that, and yet how can you reconcile this seemingly true belief that God is our guardian and we his possessions with that willingness to die which we were attributing to the philosopher? That the wisest of men should be willing to leave this service in which they are ruled by the gods, who are the best of rulers, is not reasonable, for surely no wise man thinks that when set at liberty he can take better care of himself than the gods take care of him. A fool may perhaps think this. He may argue that he had better run away from his master, not considering that his duty is to remain to the end, and not to run away from the good, and that there is no sense in his running away. But the wise man will want to be ever with him who is better than himself. Now this, Socrates, is the reverse of what was just now said. For upon this view, the wise man should sorrow and the fool rejoice at passing out of life. The earnestness of Cebes seemed to please Socrates. Here, said he, turning to us, is a man who is always inquiring, and is not to be convinced all in a moment, nor by every argument. And in this case, added Simmias, his objection does appear to me to have some force. For what can be the meaning of a truly wise man wanting to fly away and lightly leave a master who is better than himself? And I rather imagine that Cebes is referring to you. He thinks that you are too ready to leave us, and too ready to leave the gods, who, as you acknowledge, are our good rulers. Yes, replied Socrates, there is reason in that. And this indictment you think that I ought to answer as if I were in court? That is what we should like, said Simmias. Then I must try to make a better impression upon you than I did when defending myself before the judges, for I am quite ready to acknowledge, Simmias and Cebes, that I ought to be grieved at death, if I were not persuaded that I am going to other gods who are wise and good. Of this I am as certain as I can be of anything of the sort, and to men departed, though I am not so certain of this, who are better than those whom I leave behind. And therefore I do not grieve as I might have done, for I have good hope that there is yet something remaining for the dead, and, as has been said of old, some far better thing for the good than for the evil. But do you mean to take away your thoughts with you, Socrates? Said Simmias. Will you not communicate them to us? The benefit is one in which we too may hope to share. Moreover, if you succeed in convincing us, that will be an answer to the charge against yourself. I will do my best, replied Socrates, but you must first let me hear what Crito wants. He was going to say something to me. Only this, Socrates, replied Crito. The attendant who is to give you the poison has been telling me that you are not to talk much, and he wants me to let you know this, for that by talking heat is increased, and this interferes with the action of the poison. Those who excite themselves are sometimes obliged to drink the poison 2 or 3 times. Then, said Socrates, let him mind his business, and be prepared to give the poison 2 or 3 times if necessary. That is all. I was almost certain you would say that, replied Crito, but I was obliged to satisfy him. Never mind him, he said. And now I will make answer to you, O my judges, and show that he who has lived as a true philosopher has reason to be of good cheer when he is about to die, and that after death he may hope to receive the greatest good in the other world. And how this may be, Simmias and Cebes, I will endeavour to explain, for I deem that the true disciple of philosophy is likely to be misunderstood by other men. They do not perceive that he is ever pursuing death and dying. And if this is true, why, having had the desire of death all his life long, should he repine at the arrival of that which he has been always pursuing and desiring? Simmias laughed and said, Though not in a laughing humour, I swear that I cannot help laughing when I think what the wicked world will say when they hear this. They will say that this is very true, and our people at home will agree with them in saying that the life which philosophers desire is truly death, and that they have found them out to be deserving of the death which they desire. And they are right, Simmias, in saying this, with the exception of the words, they have found them out. For they have not found out what is the nature of this death which the true philosopher desires, or how he deserves or desires death. But let us leave them, and have a word with ourselves. Do we believe that there is such a thing as death? To be sure, replied Simmias. And is this anything but the separation of soul and body? And being dead is the attainment of this separation, when the soul exists in herself and is parted from the body, and the body is parted from the soul. That is death? Exactly, that and nothing else, he replied. And what do you say of another question, my friend, about which I should like to have your opinion, and the answer to which will probably throw light on our present inquiry? Do you think that the philosopher ought to care about the pleasures, if they are to be called pleasures, of eating and drinking? Certainly not, answered Simmias. And what do you say of the pleasures of love? Should he care about them? By no means. And will he think much of the other ways of indulging the body, for example, the acquisition of costly raiment, or sandals, or other adornments of the body? Instead of caring about them, does he not rather despise anything more than nature needs? What do you say? I should say the true philosopher would despise them. Would you not say that he is entirely concerned with the soul, and not with the body? He would like, as far as he can, to be quit of the body and turn to the soul. That is true. In matters of this sort, philosophers, above all other men, may be observed in every sort of way to dissever the soul from the body. That is true, whereas, Simmias, the rest of the world are of opinion that a life which has no bodily pleasures and no part in them is not worth having, but that he who thinks nothing of bodily pleasures is almost as though he were dead. That is quite true. What, again, shall we say of the actual acquirement of knowledge? Is the body, if invited to share in the inquiry, a hinderer or a helper? I mean to say, have sight and hearing any truth in them? Are they not, as the poets are always telling us, inaccurate witnesses? And yet, if even they are inaccurate and indistinct, what is to be said of the other senses? For you will allow that they are the best of them. Certainly, he replied. Then when does the soul attain truth? For in attempting to consider anything in company with the body, she is obviously deceived. Yes, that is true. Then must not existence be revealed to her in thought, if at all? Yes, and thought is best when the mind is gathered into herself, and none of these things trouble her, neither sounds, nor sights, nor pain, nor any pleasure, when she has as little as possible to do with the body, and has no bodily sense or feeling, but is aspiring after being. That is true. And in this the philosopher dishonours the body. His soul runs away from the body and desires to be alone and by herself. That is true. Well, but there is another thing, Simmias. Is there, or is there not, an absolute justice? Oh, assuredly there is. And an absolute beauty and absolute good? Of course. But did you ever behold any of them with your eyes? Certainly not. Or did you ever reach them with any bodily sense? And I speak not of these alone, but of absolute greatness, and health, and strength, and of the essence or true nature of everything. Has the reality of them ever been perceived by you through the bodily organs, or, rather, is not the nearest approach to the knowledge of their several natures made by him who so orders his intellectual vision as to have the most exact conception of the essence of that which he considers? Certainly. And he attains to the knowledge of them in their highest purity, who goes to each of them with the mind alone, not allowing, when in the act of thought, the intrusion or introduction of sight, or any other sense in the company of reason, but with the very light of the mind in her clearness penetrates into the very fight of truth in each. He has got rid, as far as he can, of eyes and ears, and of the whole body, which he conceives of only as a disturbing element, hindering the soul from the acquisition of knowledge when in company with her. Is not this the sort of man who, if ever man did, is likely to attain the knowledge of existence? There is admirable truth in that, Socrates, replied Simmias. And when they consider all this, must not true philosophers make a reflection, of which they will speak to one another in such words as these? We have found, they will say, a path of speculation which seems to bring us and the argument to the conclusion that while we are in the body, and while the soul is mingled with this mass of evil, our desire will not be satisfied, and our desire is of the truth. For the body is a source of endless trouble to us, by reason of the mere requirement of food, and also is liable to diseases which overtake and impede us in the search after truth, and by filling us so full of loves and lusts and fears and fancies and idols and every sort of folly, prevents our ever having, as people say, so much as a thought. For whence come wars, and fightings, and factions? Whence but from the body, and the lusts of the body? For wars are occasioned by the love of money, and money has to be acquired for the sake and in the service of the body. And in consequence of all these things, the time which ought to be given to philosophy is lost. Moreover, If there is time and an inclination toward philosophy, yet the body introduces a turmoil and confusion and fear into the course of speculation, and hinders us from seeing the truth, and all experience shows that if we would have pure knowledge of anything, we must be quit of the body, and the soul in herself must behold all things in themselves, then I suppose that we shall attain that which we desire, and of which we say that we are lovers, and that is wisdom, not while we live, but after death, as the argument shows. For if while in company with the body the soul cannot have pure knowledge, one of two things seems to follow. Either knowledge is not to be attained at all, or, if at all, after death. For then, and not till then, the soul will be in herself alone, without the body. In this present life, I reckon that we make the nearest approach to knowledge when we have the least possible concern or interest in the body, and are not saturated with the bodily nature, but remain pure until the hour when God himself is pleased to release us. And then the foolishness of the body will be cleared away, and we shall be pure, and hold converse with other pure souls, and know of ourselves the clear light everywhere, and this is surely the light of truth. For no impure thing is allowed to approach the pure. These are the sort of words, Simmias, which the true lovers of wisdom cannot help saying to one another and thinking. You will agree with me in that? Certainly, Socrates. But if this is true, O my friend, then there is great hope that, going whither I go, I shall there be satisfied with that which has been the chief concern of you and me in our past lives, and now that the hour of departure is appointed to me, this is the hope with which I depart, and not I only, but every man who believes that he has his mind purified. Certainly, replied Simmias. And what is purification but the separation of the soul from the body, as I was saying before, the habit of the soul gathering and collecting herself into herself out of all the courses of the body, the dwelling in her own place alone, as in another life, so also in this as far as she can, the release of the soul from the chains of the body. Very true, he said. And what is that which is termed death but this very separation and release of the soul from the body? To be sure, he said, and the true philosophers, and they only, study and are eager to release the soul. Is not the separation and release of the soul from the body their especial study? That is true. And, as I was saying at first, there would be a ridiculous contradiction in men studying to live as nearly as they can in a state of death, and yet repining when death comes. Certainly. Then, Simmias, as the true philosophers are ever studying death, to them, of all men, death is the least terrible. Look at the matter in this way. How inconsistent of them to have been always enemies of the body and wanting to have the soul alone, and when this is granted to them, to be trembling and repining, instead of rejoicing at their departing to that place where, when they arrive, they hope to gain that which in life they loved, and this was wisdom, and at the same time to be rid of the company of their enemy. Many a man has been willing to go to the world below in the hope of seeing there an earthly love, or wife, or son, and conversing with them. And will he who is a true lover of wisdom, and is persuaded in like manner that only in the world below he can worthily enjoy her, still repine at death? Will he not depart with joy? Surely he will, my friend, if he be a true philosopher, for he will have a firm conviction that there only and nowhere else he can find wisdom in her purity. And if this be true, he would be very absurd, as I was saying, if he were to fear death. He would, indeed, replied Simmias. And when you see a man who is repining at the approach of death, is not his reluctance a sufficient proof that he is not a lover of wisdom, but a lover of the body, and probably, at the same time, a lover of either money or power, or both? That is very true, he replied. There is a virtue, Simmias, which is named courage. Is not that a special attribute of the philosopher? Certainly. Again, there is temperance. Is not the calm and control and disdain of the passions, which even the many call temperance, a quality belonging only to those who despise the body and live in philosophy? That is not to be denied. For the courage and temperance of other men, if you will consider them, are really a contradiction. How is that, Socrates? Well, he said, you are aware that death is regarded by men in general as a great evil. That is true, he said. And do not courageous men endure death because they are afraid of yet greater evils? That is true. Then all but the philosophers are courageous only from fear and because they are afraid. And yet that a man should be courageous from fear and because he is a coward is surely a strange thing. Very true. And are not the temperate exactly in the same case? They are temperate because they are intemperate, which may seem to be a contradiction, but is nevertheless the sort of thing which happens with this foolish temperance. For there are pleasures which they must have, and are afraid of losing, and therefore they abstain from one class of pleasures because they are overcome by another. And whereas intemperance is defined as being under the dominion of pleasure, they overcome only because they are overcome by pleasure. And that is what I mean by saying that they are temperate through intemperance. That appears to be true. Yet the exchange of one fear or pleasure or pain for another fear or pleasure or pain, which are measured like coins, the greater with the less, is not the exchange of virtue. Oh, my dear Simmias, is there not one true coin for which all things ought to exchange? And that is wisdom. And only in exchange for this, and in company with this, is anything truly bought or sold, whether courage or temperance or justice. And is not all true virtue the companion of wisdom, no matter what fears or pleasures or other similar goods or evils may or may not attend her? But the virtue which is made up of these goods, when they are severed from wisdom and exchanged with one another, is a shadow of virtue only, nor is there any freedom or health or truth in her. But in the true exchange there is a purging away of all these things, and temperance and justice and courage and wisdom herself are a purgation of them. And I conceive that the founders of the mysteries had a real meaning, and were not mere triflers, when they intimated in a figure long ago that he who passes unsanctified and uninitiated into the world below will live in a slough, but that he who arrives there after initiation and purification will dwell with the gods. For many, as they say in the mysteries, are the thyrsus bearers, but few are the mystics, meaning, as I interpret the words, the true philosophers, in the number of whom I have been seeking, according to my ability, to find a place during my whole life. Whether I have sought in a right way or not, and whether I have succeeded or not, I shall truly know in a little while, if God will, when I myself arrive in the other world. That is my belief. And now, Simmias and Cebes, I have answered those who charge me with not grieving or repining at parting from you and my masters in this world, and I am right in not repining, for I believe that I shall find other masters and friends who are as good in the world below. But all men cannot believe this, and I shall be glad if my words have any more success with you than with the judges of Athenians.
Cebes answered, I agree, Socrates, in the greater part of what you say, but in what relates to the soul,
Men are apt to be incredulous. They fear that when she leaves the body, her place may be nowhere, and that on the very day of death she may be destroyed and perish immediately on her release from the body, issuing forth like smoke or air and vanishing away into nothingness. For if she could only hold together and be herself after she was released from the evils of the body, there would be good reason to hope, Socrates, that what you say is true. But much persuasion and many arguments are required in order to prove that when the man is dead, the soul yet exists and has any force of intelligence. True, Cebes, said Socrates. And shall I suggest that we talk a little of the probabilities of these things? I am sure, said Cebes, that I should greatly like to know your opinion about them. I reckon, said Socrates, that no one who heard me now, not even if he were one of my old enemies, the comic poets, could accuse me of idle talking about matters in which I have no concern. Let us, then, if you please, proceed with the inquiry. Whether the souls of men after death are or are not in the world below is a question which may be argued in this manner. The ancient doctrine of which I have been speaking affirms that they go from this into the other world and return hither and are born from the dead. Now, if this be true, and the living come from the dead, then our souls must be in the other world, for if not, how could they be born again? And this would be conclusive, if there were any real evidence that the living are only born from the dead. But if there is no evidence of this, then other arguments will have to be adduced. That is very true, replied Cebes. Then let us consider this question not in relation to man only, but in relation to animals generally, and to plants, and to everything of which there is generation, and the proof will be easier. Are not all things which have opposites generated out of their opposites? I mean such things as good and evil, just and unjust, and there are innumerable other opposites which are generated out of opposites. And I want to show that this holds universally of all opposites. I mean to say, for example, that anything which becomes greater must become greater after being less. True. And that which becomes less must have been once greater and then become less. Yes. And the weaker is generated from the stronger, and the swifter from the slower. Very true. And the worse is from the better, and the more just is from the more unjust. Of course. And is this true of all opposites? And are we convinced that all of them are generated out of opposites? Yes. And in this universal opposition of all things, are there not also two intermediate processes which are ever going on from one to the other and back again? Where there is a greater and a less, there is also an intermediate process of increase and diminution. And that which grows is said to wax, and that which decays to wane. Yes, he said. And there are many other processes, such as division and composition, cooling and heating, which equally involve a passage into and out of one another, and this holds of all opposites, even though not always expressed in words. They are generated out of one another, and there is a passing or process from one to the other of them. Very true, he replied. Well, and is there not an opposite of life, as sleep is the opposite of waking? True, he said. And what is that? Death, he answered. And these, then, are generated, if they are opposites, the one from the other, and have there their two intermediate processes also. Of course. Now, said Socrates, I will analyze one of the two pairs of opposites which I have mentioned to you, and also its intermediate processes, and you shall analyze the other to me. The state of sleep is opposed to the state of waking, and out of sleeping, waking is generated, and out of waking, sleeping. And the process of generation is in the one case falling asleep, and in the other waking up. Are you agreed about that?
Quite agreed.
Then suppose that you analyze life and death to me in the same manner. Is not death opposed to life? Yes. And they are generated one from the other? Yes. What is generated from life? Death. And what from death? I can only say in answer, life. Then the living, whether things or persons, Cebes, are generated from the dead? That is clear, he replied. Then the inference is that our souls are in the world below. That is true. And one of the two processes, or generations, is visible. For surely the act of dying is visible. Surely, he said. And may not the other be inferred as the complement of nature, who is not to be supposed to go on one leg only, and if not, a corresponding process of generation in death must also be assigned to her? Certainly, he replied. And what is that process? Revival. And revival, if there be such a thing, is the birth of the dead into the world of the living? Quite true. Then there is a new way in which we arrive at the inference that the living come from the dead, just as the dead come from the living. And if this is true, then the souls of the dead must be in some place out of which they come again. And this, as I think, has been satisfactorily proved. Yes, Socrates, he said, all this seems to flow necessarily out of our previous admissions. And that these admissions are not unfair, Cebes, he said, may be shown, as I think, in this way. If generation were in a straight line only, and there were no compensation or circle in nature, no turn or return into one another, then you know that all things would at last have the same form and pass into the same state, and there would be no more generation of them. What do you mean? He said. A simple thing enough, which I will illustrate by the case of sleep, he replied. You know that if there were no compensation of sleeping and waking, the story of the sleeping Endymion would in the end have no meaning, because all other things would be asleep too, and he would not be thought of. Or if there were composition only and no division of substances, then the chaos of Anaxagoras would come again. And in like manner, my dear Cebes, if all things which partook of life were to die, and after they were dead remained in the form of death and did not come to life again, all would at last die, and nothing would be alive. How could this be otherwise? For if the living spring from any others who are not the dead, and they die, must not all things at last be swallowed up in death? There is no escape from that, Socrates, said Cebes, and I think that what you say is entirely true. Yes, he said. Cebes, I entirely think so too, and we are not walking in a vain imagination, but I am confident in the belief that there truly is such a thing as living again, and that the living spring from the dead, and that the souls of the dead are in existence, and that the good souls have a better portion than the evil. Cebes added, Your favourite doctrine, Socrates, that knowledge is simply recollection, if true, also necessarily implies a previous time in which we learned that which we now recollect. But this would be impossible unless our soul was in some place before existing in the human form. Here, then, is another argument of the soul's immortality. But tell me, Cebes, said Simmias, interposing, what proofs are given of this doctrine of recollection? I am not very sure at this moment that I remember them. One excellent proof, said Cebes, is afforded by questions. If you put a question to a person in a right way, he will give a true answer of himself. But how could he do this unless there were knowledge and right reason already in him? And this is most clearly shown when he is taken to a diagram or to anything of that sort. But if, said Socrates, you are still incredulous, Simmias, I would ask you whether you may not agree with me when you look at the matter in another way. I mean, if you are still incredulous as to whether knowledge is recollection. Incredulous I am not, said Simmias, but I want to have this doctrine of recollection brought to my own recollection, and from what Cebes has said, I am beginning to recollect and be convinced, but I should still like to hear what more you have to say. This is what I would say, he replied. We should agree, if I am not mistaken, that what a man recollects he must have known at some previous time. Very true. And what is the nature of this recollection? And in asking this, I mean to ask whether, when a person has already seen or heard or in any way perceived anything, and he knows not only that, but something else of which he has not the same but another knowledge, we may not fairly say that he recollects that which comes into his mind. Are we agreed about that? What do you mean? I mean what I may illustrate by the following instance. The knowledge of a liar is not the same as the knowledge of a man. True. And yet what is the feeling of lovers when they recognize a liar, or a garment, or anything else which the beloved has been in the habit of using? Do they not, from knowing the liar, form in the mind's eye an image of the youth to whom the liar belongs? And this is recollection. And in the same way, anyone who sees Simmias may remember Cebes, and there are endless other things of the same nature. Yes, indeed, there are endless, replied Simmias. And this sort of thing, he said, is recollection, and is most commonly a process of recovering that which has been forgotten through time and inattention. Very true, he said. Well, and may you not also, from seeing the picture of a horse or a liar, remember a man? And from the picture of Simmias, you may be led to remember Cebes. True. Or you may also be led to the recollection of Simmias himself. True, he said. And in all these cases, the recollection may be derived from things either like or unlike. That is true. And when the recollection is derived from like things, then there is sure to be another question, which is whether the likeness of that which is recollected is in any way defective or not. Very true, he said. And we shall proceed a step further, and affirm that there is such a thing as equality, not of wood with wood, or of stone with stone, but that, over and above this, there is equality in the abstract? Shall we affirm this? Affirm, yes, and swear to it, replied Simmias, with all the confidence in life. And do we know the nature of this abstract essence? To be sure, he said. And whence did we obtain this knowledge? Did we not see equalities of material things, such as pieces of wood and stones, and gather from them the idea of an equality which is different from them? You will admit that? Or look at the matter again in this way. Do not the same pieces of wood or stone appear at one time equal, and at another time unequal? That is certain. But are real equals ever unequal? Or is the idea of equality ever inequality? That surely was never yet known, Socrates. Then these so-called equals are not the same with the idea of equality? I should say clearly not, Socrates. And yet from these equals, although differing from the idea of equality, you conceived and attained that idea. Very true, he said, which might be like or might be unlike them. Yes, but that makes no difference. Whenever from seeing one thing you conceived another, whether like or unlike, there must surely have been an act of recollection. Very true. But what would you say of equal portions of wood and stone or other material equals? And what is the impression produced by them? Are they equals in the same sense as absolute equality, or do they fall short of this in a measure? Yes, he said, in a very great measure, too. And must we not allow that when I or anyone look at any object and perceive that the object aims at being some other thing but falls short of and cannot attain to it, he who makes this observation must have had previous knowledge of that to which, as he says, the other, although similar, was inferior? Certainly. And has not this been our case in the matter of equals and of absolute equality? Precisely. Then we must have known absolute equality previously to the time when we first saw the material equals, and reflected that all these apparent equals aim at this absolute equality, but fall short of it. That is true. And we recognize also that this absolute equality has only been known and can only be known through the medium of sight or touch or of some other sense, and this I would affirm of all such conceptions. Yes, Socrates, as far as the argument is concerned, one of them is the same as the other. And from the senses, then, is derived the knowledge that all sensible things aim at an idea of equality of which they fall short. Is not that true? Yes. Then before we began to see or hear or perceive in any way, we must have had a knowledge of absolute equality, or we could not have referred to the equals which are derived from the senses, for to that they all aspire, and of that they fall short. That, Socrates, is certainly to be inferred from the previous statements. And did we not see and hear and acquire our other senses as soon as we were born? Certainly. Then we must have acquired the knowledge of the ideal equal at some time previous to this. Yes, that is to say, before we were born, I suppose. True. And if we acquired this knowledge before we were born, and were born having it, then we also knew before we were born, and at the instant of birth, not only equal or the greater or the less, but all other ideas. For we are not speaking only of equality absolute, but of beauty, goodness, justice, holiness, and all which we stamp with the name of essence in the dialectical process, when we ask and answer questions. Of all this, we may certainly affirm that we acquired the knowledge before birth. That is true. But if, after having acquired, we have not forgotten that which we acquired, then we must always have been born with knowledge, and shall always continue to know as long as life lasts. For knowing is the acquiring and retaining knowledge, and not forgetting. Is not forgetting, Simmias, just the losing of knowledge? Quite true, Socrates. But if the knowledge which we acquired before birth was lost by us at birth, and afterwards, by the use of the senses, we recovered that which we previously knew, will not that which we call learning be a process of recovering our knowledge? And may not this be rightly termed recollection by us? Very true. For this is clear, that when we perceived something, either by the help of sight or hearing or some other sense, there was no difficulty in receiving from this a conception of some other thing, like or unlike, which had been forgotten, and which was associated with this, and therefore, as I was saying, one of two alternatives follows. Either we had this knowledge at birth, and continued to know through life, or, after birth, those who are said to learn only remember, and learning is recollection only. Yes, that is quite true, Socrates. And which alternative, Simmias, do you prefer? Had we the knowledge at our birth, or did we remember afterwards the things which we knew previously to our birth? I cannot decide at the moment. At any rate, you can decide whether he who has knowledge ought or ought not to be able to give a reason for what he knows. Certainly, he ought. But do you think that every man is able to give a reason about these very matters of which we are speaking? I wish that they could, Socrates, but I greatly fear that tomorrow at this time there will be no one able to give a reason worth having. Then you are not of opinion, Simmias, that all men know these things? Certainly not. Then they are in process of recollecting that which they learned before? Certainly. But when did our souls acquire this knowledge? Not since we were born as men? Certainly not. And therefore previously? Yes. Then, Simmias, our souls must have existed before they were in the form of man, without bodies, and must have had intelligence. Unless indeed you suppose, Socrates, that these notions were given us at the moment of birth, for this is the only time that remains. Yes, my friend, but when did we lose them? For they are not in us when we are born, that is admitted. Did we lose them at the moment of receiving them, or at some other time? No, Socrates, I perceive that I was unconsciously talking nonsense. Then may we not say, Simmias, that if, as we are always repeating, there is an absolute beauty and goodness and essence in general, and to this which is now discovered to be a previous condition of our being, we refer all our sensations, and with this compare them, assuming this to have a prior existence, then our souls must have had a prior existence. But if not, there would be no force in the argument. There can be no doubt that if these absolute ideas existed before we were born, then our souls must have existed before we were born, and if not the ideas, then not the souls. Yes, Socrates, I am convinced that there is precisely the same necessity for the existence of the soul before birth, and of the essence of which you are speaking, and the argument arrives at a result which happily agrees with my own notion. For there is nothing which to my mind is so evident as that beauty, goodness, and other notions of which you were just now speaking have a most real and absolute existence. And I am satisfied with the proof. Well, but is Cebes equally satisfied? For I must convince him too. I think, said Simmias, that Cebes is satisfied, although he is the most incredulous of mortals, yet I believe that he is convinced of the existence of the soul before birth. But that after death the soul will continue to exist is not yet proven even to my own satisfaction. I cannot get rid of the feeling of the many to which Cebes was referring, the feeling that when the man dies, the soul may be scattered, and that this may be the end of her. For admitting that she may be generated and created in some other place, and may have existed before entering the human body, why, after having entered in and gone out again, may she not herself be destroyed and come to an end? Very true, Simmias, said Cebes. That our soul existed before we were born was the first half of the argument, and this appears to have been proven. That the soul will exist after death as well as before birth is the other half, of which the proof is still wanting and has to be supplied. But that proof, Simmias and Cebes, has already been given, said Socrates. If you put the two arguments together, I mean this and the former one, in which we admitted that everything living is born of the dead. For if the soul existed before birth, and in coming to life and being born can be born only from death and dying, must she not after death continue to exist, since she has to be born again? Surely the proof which you desire has been already furnished. Still, I suspect that you and Simmias would be glad to probe the argument further. Like children, you are haunted with a fear that when the soul leaves the body, the wind may really blow her away and scatter her, especially if a man should happen to die in stormy weather and not when the sky is calm. Cebes answered with a smile. Then, Socrates, you must argue us out of our fears, and yet, strictly speaking, they are not our fears, but there is a child within us to whom death is a sort of hobgoblin. Him, too, we must persuade not to be afraid when he is alone with him in the dark. Socrates said, Let the voice of the charmer be applied daily until you have charmed him away. And where shall we find a good charmer of our fears, Socrates, when you are gone? Hellas, he replied, is a large place, Cebes, and has many good men, and there are barbarous races, not a few. Seek for him among them all, far and wide, sparing neither pains nor money, for there is no better way of using your money. And you must not forget to seek for him among yourselves too, for he is nowhere more likely to be found.
The search, replied Cebes, shall certainly be made. And now, if you please, let us return to the point of the argument at which we digressed.
By all means, replied Socrates. What else should I please?
Very good, he said.
Must we not, said Socrates, ask ourselves some question of this sort? What is that which, as we imagine, is liable to be scattered away, and about which we fear? And what again is that about which we have no fear? And then we may proceed to inquire whether that which suffers dispersion is or is not of the nature of soul. Our hopes and fears as to our own souls will turn upon that.
That is true, he said.
Now, the compound or composite may be supposed to be naturally capable of being dissolved in like manner as of being compounded, but that which is uncompounded, and that only, must be, if anything is, indissoluble.
Yes, that is what I should imagine, said Cebes.
And the uncompounded may be assumed to be the same and unchanging, where the compound is always changing and never the same.
That I also think, he said.
Then now let us return to the previous discussion. Is that idea or essence which in the dialectical process we define as essence of true existence, whether essence of equality, beauty, or anything else, are these essences, I say, liable at times to some degree of change, or are they each of them always what they are, having the same simple, self-existent, and unchanging forms, and not admitting of variation at all, or in any way, or at any time?
They must always be the same, Socrates, replied Cebes.
And what would you say of the many beautiful, whether men, or horses, or garments, or any other things which may be called equal or beautiful? Are they all unchanging and the same always, or quite the reverse? May they not rather be described as almost always changing, and hardly ever the same, either with themselves or with one another?
The latter, replied Cebes. They are always in a state of change.
And these you can touch and see and perceive with the senses. But the unchanging things you can only perceive with the mind. They are invisible and are not seen.
That is very true, he said.
Well then, he added, let us suppose that there are two sorts of existences, one seen, the other unseen.
Let us suppose them.
The seen is the changing, and the unseen is the unchanging.
That may also be supposed.
And further, is not one part of us body, and the rest of us soul?
To be sure.
And to which class may we say that the body is more alike and akin?
Clearly to the seen, no one can doubt that.
And is the soul seen or not seen?
Not by man, Socrates.
And by seen and not seen is meant by us that which is or is not visible to the eye of man?
Yes, to the eye of man.
And what do we say of the soul? Is that seen or not seen?
Not seen.
Unseen, then?
Yes.
Then the soul is more like to the unseen, and the body to the seen.
That is most certain, Socrates.
And were we not saying long ago that the soul, when using the body as an instrument of perception, that is to say, when using the sense of sight or hearing or some other sense, for the meaning of perceiving through the body is perceiving through the senses, were we not saying that the soul, too, is then dragged by the body into the region of the changeable, and wanders and is confused? The world spins round her, and she is like a drunkard when under their influence.
Very true.
But when returning into herself she reflects. Then she passes into the realm of purity and eternity and immortality and unchangeableness, which are her kindred, and with them she ever lives, when she is by herself, and is not let or hindered. Then she ceases from her erring ways, and being in communion with the unchanging, is unchanging. And this state of the soul is called wisdom. That is well and truly said, Socrates, he replied. And to which class is the soul more nearly alike and akin, as far as may be inferred from this argument, as well as from the preceding one? I think, Socrates, that, in the opinion of everyone who follows the argument, the soul will be infinitely more like the unchangeable. Even the most stupid person will not deny that. And the body is more like the changing. Yes. Yet, once more consider the matter in this light. When the soul and the body are united, then nature orders the soul to rule and govern, and the body to obey and serve. Now, which of these two functions is akin to the divine, and which to the mortal? Does not the divine appear to you to be that which naturally orders and rules, and the mortal that which is subject and servant? True. And which does the soul resemble? The soul resembles the divine, and the body the mortal. There can be no doubt of that, Socrates. Then reflect, Cebes. Is not the conclusion of the whole matter this, that the soul is in the very likeness of the divine, and immortal, and intelligible, and uniform, and indissoluble, and unchangeable, and the body is in the very likeness of the human, and mortal, and unintelligible, and multiform, and dissoluble, and changeable? Can this, my dear Cebes, be denied? No, indeed. But if this is true, then is not the body liable to speedy dissolution? And is not the soul almost or altogether indissoluble? Certainly. And do you further observe that after a man is dead, the body, which is the visible part of man, and has a visible framework, which is called a corpse, and which would naturally be dissolved and decomposed and dissipated, is not dissolved or decomposed at once, but may remain for a good while, if the constitution be sound at the time of death, and the season of the year favourable. For the body, when shrunk and embalmed, as is the custom in Egypt, may remain almost entire through infinite ages, and even in decay, still there are some portions, such as the bones and ligaments, which are practically indestructible. You allow that? Yes. And are we to suppose that the soul, which is invisible, in passing to the true Hades, which, like her, is invisible and pure and noble, and on her way to the good and wise God, whither, if God will, my soul is also soon to go, that the soul, I repeat, if this be her nature and origin, is blown away and perishes immediately on quitting the body, as the many say? That can never be, dear Simmias and Cebes. The truth, rather, is that the soul, which is pure at departing, draws after her no bodily taint, having never voluntarily had connection with the body, which she is ever avoiding, herself gathered into herself, for such abstraction has been the study of her life. And what does this mean? But that she has been a true disciple of philosophy, and has practised how to die easily. And is not philosophy the practice of death? Certainly. That soul, I say, herself invisible, departs to the invisible world, to the divine and immortal and rational. Thither arriving, she lives in bliss, and is released from the error and folly of men. There, fears and wild passions and all other human ills, and forever dwells, as they say of the initiated, in company with the gods. Is not this true, Cebes? Yes, said Cebes, beyond a doubt. But the soul which has been polluted, and is impure at the time of her departure, and is the companion and servant of the body always, and is in love with and fascinated by the body, and by the desires and pleasures of the body, until she is led to believe that the truth only exists in a bodily form, which a man may touch, and see, and taste, and use for the purposes of his lusts, the soul, I mean, accustomed to hate and fear, and avoid the intellectual principle, which to the bodily eye is dark and invisible, and can be attained only by philosophy, do you suppose that such a soul as this will depart pure and unalloyed? That is impossible, he replied. She is engrossed by the corporeal, which the continual association and constant care of the body have made natural to her. Very true. And this, my friend, may be conceived to be that heavy, weighty, earthy element of sight by which such a soul is depressed and dragged down again into the visible world, because she is afraid of the invisible and of the world below, prowling about tombs and sepulchres, in the neighbourhood of which, as they tell us, are seen certain ghostly apparitions of souls which have not departed pure, but are cloyed with sight, and therefore visible. That is very likely, Socrates. Yes, that is very likely, Cebes. And these must be the souls, not of the good, but of the evil, who are compelled to wander about such places in payment of the penalty of their former evil way of life, and they continue to wander until the desire which haunts them is satisfied, and they are imprisoned in another body. And they may be supposed to be fixed in the same natures which they had in their former life. What natures do you mean, Socrates? I mean to say that men who have followed after gluttony and wantonness and drunkenness, and have had no thought of avoiding them, would pass into asses and animals of that sort. What do you think? I think that exceedingly probable. And those who have chosen the portion of injustice and tyranny and violence will pass into wolves, or into hawks and kites. Whither else can we suppose them to go? Yes, said Cebes, that is doubtless the place of natures such as theirs. And there is no difficulty, he said, in assigning to all of them places answering to their several natures and propensities. There is not, he said. Even among them some are happier than others, and the happiest both in themselves and their place of abode are those who have practised the civil and social virtues which are called temperance and justice, and are acquired by habit and attention without philosophy and mind. Why are they the happiest? Because they may be expected to pass into some gentle, social nature which is like their own, such as that of bees or ants, or even back again into the form of man, and just and moderate men spring from them. That is not impossible. But he who is a philosopher, or lover of learning, and is entirely pure at departing, is alone permitted to reach the gods. And this is the reason, Simmias and Cebes, why the true votaries of philosophy abstain from all fleshly lusts, and endure and refuse to give themselves up to them, not because they fear poverty or the ruin of their families, like the lovers of money and the world in general, nor like the lovers of power and honour because they dread the dishonour or disgrace of evil deeds. No, Socrates, that would not become them, said Cebes. No, indeed, he replied, and therefore they who have a care of their souls, and do not merely live in the fashions of the body, say farewell to all this. They will not walk in the ways of the blind, and when philosophy offers them purification and release from evil, they feel that they ought not to resist her influence, and to her they incline, and whither she leads, they follow her. What do you mean, Socrates? I will tell you, he said. The lovers of knowledge are conscious that their souls, when philosophy receives them, are simply fastened and glued to their bodies. The soul is only able to view existence through the bars of a prison, and not in her own nature. She is wallowing in the mire of all ignorance, and philosophy, seeing the terrible nature of her confinement, and that the captive through desire is led to conspire in her own captivity, for the lovers of knowledge are aware that this was the original state of the soul, and that when she was in this state, philosophy received and gently counselled her, and wanted to release her, pointing out to her that the eye is full of deceit, and also the ear and other senses, and persuading her to retire from them in all but the necessary use of them, and to be gathered up and collected into herself, and to trust only to herself and her own intuitions of absolute existence, and mistrust that which comes to her through others and is subject to vicissitude. Philosophy shows her that this is visible and tangible, but that what she sees in her own nature is intellectual and invisible. And the soul of the true philosopher thinks that she ought not to resist this deliverance, and therefore abstains from pleasures and desires and pains and fears as far as she is able, reflecting that when a man has great joys or sorrows or fears or desires, he suffers from them, not the sort of evil which might be anticipated, as, for example, the loss of his health or property, which he has sacrificed to his lusts, but he has suffered an evil greater far, which is the greatest and worst of all evils, and one of which he never thinks. And what is that, Socrates? Said Cebes. Why, this. When the feeling of pleasure or pain in the soul is most intense, all of us naturally suppose that the object of this intense feeling is then plainest and truest, but this is not the case. Very true. And this is the state in which the soul is most enthralled by the body. How is that? Why, because each pleasure and pain is a sort of nail, which nails and rivets the soul to the body, and engrosses her, and makes her believe that to be true which the body affirms to be true, and from agreeing with the body, and having the same delights, she is obliged to have the same habits and ways, and is not likely ever to be pure at her departure to the world below, but is always saturated with the body, so that she soon sinks into another body, and there germinates and grows, and has therefore no part in the communion of the divine and pure and simple. That is most true, Socrates, answered Cebes. And this, Cebes, is the reason why the true lovers of knowledge are temperate and brave, and not for the reason which the world gives. Certainly not. Certainly not. For not in that way does the soul of a philosopher reason. She will not ask philosophy to release her in order that when released she may deliver herself up again to the thraldom of pleasures and pains, doing a work only to be undone again, weaving instead of unweaving her Penelope's web. But she will make herself a calm of passion, and follow reason, and dwell in her, beholding the true and divine, which is not matter of opinion, and thence derive nourishment. Thus she seeks to live while she lives, and after death she hopes to go to her own kindred and to be freed from human ills. Never fear, Simmias and Cebes, that a soul which has been thus nurtured and has had these pursuits will at her departure from the body be scattered and blown away by the winds, and be nowhere and nothing. When Socrates had done speaking, for a considerable time there was silence. He himself and most of us appeared to be meditating on what had said. Only Cebes and Simmias spoke a few words to one another, and Socrates, observing this, asked them what they thought of the argument, and whether there was anything wanting. For, said he, much is still open to suspicion and attack if anyone were disposed to sift the matter thoroughly. If you are talking of something else, I would rather not interrupt you, but If you are still doubtful about the argument, do not hesitate to say exactly what you think, and let us have anything better which you can suggest, and if I am likely to be of any use, allow me to help you.
Simmias said, I must confess, Socrates, that doubts did arise in our minds, and each of us was urging and inciting the other to put the question which he wanted to have answered, and which neither of us liked to ask, fearing that our importunity might be troublesome under present circumstances. Socrates smiled and said,
Oh, Simmias, how strange that is! I am not very likely to persuade other men that I do not regard my present situation as a misfortune if I am unable to persuade you. And you will keep fancying that I am at all more troubled now than at any other time. Will you not allow that I have as much of the spirit of prophecy in me as the swans? For they, when they perceive that they must die, having sung all their life long, do then sing more than ever, rejoicing in the thought that they are about to go away to the God whose ministers they are. But men, because they are themselves afraid of death, slanderously affirm of the swans that they sing a lament at the last, not considering that no bird sings when cold, or hungry, or in pain, not even the nightingale, nor the swallow, nor yet the hoopoe, which are said indeed to tune a lay of sorrow, although I do not believe this to be true of them any more than of the swans. But because they are sacred to Apollo, and have the gift of prophecy, and anticipate the good things of another world, therefore they sing and rejoice in that day more than they ever did before. And I, too, believing myself to be the consecrated servant of the same God, and the fellow servant of the swans, and thinking that I have received from my master gifts of prophecy which are not inferior to theirs, would not go out of life less merrily than the swans. Cease to mind then about this, but speak and ask anything which you like, while the 11 magistrates of Athens allow.
Well, Socrates, said Simmias, then I will tell you my difficulty, and Cebes will tell you his, for I dare say that you, Socrates, feel as I do how very hard, or almost impossible, is the attainment of any certainty about questions such as these in the present life. And yet I should deem him a coward who did not prove what is said about them to the uttermost, or whose heart failed him before he had examined them on every side, for he should persevere until he has attained one of two things. Either he should discover or learn the truth about them, or, if this is impossible, I would have him take the best and most irrefragable of human notions, and let this be the raft upon which he sails through life, not without risk, as I admit, if he cannot find some word of God which will more surely and safely carry him. And now, as I bid you, I will venture to question you, as I should not like to reproach myself hereafter with not having said at the time what I think. For when I consider the matter either alone or with Cebes, the argument does certainly appear to me, Socrates, to be not sufficient.
Socrates answered, I dare say, my friend, that you may be right, but I should like to know in what respect the argument is not sufficient.
In this respect, replied Simmias, might not a person use the same argument about harmony and the lyre? Might he not say that harmony is a thing invisible, incorporeal, fair, divine, abiding in the lyre, which is harmonized, but that the lyre and the strings are matter and material, composite, earthy, and akin to mortality? And when someone breaks the lyre, or cuts and rends the strings, then he who takes this view would argue as you do, and on the same analogy, that the harmony survives, and has not perished. For you cannot imagine, as we would say, that the lyre without the strings, and the broken strings themselves, remain, and yet that the harmony, which is of heavenly and immortal nature and kindred, has perished, and perished too, before the mortal. The harmony, he would say, certainly exists somewhere, and the wood and strings will decay before that decays. For I suspect, Socrates, that the notion of the soul which we are all of us inclined to entertain would also be yours, and that you too would conceive the body to be strung up and held together by the elements of hot and cold, wet and dry, and the like, and that the soul is the harmony or due proportionate admixture of them. And if this is true, the inference clearly is that when the strings of the body are unduly loosened or overstrained through disorder or other injury, then the soul, though most divine, like other harmonies of music or of the works of art, of course perishes at once, although the material remains of the body may last for a considerable time until they are either decayed or burnt. Now, if anyone maintained that the soul, being the harmony of the elements of the body, first perishes in that which is called death, how shall we answer him? Socrates looked round at us, as his manner was, and said with a smile, Simmias has reason on his side. And why does not some one of you who is abler than myself answer him? For there is force in his attack upon me. But perhaps before we answer him, we had better also hear what Cebes has to say against the argument. This will give us time for reflection, and when both of them have spoken, we may either assent to them if their words appear to be in consonance with the truth, or if not, we may take up the other side and argue with them. Please to tell me then, Cebes, he said, what was the difficulty which troubled you? Cebes said, I will tell you. My feeling is that the argument is still in the same position and open to the same objections which were urged before, for I am ready to admit that the existence of the soul before entering into the bodily form has been very ingeniously, and, as I may be allowed to say, quite sufficiently proven, but the existence of the soul after death is still, in my judgment, unproven. Now, my objection is not the same as that of Simmias, for I am not disposed to deny that the soul is stronger and more lasting than the body, being of opinion that, in all such respects, the soul very far excels the body. Well, then, says the argument to me, why do you remain unconvinced? When you see that the weaker is still in existence after the man is dead, will you not admit that the more lasting must also survive during the same period of time? Now, I, like Simmias, must employ a figure, and I shall ask you to consider whether the figure is to the point. The parallel, which I will suppose, is that of an old weaver who dies, and after his death somebody says, he is not dead, he must be alive. And he appeals to the coat which he himself wove and wore, and which is still whole and undecayed. And then he proceeds to ask of someone who is incredulous whether a man lasts longer or the coat which is in use and wear. And when he is answered that a man lasts far longer, thinks that he has thus certainly demonstrated the survival of the man who is the more lasting because the less lasting remains. But that, Simmias, as I would beg you to observe, is not the truth. Everyone sees that he who talks thus is talking nonsense. For the truth is that this weaver, having worn and woven many such coats, though he outlived several of them, was himself outlived by the last. But this is surely very far from proving that a man is slighter and weaker than a coat. Now the relation of the body to the soul may be expressed in a similar figure, for you may say with reason that the soul is lasting and the body weak and short-lived in comparison. And every soul may be said to wear out many bodies, especially in the course of a long life. For if, while the man is alive, the body deliquesces and decays, and yet the soul always weaves her garment anew and repairs the waste, then this will only survive her. But then again, when the soul is dead, and the body will at last show its native weakness, and soon pass into decay. And therefore this is an argument on which I would rather not rely as proving that the soul exists after death. For suppose that we grant even more than you affirm as within the range of possibility, and besides acknowledging that the soul existed before birth, admit also that after death the souls of some are existing still, and will exist, and will be born, and die again and again, and that there is a natural strength in the soul which will hold out and be born many times. For all this, we may be still inclined to think that she will weary in the labours of successive births, and may at last succumb in one of her deaths and utterly perish.
And this death and dissolution of the body, which brings destruction to the soul, may be unknown to any of us, for no one of us can have had any experience of it. And if this be true, then I say that he who is confident in death has but a foolish confidence, unless he is able to prove that the soul is altogether immortal and imperishable. But if he is not able to prove this, he who is about to die will always have reason to fear that when the body is disunited, the soul also may utterly perish. All of us, as we afterwards remarked to one another, had an unpleasant feeling at hearing them say this. When we had been so firmly convinced before, now to have our faith shaken seemed to introduce a confusion and uncertainty not only into the previous argument, but into any future one. Either we were not good judges, or there were no real grounds of belief.
There I feel with you, indeed I do, Fido. And when you were speaking, I was beginning to ask myself the same question. What argument can I ever trust again? For what could be more convincing than the argument of Socrates, which has now fallen into discredit? That the soul is a harmony is a doctrine which has always had a wonderful attraction for me, and when mentioned came back to me at once as my own original conviction. And now I must begin again and find another argument which will assure me that when the man is dead, the soul dies not with him. Tell me, I beg, how did Socrates proceed? Did he appear to share the unpleasant feeling which you mention, or did he receive the interruption calmly and give a sufficient answer? Tell us, as exactly as you can, what passed.
Often, Echecrates, as I have admired Socrates, I never admired him more than at that moment. That he should be able to answer was nothing, but what astonished me was, first, the gentle and pleasant and approving manner in which he regarded the words of the young men, and then his quick sense of the wound which had been inflicted by the argument, and his ready application of the healing art. He might be compared to a general rallying his defeated and broken army, urging them to follow him and return to the field of argument.
How was that?
You shall hear. For I was close to him, on his right hand, seated on a sort of stool, and he on a couch which was a good deal higher. Now, he had a way of playing with my hair, and then he smoothed my head, and pressed the hair upon my neck, and said, "Tomorrow, Fido, I suppose that these fair locks of yours will be severed." "Yes, Socrates, I suppose that they will," I replied. "Not so, if you take my advice." "What shall I do with them?" I said. "Today," he replied, "and not tomorrow. If this argument dies, and cannot be brought to life again by us, you and I will both shave our locks, and if I were you, and could not maintain my ground against Simmias and Cebes, I would myself take an oath, like the Argives, not to wear hair any more until I had renewed the conflict and defeated them." "Yes," I said, "but Heracles himself is said not to be a match for two." "Summon me, then," he said, "and I will be your Iolaus until the sun goes down." "I summon you rather," I said, "not as Heracles summoning Iolaus, but as Iolaus might summon Heracles." "That will be all the same," he said. "But first let us take care that we avoid a danger." "And what is that?" I said. "The danger of becoming misologists," he replied, "which is one of the very worst things that can happen to us, for as there are misanthropists or haters of men, there are also misologists or haters of ideas, and both spring from the same cause, which is ignorance of the world. Misanthropy arises from the too great confidence of inexperience. You trust a man, and think him altogether true and good and faithful, and then, in a little while, he turns out to be false and knavish, and then another, and when this has happened several times to a man, especially within the circle of his most trusted friends, as he deems them, and he has often quarrelled with them, he at last hates all men, and believes that no one has any good in him at all.
I dare say that you must have observed this. Yes, I said. And is not this discreditable? The reason is that a man, having to deal with other men, has no knowledge of them. For if he had knowledge, he would have known the true state of the case, that few are the good and few the evil, and that the great majority are in the interval between them. How do you mean? I said. I mean, he replied, as you might say of the very large and very small, that nothing is more uncommon than a very large or a very small man, and this applies generally to all extremes, whether of great and small, or swift and slow, or fair and foul, or black and white, and whether the instances you select be men or dogs or anything else. Few are the extremes, but many are in the mean between them. Did you never observe this? Yes, I said, I have. And do you not imagine, he said, that if there were a competition of evil, the first in evil would be found to be very few? Yes, that is very likely, I said. Yes, that is very likely, he replied. Not that in this respect arguments are like men. There I was led on by you to say more than I had intended, but the point of comparison was that when a simple man, who has no skill in dialectics, believes an argument to be true which he afterwards imagines to be false, whether really false or not, and then another and another, he has no longer any faith left. And great disputers, as you know, come to think at last that they have grown to be the wisest of mankind, for they alone perceive the utter unsoundness and instability of all arguments, or indeed of all things, which, like the currents in the Euripus, are going up and down in never-ceasing ebb and flow. That is quite true, I said. Yes, Phaedo, he replied, and very melancholy too, if there be such a thing as truth or certainty or power of knowing at all, that a man should have lighted upon some argument or other which at first seemed true, and then turned out to be false, and instead of blaming himself and his own want of wit, because he is annoyed, should at last be too glad to transfer the blame from himself to arguments in general, and forever afterwards should hate and revile them, and lose the truth and knowledge of existence. Yes, indeed, I said, that is very melancholy. Let us then, in the first place, he said, be careful of admitting into our souls the notion that there is no truth, or health, or soundness in any arguments at all. But let us rather say that there is as yet no health in us, and that we must quit ourselves like men, and do our best to gain health, you and all other men with a view to the whole of your future life, and I myself with a view to death. For at this moment I am sensible that I have not the temper of a philosopher. Like the vulgar, I am only a partisan. For the partisan, when he is engaged in a dispute, cares nothing about the rights of the question, but is anxious only to convince his hearers of his own assertions. And the difference between him and me at the present moment is only this, that whereas he seeks to convince his hearers that what he says is true, I am rather seeking to convince myself. To convince my hearers is a secondary matter with me. And do but see how much I gain by this. For if what I say is true, then I do well to be persuaded of the truth. But if there be nothing after death, still, during the short time that remains, I shall save my friends from lamentations, and my ignorance will not last, and therefore no harm will be done. This is the state of mind, Simmias and Cebes, in which I approach the argument. And I would ask you to be thinking of the truth and not of Socrates. Agree with me if I seem to you to be speaking the truth, or if not, withstand me might and main, that I may not deceive you as well as myself in my enthusiasm, and like the bee, leave my sting in you before I die. And now let us proceed, he said. And first of all, let me be sure that I have in my mind what you were saying. Simmias, if I remember rightly, has fears and misgivings whether the soul, being in the form of harmony, although a fairer and diviner thing than the body, may not perish first. On the other hand, Cebes appeared to grant that the soul was more lasting than the body, but he said that no one could know whether the soul, after having worn out many bodies, might not perish herself and leave her last body behind her, and that this is death, which is the destruction not of the body but of the soul. For in the body the work of destruction is ever going on. Are these not, Simmias and Cebes, the points which we have to consider? They both agreed to this statement of them. He proceeded, And did you deny the force of the whole preceding argument, or of a part only? Of a part only, they replied. And what did you think, he said, of that part of the argument in which we said that knowledge was recollection only, and inferred from this that the soul must have previously existed somewhere else before she was enclosed in the body? Cebes said that he had been wonderfully impressed by that part of the argument, and that his conviction remained unshaken. Simmias agreed, and added that he himself could hardly imagine the possibility of his ever thinking differently about that. But, rejoined Socrates, you will have to think differently, my Theban friend, if you still maintain that harmony is a compound, and that the soul is a harmony which is made out of strings set in the frame of the body. For you will surely never allow yourself to say that a harmony is prior to the elements which compose the harmony. No, Socrates, that is impossible. But do you not see that you are saying this when you say that the soul existed before she took the form and body of man, and was made up of elements which as yet had no existence? For harmony is not a sort of thing like the soul, as you suppose. But first the lyre and the strings and the sounds exist in a state of discord, and then harmony is made last of all, and perishes first. And how can such a notion of the soul as this agree with the other? Not at all, replied Simmias. And yet, he said, there surely ought to be harmony when harmony is the theme of discourse. There ought, replied Simmias. But there is no harmony, he said, in the two propositions that knowledge is recollection and that the soul is a harmony. Which of them, then, will you retain? I think, he replied, that I have a much stronger faith, Socrates, in the first of the two, which has been fully demonstrated to me, than in the latter, which has not been demonstrated at all, but rests only on probable and plausible grounds. And I know too well that these arguments from probabilities are impostors, and unless great caution is observed in the use of them, they are apt to be deceptive, in geometry, and in other things too. But the doctrine of knowledge and recollection has been proven to me on trustworthy grounds, and the proof was that the soul must have existed before she came into the body, because to her belongs the essence of which the very name implies existence. Having, as I am convinced, rightly accepted this conclusion, and on sufficient grounds, I must, as I suppose, cease to argue or allow others to argue that the soul is a harmony. Let me put that matter, Simmias, he said, in another point of view. Do you imagine that a harmony, or any other composition, can be in a state other than that of the elements out of which it is compounded? Oh, certainly not. Or do or suffer anything other than they do or suffer? He agreed. Then a harmony does not lead the parts or elements which make up the harmony, but only follows them. He assented. For harmony cannot possibly have any motion or sound or other quality which is opposed to the parts. That would be impossible, he replied. And does not every harmony depend upon the manner in which the elements are harmonized? I do not understand you, he said. I mean to say that a harmony admits of degrees, and is more of a harmony and more completely a harmony when more completely harmonized, if that be possible, and less of a harmony and less completely a harmony when less harmonized. True. But does the soul admit of degrees, or is one soul in the very least degree more or less, or more or less completely a soul than another? Not in the least. Yet surely one soul is said to have intelligence and virtue, and to be good, and another soul is said to have folly and vice, and to be an evil soul. And this is said truly. Yes, truly. But what will those who maintain the soul to be a harmony say of this presence of virtue and vice in the soul? Will they say that there is another harmony, and another discord, and that the virtuous soul is harmonized, and herself being a harmony, has another harmony within her, and that the vicious soul is inharmonical, and has no harmony within her? I cannot say, replied Simmias, but I suppose that something of that kind would be asserted by those who take this view. And the admission is already made that no soul is more a soul than another, and this is equivalent to admitting that harmony is not more or less harmony, or more or less completely a harmony. Quite true. And that which is not more or less a harmony is not more or less harmonized. True. And that which is not more or less harmonized cannot have more or less of harmony, but only an equal harmony. Yes, an equal harmony. Then one soul, not being more or less absolutely a soul than another, is not more or less harmonized. Exactly. And therefore has neither more nor less of harmony or of discord. She has not. And having neither more nor less of harmony or of discord, one soul has no more vice or virtue than another, if vice be discord and virtue harmony. Not at all more. Or, speaking more correctly, Simmias, the soul, if she is a harmony, will never have any vice, because a harmony, being absolutely a harmony, has no part in the inharmonical. No. And therefore a soul which is absolutely a soul has no vice. How can she have, consistently with the preceding argument? Then, according to this, if the souls of all animals are equally and absolutely souls, they will be equally good. I agree with you, Socrates, he said. And can all this be true, think you? He said. And are all these consequences admissible which, nevertheless, seem to follow from the assumption that the soul is a harmony? Certainly not, he said. Once more, he said, what ruling principle is there of human things other than the soul, and especially the wise soul? Do you know of any? Indeed, I do not. And is the soul in agreement with the affections of the body, or is she at variance with them? For example, when the body is hot and thirsty, does not the soul incline us against drinking? And when the body is hungry, against eating? And this is only one instance out of 10,000 of the opposition of the soul to the things of the body. Very true. But we have already acknowledged that the soul, being a harmony, can never utter a note at variance with the tensions and relaxations and vibrations and other affections of the strings out of which she is composed. She can only follow, she cannot lead them. Yes, he said, we acknowledge that, certainly. And yet do we not now discover the soul to be doing the exact opposite, leading the elements of which she is believed to be composed, almost always opposing and coercing them in all sorts of ways throughout life, sometimes more violently with the pains of medicine and gymnastic, then again more gently, threatening and also reprimanding the desires, passions, fears, as if talking to a thing which is not herself, as Homer in the Odyssey represents Odysseus doing in the words, "He beat his breast, and thus reproached his heart. Endure, my heart, far worse hast thou endured." Do you think that Homer could have written this under the idea that the soul is a harmony, capable of being led by the affections of the body, and not rather of a nature which leads and masters them, and herself a far diviner thing than any harmony? Yes, Socrates, I quite agree to that. Then, my friend, we can never be right in saying that the soul is a harmony, for that would clearly contradict the divine Homer
as well as ourselves. True, he said. Thus much, said Socrates, of Harmonia, your Theban goddess, Cebes, who has not been ungracious to us, I think. But what shall I say to the Theban Cadmus, and how shall I propitiate him? I think that you will discover a way of propitiating him, said Cebes. I am sure that you have answered the argument about harmony in a manner that I could never have expected, for when Simmias mentioned his objection, I quite imagined that no answer could be given to him, and therefore I was surprised at finding that his argument could not sustain the first onset of yours, and not impossibly the other, whom you call Cadmus, may share a similar fate. Nay, my good friend, said Socrates, let us not boast, lest some evil eye should put to flight the word which I am about to speak. That, however, may be left in the hands of those above, while I draw near in Homeric fashion, and try the mettle of your words. Briefly, the sum of your objection is as follows. You want to have proven to you that the soul is imperishable and immortal, and you think that the philosopher who is confident in death has but a vain and foolish confidence if he thinks that he will fare better than one who has led another sort of life in the world below, unless he can prove this. And you say that the demonstration of the strength and divinity of the soul, and of her existence prior to our becoming men, does not necessarily imply her immortality. Granting that the soul is long-lived, and has known and done much in a former state, still she is not on that account immortal, and her entrance into the human form may be a sort of disease, which is the beginning of dissolution, and may at last, after the toils of life are over, end in that which is called death. And whether the soul enters into the body once only or many times, that, as you would say, makes no difference in the fears of individuals, for any man who is not devoid of natural feeling has reason to fear, if he has no knowledge or proof of the soul's immortality. That is what I suppose you to say, Cebes, which I designedly repeat, in order that nothing may escape us, and that you may, if you wish, add or subtract anything. But, said Cebes, as far as I can see at present, I have nothing to add or subtract. You have expressed my meaning. Socrates paused a while, and seemed to be absorbed in reflection. At length he said, This is a very serious inquiry which you are raising, Cebes, involving the whole question of generation and corruption, about which I will, if you like, give you my own experience, and you can apply this, if you think that anything which I say will avail towards the solution of your difficulty. I should like that very much, said Cebes, to hear what you have to say. Then I will tell you, said Socrates. When I was young, Cebes, I had a prodigious desire to know that department of philosophy which is called natural science. This appeared to me to have lofty aims, as being the science which has to do with the causes of things, and which teaches why a thing is, and is created and destroyed. And I was always agitating myself with the consideration of such questions as these. Is the growth of animals the result of some decay which the hot and cold principle contracts, as some have said? Is the blood the element with which we think, or the air, or the fire? Or perhaps nothing of this sort, but the brain may be the originating power of the perceptions of hearing and sight and smell, and memory and opinion may come from them, and science may be based on memory and opinion when no longer in motion, but at rest. And then I went on to examine the decay of them, and then to the things of heaven and earth, and at last I concluded that I was wholly incapable of these inquiries, as I will satisfactorily prove to you. For I was fascinated by them to such a degree that my eyes grew blind to things that I had seemed to myself and also to others to know quite well, and I forgot what I had before thought to be self-evident, that the growth of man is the result of eating and drinking. For when, by the digestion of food, flesh is added to flesh and bone to bone, and whenever there is an aggregation of congenial elements, the lesser bulk becomes larger and the small man greater. Was not that a reasonable notion?
Yes, said Cebes, I think so.
Well, but let me tell you something more. There was a time when I thought that I understood the meaning of greater and less pretty well, and when I saw a great man standing by a little one, I fancied that one was taller than the other by a head, or one horse would appear to be greater than another horse, and still more clearly did I seem to perceive that 10 is 2 more than 8, and that 2 cubits are more than 1 because 2 is twice 1.
And what is now your notion of such matters? Said Cebes.
I should be far enough from imagining, he replied, that I knew the cause of any of them. Indeed, I should, for I cannot satisfy myself that when 1 is added to 1, the one to which the addition is made becomes 2, or that the 2 units added together make 2 by reason of the addition. For I cannot understand how, when separated from the other, each of them was 1 and not 2, and now, when they are brought together, the mere juxtaposition of them can be the cause of their becoming 2. Nor can I understand how the division of 1 is the way to make 2. For then a different cause would produce the same effect, as in the former instance the addition and juxtaposition of 1 to 1 was the cause of 2, in this the separation and subtraction of 1 from the other would be the cause. Nor am I any longer satisfied that I understand the reason why 1 or anything else is generated or destroyed or is at all, but I have in mind some confused notion of another method, and can never admit this. Then I heard someone who had a book of Anaxagoras, as he said, out of which he read that mind was the disposer and cause of all. And I was quite delighted at the notion of this, which appeared admirable, and I said to myself, if mind is the disposer, mind will dispose all for the best, and put each particular in the best place. And I argued that if anyone desired to find out the cause of the generation or destruction or existence of anything, he must find out what state of being or suffering or doing was best for that thing. And therefore a man had only to consider the best for himself and others, and then he would also know the worse, for that the same science comprised both. And I rejoiced to think that I had found in Anaxagoras a teacher of the causes of existence, such as I had desired. And I imagined that he would tell me first whether the earth is flat or round, and then he would further explain the cause and the necessity of this, and would teach me the nature of the best, and show that this was best. And if he said that the earth was in the centre, he would explain that this position was the best, and I should be satisfied if this were shown to me, and not want any other sort of cause. And I thought that I would then go and ask him about the sun and moon and stars, and that he would explain to me their comparative swiftness, and their returnings and various states, and how their several affections, active and passive, were all for the best. For I cannot imagine that when he spoke of mind as the disposer of them, he would give any other account of their being as they are, except that this was best. And I thought, when he had explained to me in detail the cause of each and the cause of all, he would go on to explain to me what was best for each and what was best for all. I had hopes which I would not have sold for much, and I seized the books and read them as fast as I could in my eagerness to know the better and the worse. What hopes I had formed, and how grievously was I disappointed! As I proceeded, I found my philosopher altogether forsaking mind or any other principle of order, but having recourse to air, and ether, and water, and other eccentricities. I might compare him to a person who began by maintaining generally that mind is the cause of the actions of Socrates, but who, when he endeavoured to explain the causes of my several actions in detail, went on to show that I sit here because my body is made up of bones and muscles, And the bones, as he would say, are hard, and have ligaments which divide them, and the muscles are elastic, and they cover the bones, which have also a covering or environment of flesh and skin, which contains them, and as the bones are lifted at their joints by the contraction or relaxation of the muscles, I am able to bend my limbs, and this is why I am sitting here in a curved posture. That is what he would say, and he would have a similar explanation of my talking to you, which he would attribute to sound and air and hearing, and he would assign 10,000 other causes of the same sort, forgetting to mention the true cause, which is that the Athenians have thought fit to condemn me. And accordingly, I have thought it better and more right to remain here and undergo my sentence. For I am inclined to think that these muscles and bones of mine would have gone off to Megara or Boeotia. By the dog of Egypt they would, if they had been guided only by their own idea of what was best, and if I had not chosen as the better and nobler part, instead of playing truant and running away, to undergo any punishment which the state inflicts. There is surely a strange confusion of causes and conditions in all this. It may be said, indeed, that without bones and muscles and the other parts of the body, I cannot execute my purposes. But to say that I do as I do because of them, and that this is the way in which mind acts, and not from the choice of the best, is a very careless and idle mode of speaking. I wonder that they cannot distinguish the cause from the condition which the many, feeling about in the dark, are always mistaking and misnaming. And thus, one man makes a vortex all round and steadies the earth by the heaven. Another gives the air as a support to the earth, which is a sort of broad trough. Any power which, in disposing them as they are, disposes them for the best, never enters into their minds. Nor do they imagine that there is any superhuman strength in that. They rather expect to find another Atlas of the world who is stronger and more everlasting and more containing than the good is, and are clearly of opinion that the obligatory and containing power of the good is as nothing. And yet this is the principle which I would fain learn if anyone would teach me. But as I have failed either to discover myself or to learn of anyone else the nature of the best, I will exhibit to you, if you like, what I have found to be the second best mode of inquiring into the cause. I should very much like to hear that, he replied. Socrates proceeded. I thought that, as I had failed in the contemplation of true existence, I ought to be careful that I did not lose the eye of my soul, as people may injure their bodily eye by observing and gazing on the sun during an eclipse, unless they take the precaution of only looking at the image reflected in the water or in some similar medium. That occurred to me, and I was afraid that my soul might be blinded altogether if I looked at things with my eyes, or tried by the help of the senses to apprehend them. And I thought that I had better have recourse to ideas, and seek in them the truth of existence. I dare say that the simile is not perfect, for I am very far from admitting that he who contemplates existence through the medium of ideas sees them only through a glass darkly, any more than he who sees them in their working and effects. However, this was the method which I adopted. I first assumed some principle which I judged to be the strongest, and then I affirmed as true whatever seemed to agree with this, whether relating to the cause or to anything else, and that which disagreed I regarded as untrue. But I should like to explain my meaning clearly, as I do not think that you understand me. No, indeed, replied Cebes, not very well. There is nothing new, he said, in what I am about to tell you, but only what I have been always and everywhere repeating in the previous discussion and on other occasions. I want to show you the nature of that cause which has occupied my thoughts, and I shall have to go back to those familiar words which are in the mouth of everyone, and first of all assume that there is an absolute beauty and goodness and greatness and the like. Grant me this,
and I hope to be able to show you the nature of the cause, and to prove the immortality of the soul. Cebes said, You may proceed at once with the proof, as I readily grant you this. Well, he said, then I should like to know whether you agree with me in the next step, for I cannot help thinking that if there be anything beautiful other than absolute beauty, that can only be beautiful in as far as it partakes of absolute beauty, and this I should say of everything. Do you agree in this notion of the cause? Yes, he said, I agree. He proceeded. I know nothing, and can understand nothing, of any other of those wise causes which are alleged, and if a person says to me that the bloom of colour, or form, or anything else of that sort is a source of beauty, I leave all that, which is only confusing to me, and simply and singly, and perhaps foolishly, hold and am assured in my own mind that nothing makes a thing beautiful but the presence and participation of beauty in whatever way or manner obtained. For as to the manner I am uncertain, but I stoutly contend that by beauty all beautiful things become beautiful. That appears to me to be the only safe answer that I can give, either to myself or to any other, and to that I cling, in the persuasion that I shall never be overthrown, and that I may safely answer to myself or any other that by beauty beautiful things become beautiful. Do you not agree to that? Yes, I agree. And that by greatness only great things become great, and greater, greater, and by smallness the less become less. True. Then if a person remarks that A is taller by a head than B, and B less by a head than A, you would refuse to admit this, and would stoutly contend that what you mean is only that the greater is greater by and by reason of greatness, and the less is less only by or by reason of smallness. And thus you would avoid the danger of saying that the greater is greater and the less by the measure of the head, which is the same in both, and would also avoid the monstrous absurdity of supposing that the greater man is greater by reason of the head, which is small. Would you not be afraid of that? Indeed, I should, said Cebes, laughing. In like manner you would be afraid to say that 10 exceeded 8 by and by reason of 2, but would say by and by reason of number, or that 2 cubits exceed 1 cubit not by a half, but by magnitude. That is what you would say, for there is the same danger in both cases. Very true, he said. Again, would you not be cautious of affirming that the addition of 1 to 1, or the division of 1, is the cause of 2? And you would loudly asseverate that you know of no way in which anything comes into existence except by participation in its own proper essence, and consequently, as far as you know, the only cause of 2 is the participation in duality. That is the way to make 2, and the participation in 1 is the way to make 1. You would say, I will let alone puzzles of division and addition. Wiser heads than mine may answer them. Inexperienced as I am, and ready to start, as the proverb says, at my own shadow, I cannot afford to give up the sure ground of a principle. And if anyone assails you there, you would not mind him, or answer him until you had seen whether the consequences which follow agree with one another or not, and when you are further required to give an explanation of this principle, you would go on to assume a higher principle, and the best of the higher ones, until you found a resting place. But you would not refuse the principle and the consequences in your reasoning like the eristics, at least if you wanted to discover real existence. Not that this confusion signifies to them who never care or think about the matter at all, for they have the wit to be well pleased with themselves, however great may be the turmoil of their ideas. But you, if you are a philosopher, will, I believe, do as I say. What you say is most true, said Simmias and Cebes, both speaking at once.
Yes, Phaedo, and I don't wonder at their assenting. Anyone who has the least sense will acknowledge the wonderful clearness of Socrates' reasoning.
Certainly, Echecrates, and that was the feeling of the whole company at the time.
Yes, and equally of ourselves, who are not of the company, and are now listening to your recital. But what followed?
After all this was admitted, and they had agreed about the existence of ideas and the participation in them of the other things which derive their names from them, Socrates, if I remember rightly, said, "This is your way of speaking. And when you say that Simmias is greater than Socrates and less than Phaedo, do you not predicate of Simmias both greatness and smallness?" "Yes, I do." "But still you allow that Simmias does not really exceed Socrates, as the words may seem to imply, because he is Simmias, but by reason of the size which he has, just as Simmias does not exceed Socrates because he is Simmias, any more than because Socrates is Socrates, but because he has smallness when compared with the greatness of Simmias." "True. And if Phaedo exceeds him in size, that is not because Phaedo is Phaedo, but because Phaedo has greatness relatively to Simmias, who is comparatively smaller." "That is true. And therefore Simmias is said to be great, and is also said to be small, because he is in a mean between them, exceeding the smallness of the one by his greatness, and allowing the greatness of the other to exceed his smallness." He added, laughing, "I am speaking like a book, but I believe that what I am now saying is true." Simmias assented to this. "The reason why I say this is that I want you to agree with me in thinking not only that absolute greatness will never be great and also small, but that greatness in us or in the concrete will never admit the small or admit of being exceeded. Instead of this, one of two things will happen. Either the greater will fly or retire before the opposite, which is the less, or at the advance of the less will cease to exist, but will not, if allowing or admitting smallness, be changed by that. Even as I, having received and admitted smallness when compared with Simmias, remain just as I was, and am the same small person. And as the idea of greatness cannot condescend ever to be or become small, in like manner the smallness in us cannot be or become great, nor can any other opposite which remains the same ever be or become its own opposite, but either passes away or perishes in the change. "That," replied Cebes, "is quite my notion." One of the company, though I do not exactly remember which of them, on hearing this, said, "By heaven, is not this the direct contrary of what was admitted before, that out of the greater came the less, and out of the less the greater, and that opposites are simply generated from opposites, whereas now this seems to be utterly denied?" Socrates inclined his head to the speaker and listened. "I like your courage," he said, "in reminding us of this, but you do not observe that there is a difference in the two cases. For then we were speaking of opposites in the concrete, and now of the essential opposite, which, as is affirmed, neither in us nor in nature can ever be at variance with itself. Then, my friend, we were speaking of things in which opposites are inherent, and which are called after them, but now about the opposites which are inherent in them, and which give their name to them. These essential opposites will never, as we maintain, admit of generation into or out of one another." At the same time, turning to Cebes, he said, "Were you at all disconcerted, Cebes, at our friend's objection?" "That was not my feeling," said Cebes, "and yet I cannot deny that I am apt to be disconcerted." "Then we are agreed after all," said Socrates, "that the opposite will never in any case be opposed to itself." "To that we are quite agreed," he replied. "Yet once more let me ask you to consider the question from another point of view, and see whether you agree with me. There is a thing which you term heat, and another which you term cold." "Certainly." But are they the same as fire and snow? Most assuredly not. Heat is not the same as fire, nor is cold the same as snow. No. And yet you will surely admit that when snow, as before said, is under the influence of heat, they will not remain snow and heat, but at the advance of the heat the snow will either retire or perish. Very true, he replied, and the fire too, at the advance of the cold, will either retire or perish. And when the fire is under the influence of the cold, they will not remain as before, fire and cold. That is true, he said. And in some cases, the name of the idea is not confined to the idea, but anything else which, not being the idea, exists only in the form of the idea may also lay claim to it. I will try to make this clearer by an example. The odd number is always called by the name of odd? Very true. But is this the only thing which is called odd? Are there not other things which have their own name and yet are called odd because, although not the same as oddness, they are never without oddness? That is what I mean to ask, whether numbers, such as the number 3, are not of the class of odd. And there are many other examples. Would you not say, for example, that 3 may be called by its proper name and also be called odd, which is not the same with 3? And this may be said not only of 3, but also of 5, and every alternate number. Each of them, without being oddness, is odd. And in the same way, 2 and 4 and the whole series of alternate numbers has every number even without being evenness. Do you admit that? Yes, he said. How can I deny that? Then now mark the point at which I am aiming. Not only do essential opposites exclude one another, but also concrete things which, although not in themselves opposed, contain opposites. These, I say, also reject the idea which is opposed to that which is contained in them, and at the advance of that they either perish or withdraw. There is the number 3, for example. Will not that endure annihilation or anything sooner than be converted into an even number, remaining 3? Very true, said Cebes. And yet, he said, the number 2 is certainly not opposed to the number 3. It is not. Then not only do opposite ideas repel the advance of one another, but also there are other things which repel the approach of opposites. That is quite true, he said. Suppose, he said, that we endeavour, if possible, to determine what these are. By all means. Are they not, Cebes, such as compel the things of which they have possession not only to take their form, but also the form of some opposite? What do you mean? I mean, as I was just now saying, and have no need to repeat to you, that those things which are possessed by the number 3 must not only be 3 in number, but must also be odd. Quite true. And on this oddness, of which the number 3 has the impress, the opposite idea will never intrude. No. And this impress was given by the odd principle. Yes. And to the odd is opposed the even. True. Then the idea of the even number will never arrive at 3. No. Then 3 has no part in the even. None. Then the triad, or number 3, is uneven. Very true. To return then to my distinction of natures which are not opposites, and yet do not admit opposites, as in this instance 3, although not opposed to the even, does not any the more admit of the even, but always brings the opposite into play on the other side, or as 2 does not receive the odd or fire the cold. From these examples, and there are many more of them, perhaps you may be able to arrive at the general conclusion that not only opposites will not receive opposites, but also that nothing which brings the opposite will admit the opposite of that which it brings in that to which it is brought. And here let me recapitulate, for there is no harm in repetition. The number 5 will not admit the nature of the even any more than 10, which is the double of 5, will admit the nature of the odd. The double, though not strictly opposed to the odd, rejects the odd altogether. Nor again will parts in the ratio of 3 to 2, nor any fraction in which there is a half, nor again in which there is a third, admit the notion of the whole, although they are not opposed to the whole. You will agree to that? Yes, he said. I entirely agree and go along with you in that. And now, he said, I think that I may begin again, and to the question which I am about to ask I will beg you to give not the old safe answer, but another, of which I will offer you an example. And I hope that you will find in what has been just said another foundation which is as safe. I mean that if anyone asks you what that is, the inherence of which makes the body hot, you will reply not heat, this is what I call the safe and stupid answer, but fire, a far better answer, which we are now in a condition to give. Or if anyone asks you why a body is diseased, you will not say from disease, but from fever. And instead of saying that oddness is the cause of odd numbers, you will say that the monad is the cause of them, and so of things in general, as I dare say that you will understand sufficiently without my adducing any further examples. Yes, he said, I quite understand you. Tell me, then, what is that the inherence of which will render the body alive? The soul, he replied. And is this always the case? Yes, he said, of course. Then whatever the soul possesses, to that she comes bearing life. Yes, certainly. And is there any opposite to life? There is, he said. And what is that? Death. Then the soul, as has been acknowledged, will never receive the opposite of what she brings. And now, he said, what did we call that principle which repels the even? The odd. And that principle which repels the musical or the just? The unmusical, he said, and the unjust. And what do we call the principle which does not admit of death? The immortal, he said. And does the soul admit of death? No. Then the soul is immortal? Yes, he said. And may we say that this is proven? Yes, abundantly proven, Socrates, he replied. And supposing that the odd were imperishable, must not 3 be imperishable? Of course, and if that which is cold were imperishable, when the warm principle came attacking the snow, must not the snow have retired whole and unmelted, for it could never have perished, nor could it have remained and admitted the heat? True, he said. Again, if the uncooling or warm principle were imperishable, the fire, when assailed by cold, would not have perished or have been extinguished, but would have gone away unaffected? Certainly, he said, and the same may be said of the immortal. If the immortal is also imperishable, the soul, when attacked by death, cannot perish. For the preceding argument shows that the soul will not admit of death, or ever be dead, any more than 3 or the odd number will admit of the even, or fire or the heat in the fire of the cold. Yet a person may say, but although the odd will not become even at the approach of the even, why may not the odd perish and the even take the place of the odd? Now, to him who makes this objection, we cannot answer that the odd principle is imperishable, for this has not been acknowledged. But if this had been acknowledged, there would have been no difficulty in contending that at the approach of the even, the odd principle and the number 3 took up their departure. And the same argument would have held good of fire and heat and any other thing. Very true. And the same may be said of the immortal. If the immortal is also imperishable, then the soul will be imperishable as well as immortal, but if not, some other proof of her imperishableness will have to be given. no other proof is needed, he said. For if the immortal, being eternal, is liable to perish, then nothing is imperishable.
Yes, replied Socrates. All men will agree that God and the essential form of life, and the immortal in general, will never perish.
Yes, all men, he said. That is true. And what is more, gods, if I am not mistaken, as well as men.
Seeing then that the immortal is indestructible, must not the soul, if she is immortal, be also imperishable?
Most certainly.
Then when death attacks a man, the mortal portion of him may be supposed to die, but the immortal goes out of the way of death and is preserved safe and sound?
True.
Then, Cebes, beyond question, the soul is immortal and imperishable, and our souls will truly exist in another world.
I am convinced, Socrates, said Cebes, and have nothing more to object. But if my friend Simmias or anyone else has any further objection, he had better speak out and not keep silence, since I do not know how there can ever be a more fitting time to which he can defer the discussion, if there is anything which he wants to say or have said. But I have nothing more to say, replied Simmias, nor do I see any room for uncertainty, except that which arises necessarily out of the greatness of the subject and the feebleness of man, and which I cannot help feeling.
Yes, Simmias, replied Socrates, that is well said, and more than that. First principles, even if they appear certain, should be carefully considered, and when they are satisfactorily ascertained, then, with a sort of hesitating confidence in human reason, you may, I think, follow the course of the argument, and if this is clear, there will be no need for any further inquiry.
That, he said, is true.
But then, oh, my friends, he said, if the soul is really immortal, what care should be taken of her, not only in respect of the portion of time which is called life, but of eternity? And the danger of neglecting her from this point of view does indeed appear to be awful. If death had only been the end of all, the wicked would have had a good bargain in dying, for they would have been happily quit not only of their body, but of their own evil together with their souls. But now, as the soul plainly appears to be immortal, there is no release or salvation from evil except the attainment of the highest virtue and wisdom. For the soul, when on her progress to the world below, takes nothing with her but nurture and education, which are indeed said greatly to benefit or greatly to injure the departed at the very beginning of its pilgrimage in the other world. For after death, as they say, the genius of each individual to whom he belonged in life leads him to a certain place in which the dead are gathered together for judgment, whence they go into the world below, following the guide who is appointed to conduct them from this world to the other. And when they have there received their due and remained their time, another guide brings them back again, after many revolutions of ages. Now this journey to the other world is not, as Aeschylus says in the Telephus, a single and straight path. No guide would be wanted for that, and no one could miss a single path, but there are many partings of the road, and windings, as I must infer from the rites and sacrifices which are offered to the gods below in places where three ways meet on earth. The wise and orderly soul is conscious of her situation and follows in the path, but the soul which desires the body, and which, as I was relating before, has long been fluttering about the lifeless frame and the world of sight, is, after many struggles and many sufferings, hardly and with violence carried away by her attendant genius, and when she arrives at the place where the other souls are gathered, if she be impure and have done impure deeds, or been concerned in foul murders or other crimes which are the brothers of these, and the works of brothers in crime, from that soul every one flees and turns away,
No one will be her companion, no one her guide, but alone she wanders in extremity of evil until certain times are fulfilled, and when they are fulfilled, she is borne irresistibly to her own fitting habitation, as every pure and just soul which has passed through life in the company and under the guidance of the gods has also her own proper home. Now, the earth has diverse wonderful regions, and is indeed, in nature and extent, very unlike the notions of geographers, as I believe on the authority of one who shall be nameless. What do you mean, Socrates? Said Simmias. I have myself heard many descriptions of the earth, but I do not know in what you are putting your faith, and I should like to know. Well, Simmias, replied Socrates, the recital of a tale does not, I think, require the art of Glaucus, and I know not that the art of Glaucus could prove the truth of my tale, which I myself should never be able to prove, and even if I could, I fear, Simmias, that my life would come to an end before the argument was completed. I may describe to you, however, the form and regions of the earth according to my conception of them. That, said Simmias, will be enough. Well then, he said, my conviction is that the earth is a round body in the centre of the heavens, and therefore has no need of air or any similar force as a support, but is kept there and hindered from falling or inclining any way by the equability of the surrounding heaven and by her own equipoise. For that which, being in equipoise, is in the centre of that which is equably diffused, will not incline any way in any degree, but will always remain in the same state and not deviate, and this is my first notion. Which is surely a correct one, said Simmias. Also, I believe that the earth is very vast, and that we who dwell in the region extending from the river Phasis to the Pillars of Heracles, along the borders of the sea, are just like ants or frogs about a marsh, and inhabit a small portion only, and that many others dwell in many like places. For I should say that in all parts of the earth there are hollows of various forms and sizes into which the water and the mist and the air collect, and that the true earth is pure and in the pure heaven, in which also are the stars. That is the heaven which is commonly spoken of as the ether, of which this is but the sediment collecting in the hollows of the earth. But we who live in these hollows are deceived into the notion that we are dwelling above, on the surface of the earth, which is just as if a creature who was at the bottom of the sea were to fancy that he was on the surface of the water, and that the sea was the heaven through which he saw the sun and the other stars, he having never come to the surface by reason of his feebleness and sluggishness, and having never lifted up his head and seen, nor ever heard from one who had seen, this region which is so much purer and fairer than his own. Now this is exactly our case, for we are dwelling in a hollow of the earth, and fancy that we are on the surface. And the air we call the heaven, and in this we imagine that the stars move. But this is also owing to our feebleness and sluggishness, which prevent our reaching the surface of the air. For if any man could arrive at the exterior limit, or take the wings of a bird and fly upward, like a fish who puts his head out and sees this world, he would see a world beyond. And if the nature of man could sustain the sight, he would acknowledge that this was the place of the true heaven and the true light and the true stars. For this earth and the stones and the entire region which surrounds us are spoilt and corroded, like the things in the sea which are corroded by the brine. For in the sea too there is hardly any noble or perfect growth, but clefts only, and sand, and an endless slough of mud. And even the shore is not to be compared to the fairer sights of this world, and greater far is the superiority of the other. Now of that upper earth which is under the heaven, I can tell you a charming tale, Simmias, which is well worth hearing. And we, Socrates, replied Simmias, shall be charmed to listen. "The tale, my friend," he said, "is as follows. In the first place, the earth, when looked at from above, is like one of those balls which have leather coverings in 12 pieces, and is of divers colours, of which the colours which painters use on earth are only a sample. But there the whole earth is made up of them, and they are brighter far and clearer than ours. There is a purple of wonderful lustre, also the radiance of gold, and the white which is in the earth is whiter than any chalk or snow. Of these and other colours the earth is made up, and they are more in number and fairer than the eye of man has ever seen. And the very hollows of which I was speaking, filled with air and water, are seen like light flashing amid the other colours, and have a colour of their own, which gives a sort of unity to the variety of earth. And in this fair region everything that grows, trees and flowers and fruits, is in a like degree fairer than any here. And there are hills and stones in them in a like degree smoother and more transparent and fairer in colour than our highly valued emeralds and sardonyxes and jaspers and other gems, which are but minute fragments of them, for there all the stones are like our precious stones, and fairer still. The reason of this is that they are pure, and not, like our precious stones, infected or corroded by the corrupt briny elements which coagulate among us, and which breed foulness and disease both in earth and stones, as well as in animals and plants. They are the jewels of the upper earth, which also shines with gold and silver and the like, and they are visible to sight, and large and abundant, and found in every region of the earth, and blessed is he who sees them. And upon the earth are animals and men, some in a middle region, others dwelling about the air, as we dwell about the sea, others in islands which the air flows round, near the continent, and, in a word, the air is used by them as the water and the sea are by us, and the ether is to them what the air is to us. Moreover, the temperament of their seasons is such that they have no disease, and live much longer than we do, and have sight and hearing and smell and all the other senses in far greater perfection, in the same degree that air is purer than water, or the ether than air. Also they have temples and sacred places in which the gods really dwell, and they hear their voices and receive their answers, and are conscious of them, and hold converse with them, and they see the sun, moon, and stars as they really are, and their other blessedness is of a piece with this. Such is the nature of the whole earth, and of the things which are around the earth. And there are diverse regions in the hollows on the face of the globe everywhere, some of them deeper and also wider than that which we inhabit, others deeper and with a narrower opening than ours, and some are shallower and wider. All have numerous perforations and passages broad and narrow in the interior of the earth, connecting them with one another, and there flows into and out of them, as into basins, a vast tide of water, and huge subterranean streams of perennial rivers, and springs hot and cold, and a great fire, and great rivers of fire, and streams of liquid mud, thin or thick, like the rivers of mud in Sicily, and the lava streams which follow them. And the regions about which they happen to flow are filled up with them. And there is a sort of swing in the interior of the earth, which moves all this up and down. Now the swing is in this way. There is a chasm which is the vastest of them all, and pierces right through the whole earth. This is that which Homer describes in the words, "Far off, where is the inmost depth beneath the earth," and which he in other places, and many other poets, have called Tartarus. And the swing is caused by the streams flowing into and out of this chasm, and they each have the nature of the soil through which they flow, and the reason why the streams are always flowing in and out is that the watery element has no bed or bottom,
and is surging and swinging up and down, and the surrounding wind and air do the same. They follow the water up and down, hither and thither, over the earth, just as in respiring the air is always in process of inhalation and exhalation. And the wind, swinging with the water in and out, produces fearful and irresistible blasts. When the waters retire with a rush into the lower parts of the earth, as they are called, they flow through the earth into those regions, and fill them up as with alternate motion of a pump. And then, when they leave those regions, and rush back hither, they again fill the hollows here, and when these are filled, flow through subterranean channels, and find their way to their several places, forming seas, and lakes, and rivers, and springs. Thence they again enter the earth, some of them making a long circuit into many lands, others going to few places, and those not distant, and again fall into Tartarus, some at a point a good deal lower than at that which they arose, and others not much lower, but all in some degree lower than the point of issue. And some burst forth again on the opposite side, and some on the same side, and some wind round the earth with one or many folds, like the coils of a serpent, and descend as far as they can, but always return and fall into the lake. The rivers on either side can descend only to the centre, and no further, for to the rivers on both sides the opposite side is a precipice. Now these rivers are many, and mighty, and diverse, and there are 4 principal ones, of which the greatest and outermost is that called Oceanus, which flows round the earth in a circle, and in the opposite direction flows Acheron, which passes under the earth through desert places into the Acherusian lake. This is the lake to the shores of which the souls of the many go when they are dead. And after waiting an appointed time, which is to some a longer and to some a shorter time, they are sent back again to be born as animals. The 3rd river rises between the 2, and near the place of rising pours into a vast region of fire, and forms a lake larger than the Mediterranean Sea, boiling with water and mud, and proceeding muddy and turbid, and winding about the earth, comes, among other places, to the extremities of the Acherusian lake, but mingles not with the waters of the lake, and after making many coils about the earth, plunges into Tartarus at a deeper level. This is that Pyriphlegethon, as the stream is called, which throws up jets of fire in all sorts of places. The 4th river goes out onto the opposite side, and falls first of all into a wild and savage region, which is all of a dark blue colour, like lapis lazuli, and this is that river which is called the Stygian river, and falls into and forms the lake Styx, and after falling into the lake and receiving strange powers in the waters, passes under the earth, winding round in the opposite direction to Pyriphlegethon, and meeting in the Acherusian lake from the opposite side. And the water of this river, too, mingles with no other, but flows round in a circle, and falls into Tartarus over against Pyriphlegethon, and the name of this river, as the poet says, is Cocytus. Such is the name of the other world. And when the dead arrive at the place to which the genius of each severally conveys them, first of all they have sentence passed upon them, as they have lived well and piously or not, and those who appear to have lived neither well nor ill go to the river Acheron, and mount such conveyances as they can get, and are carried in them to the lake, and there they dwell, and are purified of their evil deeds, and suffer the penalty of the wrongs which they have done to others, and are absolved, and receive the rewards of their good deeds according to their deserts. But those who appear to be incurable by reason of the greatness of their crimes, who have committed many and terrible deeds of sacrilege, murders foul and violent, or the like, such are hurled into Tartarus, which is their suitable destiny, and they never come out. Those again who have committed crimes which, although great, are not unpardonable, who, in a moment of anger, for example, have done violence to a father or mother, and have repented for the remainder of their lives,
or who have taken the life of another under like extenuating circumstances, these are plunged into Tartarus, the pains of which they are compelled to undergo for a year. But at the end of the year the wave casts them forth, mere homicides by way of Cocytus, parricides and matricides by Pyriphlegethon, and they are borne to the Acherusian lake, and there they lift up their voices, and call upon the victims who they have slain or wronged to have pity on them, and to receive them, and to let them come out of the river into the lake. And if they prevail, then they come forth and cease from their troubles, but if not, they are carried back again into Tartarus, and from thence into the rivers unceasingly, until they obtain mercy from those whom they have wronged, for that is the sentence inflicted upon them by their judges. Those also who are remarkable for having led holy lives are released from this earthly prison, and go to their pure home, which is above, and dwell in the purer earth. And those who have duly purified themselves with philosophy live henceforth altogether, without the body, in mansions fairer far than these, which may not be described, and of which the time would fail me to tell. Wherefore, Simmias, seeing all these things, what ought not we to do in order to obtain virtue and wisdom in this life? Fair is the prize, and the hope great. I do not mean to affirm that the description which I have given of the soul and her mansions is exactly true. A man of sense ought hardly to say that, but I do say that, inasmuch as the soul is shown to be immortal, he may venture to think, not improperly or unworthily, that something of the kind is true. The venture is a glorious one, and he ought to comfort himself with words like these, which is the reason why I lengthen out the tale. Wherefore, I say, let a man be of good cheer about his soul, who has cast away the pleasures and ornaments of the body as alien to him, and rather hurtful in their effects, and has followed after the pleasures of knowledge in this life, who has adorned the soul in her own proper jewels, which are temperance and justice, and courage and nobility and truth. In these, arrayed, she is ready to go on her journey to the world below, when her time comes. You, Simmias and Cebes, and all other men, will depart at some time or other. Me already, as the tragic poet would say, the voice of fate calls. Soon I must drink the poison, and I think that I had better repair to the bath first, in order that the women may not have the trouble of washing my body after I am dead. When he had done speaking, Crito said, And have you any commands for us, Socrates? Anything to say about your children, or any other matter in which we can serve you? Nothing particular, he said. Only, as I have always told you, I would have you look to yourselves. That is a service which you may always be doing to me and mine as well as to yourselves. And you need not make professions. For if you take no thought for yourselves, and walk not according to the precepts which I have given you, not now for the first time, the warmth of your professions will be of no avail. We will do our best, said Crito. But in what way would you have us bury you? In any way you like. Only you must get hold of me, and take care that I do not walk away from you. Then he turned to us, and added with a smile, I cannot make Crito believe that I am the same Socrates who have been talking and conducting the argument. He fancies that I am the other Socrates, whom he will soon see, a dead body, and he asks, how shall he bury me? And though I have spoken many words in the endeavour to show that when I have drunk the poison I shall leave you and go to the joys of the blessed, these words of mine, with which I comforted you and myself, have had, I perceive, no effect upon Crito. And therefore I want you to be surety for me now, as he was surety for me at the trial. But let the promise be of another sort, for he was my surety to the judges that I would remain, but you must be my surety to him that I shall not remain. but go away and depart, and then he will suffer less at my death, and not be grieved when he sees my body being burned or buried. I would not have him sorrow at my hard lot, or say at the burial, Thus we lay out Socrates, or Thus we follow him to the grave, or bury him, for false words are not only evil in themselves, but they infect the soul with evil. Be of good cheer, then, my dear Crito, and say that you are burying my body only, and do with that as is usual and as you think best. When he had spoken these words, he arose and went into the bath-chamber with Crito, who bade us wait. And we waited, talking and thinking of the subject of discourse, and also of the greatness of our sorrow. He was like a father of whom we were being bereaved, and we were about to pass the rest of our lives as orphans. When he had taken the bath, his children were brought to him. He had 2 young sons and an elder one. And the women of his family also came, and he talked to them and gave them a few directions in the presence of Crito, and then he dismissed them and returned to us. Now the hour of sunset was near, for a good deal of time had passed while he was within. When he came out, he sat down with us again after his bath, but not much was said. Soon the jailer, who was the servant of the 11, entered and stood by him, saying, To you, Socrates, whom I know to be the noblest and gentlest and best of all who ever came to this place, I will not impute the angry feelings of other men, who rage and swear at me when, in obedience to the authorities, I bid them drink the poison. Indeed, I am sure that you will not be angry with me, for others, as you are aware, and not I, are the guilty cause. And so fare you well, and try to bear lightly what must needs be. You know my errand. Then bursting into tears, he turned away and went out. Socrates looked at him and said, I return your good wishes, and will do as you bid. Then turning to us, he said, How charming the man is! Since I have been in prison, he has always been coming to see me, and at times he would talk to me, and was as good as could be to me. And now, see how generously he sorrows for me. But we must do as he says, Crito. Let the cup be brought, if the poison is prepared. If not, let the attendant prepare some. Yet, said Crito, the sun is still upon the hilltops, and many a one has taken the draught late, and after the announcement has been made to him, he has eaten and drunk and indulged in sensual delights. Do not hasten, then, there is still time. Socrates said, Yes, Crito, and they of whom you speak are right in doing thus, for they think that they will gain by the delay. But I am right in not doing thus, for I do not think that I should gain anything by drinking the poison a little later. I should be sparing and saving a life which is already gone. I could only laugh at myself for this. Please, then, to do as I say, and not to refuse me. Crito, when he heard this, made a sign to the servant, and the servant went in, and remained for some time, and then returned with the jailer carrying a cup of poison. Socrates said, You, my good friend, who are experienced in these matters, shall give me directions how I am to proceed. The man answered, You have only to walk about until your legs are heavy, and then to lie down, and the poison will act. At the same time he handed the cup to Socrates, who in the easiest and gentlest manner, without the least fear or change of colour or feature, looking at the man with all his eyes, Echecrates, as his manner was, took the cup and said, What do you say about making a libation out of this cup to any god? May I, or not? The man answered, We only prepare, Socrates, just so much as we deem enough. I understand, he said. Yet I may and must pray to the gods to prosper my journey from this to that other world. May this, then, which is my prayer, be granted to me. Then holding the cup to his lips, quite readily and cheerfully, he drank off the poison. And hitherto most of us had been able to control our sorrow, but now when we saw him drinking, and saw too that he had finished the draught, We could no longer forbear, and in spite of myself my own tears were flowing fast, so that I covered my face and wept over myself. For certainly I was not weeping over him, but at the thought of my own calamity in having lost such a companion. Nor was I the first, for Crito, when he found himself unable to restrain his tears, had got up and moved away, and I followed, and at that moment Apollodorus, who had been weeping all the time, broke out in a loud cry which made cowards of us all. Socrates alone retained his calmness. "What is this strange outcry?" he said. "I sent away the women mainly in order that they might not offend in this way, for I have heard that a man should die in peace. Be quiet, then, and have patience." When we heard that, we were ashamed, and refrained our tears, and he walked about until, as he said, his legs began to fail, and then he lay on his back according to the directions, and the man who gave him the poison now and then looked at his feet and legs, and after a while he pressed his foot hard and asked him if he could feel, and he said no, and then his leg, and so upwards and upwards, and showed us that he was cold and stiff. And he felt them himself, and said, "When the poison reaches the heart, that will be the end." He was beginning to grow cold about the groin when he uncovered his face, for he had covered himself up, and said, they were his last words, he said, "Crito, I owe a cock to Asclepius. Will you remember to pay the debt?" "The debt shall be paid," said Crito. "Is there anything else?" There was no answer to this question, but in a minute or two a movement was heard, and the attendants uncovered him. His eyes were set, and Crito closed his eyes and mouth. Such was the end, Echecrates, of our friend, whom I may truly call the wisest and justest and best of all the men whom I have ever known.